All right, looks like we are live here on Standing for Truth. My name is Donny Budinsky, and this is Sam. We are joined by Dr. Dino for another open mic debate challenge on the so-called evidence for evolution. We've titled this, Evolution is a Science Fiction Religion. Prove us wrong. Sam, are you as excited as I am for tonight? And tell us, how are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I am excited. It's always a pleasure and a joy to be here with you, gents, and talking about biblical things and just admiring the complete lack of evidence for evolution. Here we are again. What are we going to do?
And that's the kind of evolution that says or teaches that whales, pine trees, strawberries, and humans, and that cow behind you, Sam, are related through common ancestry. So we've probably done at least 100 hours worth of open mic debate challenge over the last couple of years, and we have yet to see one single convincing piece of evidence for that type of evolution. So before we get into the fun, though, Kent, great to have you here as always, brother. It is truly a privilege every time. So Kent, tell us, how have you been and what's going on with you and Dinosaur Adventureland?
Well, thank you, brother. It's an honor to be on your show again. And yeah, we have some really exciting news. As you know, we're at Genesis Baptist Church in Lenox, Alabama, where we have Dinosaur Adventureland, great north of Pensacola, 70 miles. And tonight, I'm glad to be on your program again, brother. But one of the things we do at Dinosaur Adventureland, we have a record board. Who has the all-time world record at Dinosaur Adventureland for various events? One of the events that we do, everything has a science lesson with a spiritual application, and you can break a record and get your name on the board. For instance, we have the puzzle race. Who can put the 24-piece puzzle together the fastest? Okay. And I happen to have the world's record for my age group, 70 and up. I did it in 1 minute and 36 seconds, which may not sound impressive, except on the box it says up to 5 years. So pretty good, huh? What do you think?
That is very impressive, Kent. Yeah. That is.
Yeah. Come down and visit. You can break all kinds of records here. It's really a fun place, brother. We've had people visit from all over the world. And anybody that's lost their home from the hurricane, either hurricane, come stay with us for a month. We'll take care of you. Okay.
Amen. Praise the Lord, Kent. It's great to have you. Sam, great to have you as well. We were just sitting here about 2-3 weeks ago. We had an Evolution is False, Change Our Minds session. The entire program went only about 5-6 hours. And again, we've yet to see a single piece of evidence for evolution. Now, Kent, how I want to kickstart tonight's program is this way. Okay, I've realized over the years of engaging and interacting with evolutionists, they like to bait and switch. Okay, so they'll assert or exclaim, you don't believe in evolution, and then they'll define evolution as change over time or changes in allele frequencies in populations over generations. Allele frequency basically being a genetic variant, the frequency that's found in a population, okay? And then they'll assert, based on that definition, that fish to fishermen or particles to people evolution is true. And so this is the bait and switch, Ken. Can you speak to this to help us set the foundation for tonight?
Well, that's where before you debate evolution, you need to define exactly what you're talking about. And I've done this for many years, 35 years ago, I started this ministry. One of the things I cover in there is, what do you mean by that word evolution? Because there are 6 different meanings to the word. First, there'd have to be cosmic evolution. They don't want to talk about that. But it's a fact. You got to have time, space, and matter to have anything evolve. Where did they come from? They don't know. They'll make up a stupid story about a big bang of a dot of nothing exploding, or a dot the size of an atom exploding, making the whole universe. Stop and think how stupid that is. That's really stupid. You can't squeeze a cup of water into a dot smaller than an atom. Anyway, then this big bang supposedly produced hydrogen and maybe some helium and lithium. Well, how do you get all the 92 elements? The chemical evolution is really something they have to explain, but there is no answer for that. There's no evidence at all. Then there's stellar and planetary evolution. The stars have to form. Nobody's ever seen a star form. We see stars blow up once in a while, nova or supernova, but nobody's ever seen one form or a planet form. They say a cloud of dust got together and made a planet. Well, there's no gravitational attraction sufficient to pull it into a solid. A cloud of dust, it stays a cloud of dust, okay? Then you'd have to have organic evolution, another big step. Life has to get started from non-living material. They have no clue about that. not even a good theory. So that's part of the theory of evolution. Then you have to have macroevolution, where an animal changes to a different kind of animal. That's never been seen. These crazy charts that they use all the time, they say, oh, yes, boys and girls, everybody started off as an amoeba or protozoa or bacteria, and all the life forms are a family tree from that one single cell creature. You can tell them all. I said, this is real stupid. This is artwork. This is lines on paper. It is not science. Lastly, we have what's called microevolution. Now, that one happens. I don't think the word is appropriate. We shouldn't use that word, microevolution, but they do. Okay, so it just means there's a variation between the different kinds. And everybody would agree there are, 335 recognized breeds of dogs, and they might have had a common ancestor called a dog. And you may get a big dog or a little dog, but it's still a dog. That's not the kind of evolution we're talking about. It's a variation of the same kind. Dog, wolf, and coyote might have had a common ancestor. I don't argue about that. But that doesn't prove they're related to a banana. And they've got in the textbook, the chart from the textbook says the dog is related to the banana. Let's see. The dog up here is related to the banana. There we go. Family tree. This is real stupid. Do you want to believe that? That's fine. I don't care what they believe. You can believe anything you want. But don't call it science, and don't teach it in public schools as part of science. It's a waste of time. Anyway, took too long. Sorry, brother.
No, that was perfect. And that sets the foundation, because that kind of evolution, the kind that doesn't belong in schools, doesn't belong in science textbooks, that's the science fiction religion aspect of evolution.
Amen.
Because we don't disagree with change over time. We see change. And, as soon as God front loads or engineers the original created kinds, Kent, with the ability to adapt to change, that guarantees variation in the biological world. And that's all we see. And that's not evolution, is it, Kent?
Well, see, some car manufacturers put a heater and an air conditioner in their cars. Whoa. Because they don't know if it's going to hot climate or cold climate, right? I think God designed the animals to have a variety of offspring so some can survive in a wide range of climates. That's not evolution, that's design. All the different cows probably had a common ancestor called a cow. That's all anybody's ever seen. Science, what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Look it up. That's the standard definition. Well, evolution doesn't fit that. I'm sorry, get a new science. Get a new religion. And they should admit evolution is nothing but a religion. I like your title tonight. Prove us wrong. I even beefed it up a little bit. Evolution is nothing but a pagan religious cult. Prove us wrong.
And see, this is where the religious aspect comes into play, Kent. Okay, we see dogs produce dogs today. We see dogs produce a variety of dogs. And so you've heard it many times. In our last open mic, the same thing occurred. We had a proponent of evolution that admitted, going forward, dogs are always going to produce dogs. The law of monophyly will never outgrow our ancestry. But then they'll assert, and this is where their evolutionary philosophy or their science fiction religion comes into play. Going back in time, you'll get a dog from something that was non-dog, because time is their God, isn't it, Kent?
Oh, absolutely. If you ask them, how could an amoeba turn to a whale? They'll say, well, given enough time. First place, you can't have that much time, okay? Secondly, time doesn't help. It makes it worse, okay? Everything tends to fall apart. We get like accumulation of problems in the genetic code. Mutations accumulate. There's a lot of examples of extinction. There are no examples of new kinds coming on the scene. And they'll say, what's a kind? I say, look, the animals know what their kind is. Turn them loose. They'll figure it out. They don't need this whole classification system that we're doing is man's attempt to put his classification on the animals. The animals don't know we're doing it, and they don't care that we're doing it. Don't care at all. Turn the animals loose. The squirrels look for another squirrel to mate with every time. They don't consider looking for the hamsters or the coyotes or the giraffes. Don't even think about it. They know. And keep in mind, most of the animals don't even know what they look like. They've never looked at themselves in a mirror, but they know what to look for a partner. Isn't that strange? God, Bible says they'll bring forth after their kind. That's science. These charts are not science, all starting from a protozoa and turning to a fish, an amphibian, a reptile. The public school textbooks teach it just blatantly. All the many forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor. This is a lie. This is not science. This is propaganda. Then they say it was a primitive unicellular organism, but no traces of those events remain. Well, then it's not science. It's imagination. It's science fiction. So get some of the atheists and skeptics to call in. We'll take them all on at the same time. There's no evidence for your religion. Get a new religion.
Amen. That's what we're looking for, right, Sam? We're not looking for these horizontal changes in the biological world, microevolutionary variations, adaptation. We're looking for a piece of evidence that suggests whales and banana plants are related through common ancestry. Okay. And so here's a comment that has come in. And so before we engage, this comes in from the Kentucky Atheist. I appreciate it. I will be posting the StreamYard join link in the chat right now. And so for those that want to join and bring your best evidence, prove us wrong, as Kent just said, evolution is a science fiction religion. And so as we wait for people to join, I have a video called 9 Proofs of Evolution. So this should be good. 9 proofs. Wow. We're excited. We're going to interact with that a little bit as the backstage accumulates challengers. Okay. So
Hang
the
on.
Kentucky Eighth. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say, we're going to answer this guy's comment before you go on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's do it. So the Kentucky Atheist, feel free to join as well. Kentucky Atheist. So he says, you accept small changes over time. This is a common one. So over lots of time, that would be a big change from where you started. You may even start to call that different thing a different thing. So Kent, just to kind of reiterate, basically what they're saying is, well, if we see microevolution today, then enough microevolution over enough time would equal what? Macroevolution. What's a good response?
Well, that's what they believe. But notice he said over lots of time. We just got done saying they require lots of time for their, and you can't see in the past. We can't go back in the past. You have to imagine that it happened. This is not science. Real strict science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Evolution doesn't fit that category. And so he said over lots of time, just like we predicted, would be a big change. You think that might be true, but it's not. See, there are limits to this change. There are big dogs and little dogs. The world's smallest dog, 3 feet, or the world's biggest dog, 3 foot 8 inch. The world's smallest dog, 3.8 inches. I don't know what that is in metric for you Canadians, but get a conversion table, okay? So we have a limit here. We got from less than 4 inches to 44 inches tall. There's a limit. This is what you atheists do not understand or admit. Yes, there are variations, but they're limited, and most of the outliers away from the average norm would not survive. How long would that chihuahua last on its own in the woods? The squirrels would eat it, okay? That's not evolution. It's natural, it's artificial selection. Some people decided to try to breed for the smallest dog, and they succeeded, I guess. But it's not good for the chihuahua. There are limits. Have they reached the limit? I don't know. They're probably getting close. I don't think they're ever going to get a dog an inch tall. I don't think that'll happen. I don't think they'll ever get a dog as big as an elephant, even though there are animals as big as an elephant, like an elephant. This is what they don't understand. They don't get it. They think the variations we see, most of which are caused by man, are artificial selection or natural selection, either one. They both select from an existing gene code. They don't create anything new. You might get a really big dog, but all you're going to get is a dog every time. They've got 500 or 1,000 different kinds of chickens now. Probably had a common ancestor called a chicken. But It stops. There are limits. They don't see that. And he said, over lots of time, this shows his imagination, it'd be a big change. Well, you may think so, but that's not science. Keep that out of our textbooks, okay? Don't call that science. He said, you may even, there you go, not maybe. This is not science. This is showing clearly his religious belief. Thank you so much.
And if we decide to call it a different thing, did that animal or creature decide to call itself that?
Good point.
No. Yeah. I mean, these classification systematics, the taxonomy is largely arbitrary. And so he responds with this. He says, so it comes down to not accepting deep time, not evolution. Now, my quick response, Kent, would be even with lots of time, because you pointed out earlier, the majority of mutations are deleterious, they're disease causing, they're harmful, they're damaging. We see extinction, not large scale evolution. So more time just means what? More disease, more damage, more extinction. So time is not actually going to solve their dilemma, is it, Kent?
No, and he's trying to deflect the argument away from showing the obvious stupidity of what he's saying here. We don't accept the deep time, and we don't accept evolution. We don't, neither one. Deep time wouldn't help, but he's trying to say, well, you're just not accepting deep time. Notice he uses the word accept. You don't accept something like that. You have to believe. Okay, there's a difference between accepting and believing. You believe in deep time, and you believe in evolution. So no, I don't believe in either one. But even with deep time, everything would get worse. The planet is slowing down in its spin. That's going to create a problem. The moon's getting further away. That's going to create a problem. The oceans are getting saltier. The populations are increasing. Watch my video number 1. I cover about 40 different ways to show this Earth cannot be billions of years old. And if you had billions of years, lots of things would fall apart. The genetic code of humans is carrying an incredible genetic load because of all the mutations. It's getting worse with time, not better. So time is their enemy, but they think it's their savior.
Right. Again, that's why we call it a science fiction religion, because time is their God, lowercase g.
Yep.
And clearly there are genetic limits. You pointed out how all the chickens today or all the dogs today probably go back to an archetype, an arc ancestor. But over time, that information sorted out, variability is lost. And so there's genetic limits because animals are hitting walls. They're losing genetic variability.
Right.
Kent.
Well, my wife has a pug, and I can't believe she paid money for that thing. But completely useless, stupid, ugly, and doesn't even know it. Okay, but friendly. You got to be friendly when you can't run and you're dumb. But she said they advised her not to breed it. That's a female pug with anything else because it would probably kill it. As they get smaller and smaller, it becomes serious problems. As the dogs become bigger and bigger, there are limits. They now have a 2,700-pound cow. Sam's got a cow in the background there.
Right.
You know, the world's record's nearly 3,000-pound cow. But there's a limit. I'd be willing to bet $5 they will never get a cow as big as Texas that weighs 200 trillion tons. I bet there's a limit somewhere before you reach there.
Yeah, you'd think, with all of the breeds of dogs there are out there, if there was a type of animal where they would have found it transitioning from one thing to another, it would be within the dogs, or maybe with race horses. There's a lot of money in race horses, or with cattle or something like that. But we simply just don't see that. And so all the commenter did here is he told a story and then suggested that we're just not accepting his story. He hasn't provided any evidence.
Right. You show me the proof. I'll accept it. I accept science. And what we see is what the Bible said would happen 20 times in the first 7 chapters. They will bring forth after their kind, after their kind, after their kind, after their kind, 20 times in 7 chapters. That's all we've ever observed. So I think that's a pretty good scientific prediction. Cats will always make baby cats. Dogs will always make baby dogs. Cows will always make baby cows. One of our cows is pregnant. I got a $5 bet going. It's going to be a calf.
Not a whale.
No.
Not a banana plant.
No.
Sam, are you live from your farm tonight, brother?
I am not live from the farm. No, I'm sitting in my upstairs in a nice comfy chair.
Very cool. You look comfortable.
So you have cows. You have cows in your house.
I have, yeah. You could say that.
We have a green screen. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that cow's been awfully still for the last 20 minutes.
Right. And the windmill also.
Yes. Okay. Well, to the audience again, we've got the StreamYard link posted for people to join. So I do see challengers making their way into the backstage. I do want to encourage people who are joining, please be professional. We want to stick to one topic at a time, one point at a time. We're not looking for speeches. We're not looking for presentations. We're looking for a piece of evidence, one at a time, that we can engage and interact with in a conversation. So
and Donnie, and no profanity. Okay. If they're dumb enough to have to use curse words, go someplace else. Okay. I don't want to fill my head with that stuff.
Thank you.
Some of these guys have things coming out of their mouths that I wouldn't even hold in my hand, Kent.
Yeah, you look behind that cow in a few minutes, you'll see some of it.
Yeah. Okay, so in the meantime, as challengers make their way in, let's move forward with 9 proofs of evolution. So we'll get through a couple here, and this will be a good means to see, okay, what do they got? What is the best they have to offer? This is from popular evolutionist channel, Rationality Rules. Quite a bit of views, so worth engaging. Now, I will say right off the bat, before he gets into his evidence, his so-called proof, he does what we're so familiar with. He's going to start off by saying every single branch of science supports evolution. He just lists them all off: biology, paleontology, geology, and they like to do that. It's kind of a slap and run in a way.
Right.
And so let's start here. You'll see that we'll give some brief comments and we'll get into the proof.
Before we even begin this video, a simple but necessary clarification must be made. People very often confuse abiogenesis with evolution when they shouldn't. Abiogenesis is the study of how life first emerged from non-living matter, and it's not discussed within this video. Evolution, on the other hand, is the study of biological change over time, and it is the star of this video. Now, with that,
Okay, you know what's funny? They're the ones that have called it over the years, especially in their science textbooks, organic evolution. But now that they have absolutely no evidence for organic evolution, now they have to say, well, this is abiogenesis. It's completely separate from biological evolution. What are your thoughts on that?
This is why they skip it, because it's embarrassing to them. It is an essential part of their religion. Where did life come from? They want to skip all that and start with living things already, which is what he's already trying to do. That's why I said number 4 of my chart for the different definitions of evolution is organic evolution. The textbooks teach it. Let's see. Earth began as a hot ball of rock, and it cooled down. And atheist R. N. Nelson said, no evolutionist ever believed we came from a rock. Yeah, they do. Earth began as a hot ball of rock, straight from the textbook. And 3.9 billion years ago, it cooled down enough and what began to rain on the planet. And the oceans appeared. And 3.5 billion years ago, scientists believe the first living organisms appeared. This is part of your religion. I know you're embarrassed about it. You should be. You got suckered into believing something really, really dumb. But you want to skip this part. Earth was a hot ball of very, very hot liquid, okay? Earth reached a temperature of 2,000 degrees centigrade. This is straight from the textbooks or internet. Colleges teach this kind of stuff. Earth formed 4.54 billion years ago, and it was all a hot melted rock. And then millions of years of rains created the oceans. And somewhere in the oceans, the progress from a complex chemical soup to a living organism is very slow. It is part of the theory, guys. I'm sorry, we're not going to skip that and go on, all right? Let's see. The Earth started as a hot, viscous ball of rock, and then water was trapped inside, and it rained on the rocks. Yale University, how Earth became habitable. Earth transformed itself. Yeah, okay. How Earth transformed itself from a fiery, carbon-clouded ball of rocks into a planet capable of sustaining life. Their theory, I could show you 100 examples of this. They do believe we came from a rock, and it rained on the rocks for millions of years and turned them into soup, and the soup came alive. Don't skip over that part, Holy Kool-Aid. You don't have a theory if you don't have a common sense theory if you can't explain where did time come from? Where did matter come from? Where did all the energy in the universe come from? Where did space come from? They say there was a big bang. What exploded? And what did it explode into? And where was the energy for that explosion? You don't have any answers to any of those. That's why I say cosmic evolution, chemical evolution, and organic evolution are essential. But they say 3.9 billion years ago, the oceans formed, and hot soup was the origin of life. Primordial soup, where life began on Earth, was hot and not cold. Whoa. Primordial soup. This is what they teach. And Holy Kool-Aid wants to skip that. Even if we let him skip it for the sake of the argument, what he wants to argue is variations, microevolution, is evidence of macroevolution. That still can be easily debunked. But just point out for the jury, Your Honor, he skips the first 4 very essential steps. You don't have a theory at all until you can answer those. Okay? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, they still have, you're muted, Donnie. You still have to have this fundamental particle, whatever that is, that evolved. And so unless they want to say that it's irreducibly complex, someone like Michael Behe would love that.
Yeah.
I think we love that.
Well, they want to slip one by, and we're not going to let them slap and run. If they're going to make a claim or an assertion, then we're going to engage it. So I appreciate that, Kent. All right, here we go. Let's see what he's got.
Said and out of the way, let's get on with the video. The evidence for evolution comes from every branch of science that remotely interacts with organisms. This includes, to name but a few, anatomy, biology, embryology, genetics, neurobiology, and paleontology.
You see what I'm saying, Kent and Sam? He just names them all. He does a drive-by with all these different fields that if we took them on one by one, no, we'd see that there is no evidence for large-scale evolution.
I'll be glad to debate him anytime. Call Holy vodka. What's his Holy Kool-Aid? And
Holy cool.
I'll be glad to debate him on your channel, my channel, his channel, any channel. Okay, he's blowing smoke is all he's doing. Just naming a bunch of branches of science is not evidence. Okay, he may believe each of those supports his religion, and he probably does, but they don't. I'll take any one of them on. Bring them on.
Is it a magic trick that he's doing? It's smokescreen. It's to confuse an uninformed audience to think, wow, we must be related to strawberries because he just named a bunch of fields of science and he said they all prove evolution.
Well, see, Hitler did the same thing. Get a big crowd of people together, hundreds of thousands of people crammed together. Oh, Heil Hitler, Hitler's great. Oh, wow, everybody believes it. It must be true.
Yeah.
No difference here. Holy Kool-Aid, no difference.
Okay, here we go. Very good points.
Which in turn includes every subfield of these sciences, such as anthropology, biogeography, chronological dating, comparative anatomy, fossils, molecular biology, and the list goes on and on.
I would say the list goes on and on and on with those fields, Kent, that actually disprove or refute evolution. So he's saying all those fields, they prove evolution. We would say the opposite. Actually, we could look at every single one of those fields or subject matters and find evidence against evolution. Isn't that right?
Exactly. All he's done here so far is show the world he is thoroughly brainwashed into believing his religion. He's not offered a shred of science. He's made a bunch of statements of dogma. That's not science. Where's the evidence of any animal producing offspring of a different kind? That a 5-year-old would say is a different kind. Where's the evidence? There's no evidence for that anywhere. Let him talk so he shuts his mouth.
And on. The point being here is that everything we objectively know about the natural world both supports and improves the theory of evolution by natural selection, whether we like it or not.
I don't like it.
This is 9 proofs of evolution, why evolution is true.
Real quick, I like that he says whether you like it or not. Okay, natural selection's a fine-tuning mechanism, right, Kat? Keeps a species as strong as it can be. It's not creating anything new.
I like the way he calls it evolution. It is.
Right,
it's evolution. Yeah.
He wants to be a prophet. He wants to be an apostle for his science fiction religion.
Well, he's making dogmatic statements, That's all he's doing. Everybody believes it. It's got to be true. We know it's true. No, you don't know any such thing. He's demonstrating it's a religious cult. That's exactly what he's demonstrating.
That's right.
Now, to present all of the evidence for evolution would take eons and would bore even Darwin, Dawkins, and Jay Gould. And so if you're really interested...
To present all the evidence against evolution would take eons. He's just making assertions. We can turn it right around on him. Isn't that right?
Well, that's okay. Tell any of the atheists listening or watching this later, pick the best 3. He says it'd take eons to even mention all of them. Okay, pick the best 3. The best 3. Call Donnie, call me. We'll do a debate on my channel, your channel, Donnie's channel. Give me the best 3 one at a time. We'll debunk any of them you've got. Any of them. There is no evidence whatsoever for evolution. You claim there's lots of it. Okay, bring the best 3.
Well said.
In reviewing all of the overwhelming evidence for evolution, then this video isn't it. What it is, however, is just 9 lines of evidence from several fields of study which by themselves alone make a very convincing case. So, where to begin? Well, the first 2 lines of evidence that I'm going to present both come from the comparative anatomy of whales to land mammals. We've long known that despite whales looking like fish, they're mammals, because just like mammals and unlike fish, they give birth to life.
The idea of classifying them as fish and mammals is purely a man-made classification system. We are putting our classification onto the animals. The animals don't know we're doing it and don't care that we're doing it. In the biblical classification system, maybe a whale's considered a fish if it lives in the water. but it just because Carolus lineus, so we decided to call it a mammal because it has hair and bears live young and breathes oxygen, breathes air. Okay. The animals don't care how we classify them. You can have one person go into your shop and organize all your tools. Somebody else comes in, takes over. They might decide to organize them different.
Right.
So the tool doesn't care at all, and the whale doesn't care at all. So he thinks because there are similarities in these creatures, therefore they're related. This is such a stupid argument. Maybe there are similarities because the same guy designed them. Could be.
Amen. And God made a variety of designs, just like engineers make a variety of design as well. They seem to be making an argument where they think, well, if it's in the water, they all have to be identical. They all have to have the same similarities. When that's not the case, I think a good designer would allow for a great deal of variation in their designs.
Well, I know Honda makes a lot of different vehicles, and as far as I know, all of them have round tires. That's proof they're related to, bananas or something.
Airplanes have round tires.
Oh, they are related. You're right.
That's right.
Live young. Feed their young milk via their mammary glands. Breathe through 2 lungs rather than gills. Have skin and hair rather than skin and scales. And they're warm-blooded. Now this alone strongly implies that they share a common ancestor with.
And then he takes that illogical leap. I mean, we could take a submarine on one side like he's doing here, which is in the water, and then take a cruise ship and list all the differences and similarities. Does that prove that they share a common ancestor, or is that good design? That's all he's doing here.
Well, they're going to argue cruise ships and submarines don't reproduce. Look, guys,
Right.
Adding reproduction into the mix makes it about 1 billion times more complicated and less likely to evolve. Not going to happen. No matter what analogy you give, rather than see it and think, oh, maybe they're right, they will look for a way to worm around it. They don't want to believe God did it because that involves some accountability. That's the whole problem here.
That's right.
I agree. Fish and whales have some similarities. I agree they have some differences. And man has decided to put them in a different category. They don't care. They can't interbreed. Well, the shark can't interbreed with lots of other fish either. So what? The genetic code is phenomenal. So with all 9, I've seen this video before, all 9 evidences he gives, I'll easily debunk if you would like, but it would take a while to do each one. But his first one, the fact that they have similarities is evidence they're related. That's a stupid argument. It's just as much evidence they had the common designer.
And he doesn't even realize it, Cat, but he's about to refute his next argument because he's about to say, well, whales and sharks, they're both water creatures. They're both in the water. They live in the water. And so how come they're not more similar genetically? And he's going to bring in a hippo, but he's refuting himself here because he's showing in these 2 lists of their differences, he's showing how whales and fish, although in the water, they diverge significantly at the physiological level. So yeah, we'd expect some differences, therefore, in the genetics.
Of land mammals. But what really makes this suggestion even more compelling, and what I'll offer as a first line of evidence, is the curious bone structure of their flippers. Within their flippers, whales have, just like the forelimbs of land mammals, finger, hand, wrist, and arm bones, which can be easily explained if these bones are repurposed forelimbs, but are remarkably hard to explain if they're not.
Notice he said repurposed forelimbs, repurposed from a land-dwelling mammal that evolved into an aquatic mammal like a whale. Kat, what's a good response to that?
How can you possibly know it's repurposed? It works great just as it is. It looks to me like it was designed to do what it does. Maybe it hasn't ever been changed. How do you know one turned to the other? You can't go back in time. We see whales today always produce baby whales. There are no exceptions. Sharks always make baby sharks. No exceptions. Why? See, they have to go back in time with their imaginary, SpongeBob, magic carpet and fly back in time.
Right. That's their god.
That's all it is SpongeBob imagination. Nothing else.
A military submarine looks a lot like a jumbo jet, 747. And they both have wings. The jet has bigger wings, but so does the A-Team van. Has a little spoiler on the back.
Right.
They all look the same.
Wow, that's right. That is proof of something to somebody somewhere.
Right.
They're repurposed.
Oh yeah,
From an ancestor. And what's interesting, Kent, you nailed it. because the flippers in the whale help to steer, balance, and stop the whale as it moves around through
Right.
and these bones in the whale actually make the flippers really effective paddles for swimming. So I see amazing design, not evolution here.
Yeah, it is designed. I think the whales like it just like it. They wouldn't want you to change anything.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I think they like the way their flippers are designed. Helps them in the water.
As after all, these bones have very little in common with non-mammalian fins, and yet a great deal in common with the forelimbs of land mammals. Furthermore, and to invoke a second line of evidence, whales have strange bones that look like shriveled hip, thigh, and shin bones where land mammals have hind legs. And some of these bones, such as these from a bonehead whale, even have what appears to be a ball and socket joint. Further still, paleontologists have found numerous.
Well, Kent, there's one of your favorites, the so-called vestigial pelvis. That is supposed to be a vestigial remnant of when it walked on land. What's a good response?
This is extremely stupid, holy vodka or Kool-Aid. These bones that are they're part of the whale's reproductive system. It's not never was legs, okay? Some big snakes have the same thing. They have bones inside that with little claws. This is allow them to mate. Whales have to mate underwater in the dark with no arms, and they can't talk and say, "Scoot over, honey." They have to have a method of maneuvering their reproductive parts around, and they have special bones and special muscles to do that. This is a lie. You are telling a lie, holy Kool-Aid. A bold face. Either you're ignorant of your whale anatomy, which I suspect you are, or you're lying. This is not evidence for evolution. Someone can have a 15-foot penis to maneuver around in the dark, underwater. This is not evidence for evolution. It's evidence that God designed them to make baby whales. Duh.
Well said. And Kent, as you've shown, this is demonstrated to be false from their own scientific literature on the so-called whale vestigial pelvis. Here's an excerpt from an article. Whale sex. It's all in the hips. New research turns a long accepted evolutionary assumption, on its head, finding that far from being just vestigial, whale pelvic bones play a key role in what? Reproduction. Just like you. That's right from their literature, right from their own mouths.
Whoops.
Oopsies. Here we go.
Species within the fossil record that have unique similarities with whales, but also varying sizes of hind legs. Now, once again, these bones make perfect sense if they're vestigial and or repurposed. But
Wait a minute.
Actually, Kent, like you said, it makes perfect sense for reproduction to have more whale babies,
Yeah.
right?
And the fact that he's lining up a bunch of different skeletons in some kind of order that he thinks they happen, nobody saw any of these change to anything else. When they find there's no such thing as a fossil record, holy Kool-Aid. Okay, there are fossils, trillions of them, but there's no such thing as a record. We have a lot of fossils in our museum here at Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. Come on down, pay us a visit. We can show you all the fossils. I promise you, you pick any one of our fossils out of our museum. You will notice two things immediately. None of them talk, and none of them have a date stamped on them. And all you could really prove with a fossil is it died. You could not prove it had any children. You could not prove it had any children that lived. You could not prove it had any children that lived and were different. You have to imagine all three of those. And then if it did have a baby that was different, who's that baby going to marry? You got to get two of the opposite sex in the same place. It's a big world, you know, and at the same time, in all those billions of years, what if the male evolved first and the female evolved 2,000 miles away 400 years later? Oh, we got to start over again. They have a wild, I admire their faith. I really do. I do not admire, not their intelligence or their science, but I admire their faith.
Right. They're very passionate about their science fiction
yeah.
religion. They hope, dream, and imagine. I've heard you point out you could line things up all day and they don't prove anything. You could take a unicycle, a bicycle, and a four-wheeler and then predict, there must be something with three wheels out there. And then lo and behold, you find a three-wheeler, put it right into the middle of those three vehicles, and boom, you have a transitional form. But really, it's not proving anything.
Nothing at all.
But they're very peculiar if they're not. Talking of vestigial traits, and to present a third line of evidence, a superb example can be found in all mammals, including you, and it's called the left recurrent laryngeal nerve. Without getting too technical, this nerve runs from the brain to the voice box, which should be a distance of a few inches. But instead, it goes down into the chest, loops around the main artery, and then goes back up to the voice box, which in the case of the giraffe results in a 15-foot detour.
Interesting. I did a show recently with Jerry Bergman, who studied this, and he went over at least 4 different reasons why this is great design, and why instead of going right to its goal, it takes a different route, because the signal for the nerve can't get there too early or too late. It has to get there and arrive just on time for its function to work. So this is not bad design, Kent.
It's amazing design. Yeah.
Yeah.
And plus, during development, it's very essential that it go this way. And maybe that's why the Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart. There's a big connection. I did a program about 6 months ago here on our channel, Genesis Baptist Church, about all the different Bible verses about how you can think with your heart. Your brain is part of your thinking process, obviously, but also the heart is involved in this. There's a lot of stuff in the scientific literature about that. They've had people who have heart transplants, and the recipient remembers things of the other person's life. So this is not evidence for evolution. This is evidence of an amazing design.
Let's just assume what they're saying is true about bad design. Does bad design mean no designer? I mean, I've seen some pretty horrible designs coming out of manufacturing companies, but that doesn't mean nobody didn't make whatever that car or vehicle or design is.
Well, Charlie Darwin said that the eye, to say it could form by natural selection seems absurd, and he was right. The back of your eye, 1 square inch, 137 million light-sensitive cells, all connected to the brain. It's designed. Here's bad design. I say that's a bad design. What do you think? Stairways that go to nothing. How's that for a bad design? Wash machine had to go through the wall. Now that's kind of a bad design. What do you think?
That's a bad design.
I'd say that's a bad design. Does that mean nobody designed it? No, it's just a bad design. How's that for a bathroom? The walls don't go up to the roof. You want to go potty in there? How's that? Toilet paper right in front. Is that a bad design?
It's handy.
How about this? Coffee cup where it pokes you in the eye every time you take a drink. Now there you go. There's a good design. Bad design does not mean no designer. It might mean a stupid designer, but I don't know of any examples of bad design in nature. Even if there were some, it wouldn't help the evolution theory. But I think if you look at anything in nature, anything natural, plant world, animal world, insect world, it's stunning in its design. One single cell of your body is more complex than the space shuttle. It cannot have happened by chance. You atheists need to wake up and give it up and surrender. There's a God. He made the world, whether you like it or not, and he's going to be your judge one day, whether you like it or not. And your knee shall bow and your tongue shall confess to Jesus Christ that he's the Lord and Savior. Promise it'll happen. I promise.
I think even those in the context of bad design, I'm not even sure that they could defend something like that without full knowledge of the intent of the designer and the thing in question. And I'm not sure that they can, justify saying that they have those things. And it also fails to acknowledge that, as Christians, we understand that we are all under the curse of the fall of mankind. There's things like entropy that are also going to affect what at one time was a perfect design. I've got a lot of stuff that was great when it was new, but it no longer works. And that doesn't mean that it was a bad design. It just means that it's worn out, broke down, just like, I'm getting here.
Amen. I understand that real well, bro.
Entropy. We're all breaking down. Okay. Well, you know what? We gave vodka rules. Is that what you're calling them?
Holy something. Yeah,
holy vodka, holy Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
So we gave him over 4 minutes to prove evolution, and he failed in that 4 minutes. Clearly, we'll continue responding to him in our next open mic. And now we'll start bringing in challengers. So let's see if there's anybody out there that can do better than holy Kool-Aid here in providing us evidence for evolution. Again, that kind of evolution that says whales and pine trees are related. Not that all dogs are related, not that change over time is true, but that fish to fisherman evolution is true. So let's start bringing people in and go from there. So we got Brandon Irish.
What up,
Jack
Donnie?
Rowe. Brandon, good to have you.
Yeah,
Jackson
I
Rowe.
just wanted to bounce on here and ask Dr. Hovind to set you straight on replacement theology.
Oh,
Well, Brandon, firstly, this open mic's not a theology or eschatology open mic. We have done those in the past, but this is
Yeah,
going
I know.
in science. If Brandon's coming in here to troll, he's getting kicked. Okay. So we'll bring in Lupin. So we do want to keep this cordial, professional. We want to keep this on topic and focused on one topic at a time. Okay. So we've got Lupin, Jackson Rowe, Robert Jenkins.
Hey,
now
God
there's
bless
somebody
you all.
backstage. Robert, good to see you. There is somebody backstage, Scott. So anybody who joins that I'm not familiar with, please just let me know in the private chat who you are, what your position is. If you could go on webcam and just give me a wave, that'd be great too. And then at least I know you're not trolling. You don't have to stay on webcam or anything like that, but backstage. So, okay. Anyways, the link is pinned for anyone else who wants to join. We will go one at a time. Jackson Rowe was the first one here.
The first evolutionist.
Yes, Jackson Rowe. Have you converted to creation yet after all these debates over these years?
Not quite.
Not quite. Eh? No. Well, it's great to have you nonetheless. I know you visited Brother Kent over at Dow somewhat recently, a couple times. So it's fun doing those in-person debates. Hopefully you guys are best friends by now. And so how was your trip to Dow, Jackson? Good times?
Well, it was fun, yeah.
Good.
I found some fossils. I'll be talking about that a little bit tonight, actually.
You have your certificate?
My what?
Your
the
realtor certificate.
Oh yeah,
I do.
Show it. You should show it.
I don't know if I can handle that real tour, but it is on the bucket list. I got to do it.
You didn't take the grandma tour, right?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't take that.
All right, guys, let's get into some fun. So evolution is a science fiction religion. Prove us wrong. We're looking for something better than what Holy Kool-Aid offered in his video there. So Jackson, let's start with you. What would you like to discuss? Again, we want to keep it to one point or one topic at a time, and then go that way. So Jackson, let's hand it to you. Go ahead.
All right. My main point is about the fossil record, and I kind of take it almost as a personal insult when he says there is no fossil record, because I found quite a few fossils.
Well, who said that?
What?
Who said that there wasn't a fossil record?
I did.
Kent said that.
Dr. Ken Hovind, the science gent?
Listen, I have found thousands of fossils as well. Like I said, they don't talk. There's no date on them. There is no record. There are fossils. I've never denied that. They come from Noah's flood. But I'm telling you, you cannot read something into them that's not there. We don't see any of them changes. We don't see animals today changing like that. So
my argument today is not that they're changing. It's that they're found in a certain order. And it really is hard to argue that they aren't. This fossil here, I found this in Alabama, actually, by the Alabama River.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, I knew it was an Eocene strata based on the geologic map of Alabama. And also some index fossils. That's another thing you don't like so much. But this oyster, find them in the hundreds there, it's Eocene in age, or in whatever you want to call it. And this I found in eastern Arkansas. It's the same thing, same kind of oyster, but in eastern Arkansas, Eocene. You'll never find one of those types of oysters in like the Carboniferous of Arkansas or the Carboniferous of Alabama, but you will find them in both places in the Eocene. The reason for that is there used to be a sea in the southeast of the United States during this period. Now, it's called paleobiogeography. You can find these similar things from the similar time period in areas where there used to be, say, a sea. But you'll never find one of these in New York in the Eocene, if there is, or you'll never find one in the Carboniferous of Arkansas in a similar location.
So
why
Jackson,
would that be?
oh, I'm sorry. Were you asking your question?
Yeah, that was the. I'm just saying, why would all that be?
So why do we find fossils in some layers but not others? Is that right?
Essentially.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Well, how do you know it's Eocene? Because you found an oyster shell. There are oysters alive today, Jackson. You can buy them today. There are oysters alive today.
They know it's Eocene. They catalog it as Eocene before they know the fossils in it a lot.
Jackson, there is no such thing as an Eocene layer. There is no such thing as a geologic column. How on earth can you guys claim these layers are different ages? I've asked hundreds of times.
I find the creationists tend to say the more there's evidence for something, they have to say, well, it doesn't exist at all.
No, listen, it doesn't exist
totally
at all.
Cast it aside.
No, I keep asking the question, how can the layers be different ages? Where are they coming from? Are they coming from outer space? Is the Earth, is it like dipping it in chocolate, getting a new layer every once in a while? Every speck of dirt on the planet is the same age. There is no geological.
I've responded to that question probably 15 times. I mean,
well,
I can only.
You've never given an answer that is true or makes sense.
I've given my answer, and I've given the answer that
I can make 20 layers in this sand art toy in a matter of 3 or 4 minutes. All the layers are the same age. Watch the video, experiments in stratification. The layers form sideways.
Well, they're the same age, but which one is down first?
All of the layers are the same age. And if they're being deposited horizontally with tidal flow, you could have a fossil found on top that's actually older than one found in the bottom. The way they find these fossils has nothing to do with
that way, but it isn't.
It is.
Jackson, do you realize whenever we talk about the geologic column, we're not saying that there's not layers. We're just putting into question the aging of the layers and how man has classified them. But we do acknowledge that there are layers. You do understand that, right?
Of course I do. Yes, I know you say there are layers, but you tend to say that there's no order to them in from one place to another. You can't line them up. You can't learn anything from them really about the past.
Jackson, let me take one topic at a time. Yes, there is an order to the fossils a little bit. They're sorted based upon lots of common sense reasons. Maybe clams are found at the bottom because they're already at the bottom when a flood starts. Of course, they're the first ones buried. Birds would be found on top, not because they evolved last. Birds can fly around till they run out of gas, and then they float, hollow feathers, hollow bones. They might be sorted based upon body density, based upon mobility, based upon intelligence. We don't know what Noah's flood did all that for that year Noah's in the ark. The crust of the earth shifting back and forth because it was all broken up, and it's still broken up today. The plates of the earth shifting around, the tide going back and forth. There's a phenomenon called tidal pumping. When the water is pulled up by the moon, it has to rush in to fill the bump. When it goes down for low tide, it rushes out. It's the sideways movement that made all the fossils. And here's
precisely.
Hang on. Here's a journal. A journal you should respect. American Journal of Science. They knew this 50 years ago. The intelligent layman has long suspected circular reasoning in the use of rocks to date fossils and fossils to date rocks. The geologists have never bothered to think of a good reply. They're arguing in a circle.
The quote, but I'm pretty sure that's relative dating. There's absolute dating also.
Well, let's stick with one at a time. They date the rocks by the fossils. You knew that was Eocene rock because you found an Eocene oyster in it. That's how you knew.
It was Eocene because of the geologic map, and I happened to find a fossil that fit there.
Okay. How did those people know it's Eocene? See, this whole geologic column. No, this whole geologic column was made up 120 years before there was any radiometric dating. Okay.
Sure, but they didn't map it out then.
Well,
they didn't map out where it was on the globe.
They sure did in the mid-1800s.
In England, not in Arkansas or Alabama.
Okay. Encyclopedia Britannica says they're arguing in a circle. The age of rocks is determined by the organism. The age of the organism is determined by the rock layer. This guy said in New Scientist magazine, ever since William Smith at the beginning of the 19th century, fossils have been and still are the best and most accurate method of method of dating and correlating the rocks. I can think of no cases of radioactive decay being used to date fossils. They date igneous rock. They can only date igneous rock.
Right, igneous rock. Yeah, I think you got that for me. But anyway,
Jackson, I understand way more about this than you understand.
They don't date the fossil itself. That's
right.
what I mean.
They bracket it with different layers from a volcanic explosion of some kind, if there is any in that area. But the whole geologic column does not, radiometric dating would not have been feasible if the geologic column had not been erected first. There's no way to look at a fossil and say how old it is. This is Niles Eldredge, a major brand name evolutionist, unless you know the age of the rocks. This poses a problem. If we date the rocks by the fossils, how can we then turn around and talk about changes in time over through the fossil record? The rocks date the fossils, but the fossils date the rocks more accurately because circularity is inherent. You have to use circular reasoning. You guys do not admit it. You deny it. You admit it, calling it a common practice. Evolution is documented by geology, is what you're saying, Jackson. And geology is documented by evolution. It's a circular argument all the way through. There is no such thing as an Eocene era. Every speck of dirt on the planet is the same age. If you think,
yep.
I'll show you. If you think the Eocene, here, let me ask you a question. According to the geologic column, the Eocene era is about 55 million years old, whereas the Carboniferous era. You will, yeah. The Archean era is 2.5 billion. So down at the bottom of the geologic column, you have the Archean at 2.5 billion, the Eocene at 55 million. Where was all the Eocene dirt sitting, waiting to land for 2.4995 billion years?
I've answered this question like 15 times again.
That doesn't mean you gave it. I taught school 15 years. I had kids give wrong answers all the time. You've given a wrong answer 15 times. Give it again.
How do you understand the difference between relative dating and absolute dating?
I agree. I do very well. Yes. And there's no such thing as absolute dating either. Okay. All of the radiometric dating has real serious assumptions built into it. And in a court of law, they wouldn't hold up.
Jackson, is your argument, if I could reiterate and tell me if this is accurate, are you saying in light of this relative versus absolute dating point that you and Kent, all the atoms in your bodies are the same age, although you and Kent are different ages?
That's a decent analogy,
That's
I guess. But what is what I was asking is what inconsistencies are there with radiometric dating? Let's see if we can dive into that.
I've covered that many times in my seminar. If you're going to tell how much carbon-14 was in the atmosphere 6,000 years ago, you agree. You agree that the plants absorbing CO2 as they breathe make it part of their tissue. The animals eat the plants and make it part of their tissue. A tiny, tiny fraction, I think it's 0.000, I forget the number, 765% or something. A very tiny amount of the CO2 in the atmosphere is radioactive. Okay, that's what they're measuring, this real tiny percentage.
Right.
When the animal dies, it stops taking in new carbon-14, a carbon of any kind. Okay, it died. Stops eating or stops breathing in the case of a plant. So they're looking at today's amount of CO2, of carbon-14 in the atmosphere, and using that as their ruler. Let's say today you have 10 molecules per million, and in 5,730 years, it's going to decay to 5 molecules per million. Well, that's the rate of decay today, and you're starting with today's initial content. You don't know the initial content. If indeed the Bible is true, and the world had a canopy of...
Jackson,
when uranium decays into lead, you can track the lead back based on how much that daughter isotope of lead is in that sample. You can track it back and deduce how much original of that uranium parent element.
No, you cannot. Jackson, you cannot track it back at all. Uranium and lead are both useful products. Maybe the original creation contains some of each. Maybe if you got a rock,
and sometimes it does, and they take that into account.
Right. Well, if you pick up a rock of any kind and find it has some carbon or some uranium-238 and some lead, and you assume it started as all uranium and all the lead is a daughter product, there's your false assumption. You can't possibly know such a thing. Your Honor, dismiss this case.
No, Jackson, real quick. If you explained it 16 times, Kent Hovind has explained that at least 300 times that I can count. It's probably more like in the 3,000. So 3,000 or 30,000 times Ken Hovind has explained that. So why don't you accept that he's right? You did. You said that you were right 16 times. Ken Hovind said he's right about.
No, I didn't say I was.
Hovind
I
actually
didn't say it
gave
that way.
correct
I
explanation.
said I've explained this before. I mean, we're just having the same conversation. Let's
Jackson,
try to have a new
in the original subject, you do agree that I mean, you have no choice to agree that layers can be deposited rapidly. You do agree with that?
They can be, yeah, and often are.
Well, Jackson, for the sake of anyone that's just tuned in, maybe hearing this for the first time, can you answer Kent's question about where all the dirt came from?
The dirt came from an accretion disk.
No. The question was, how can the Eocene layer be 2.4995 billion years younger? Where was that dirt sitting, waiting to land? Did it come from outer space? How can that layer be a different age?
A long time ago, and they're measuring the radio. They're not measuring the whole of it. They're measuring different radiogenic isotopes, turning into other radiogenic isotopes. They're not. You're not understanding this, and you're using that analogy I'm just talking about.
Believe me, I understand it. Okay, I really do understand it way better than you do. Okay, you guys are avoiding my question. If the layers are different ages, are they being added to the Earth from an external source? Moving them around doesn't change the age. Shuffling a deck of cards does not make the top card younger. Are the layers being added from outer space? Yes or no?
No, they're not. And
okay, then how can they be different ages?
But when a lava flow is deposited, a certain amount of argon-40 will be in it, and that'll decay from there into potassium, whatever.
Right.
So, yeah.
How does that change the age? How does that change the age of the dirt? I don't understand what you're saying.
The volcano is just recycling what's already here. It's melting rocks and pumping it out again. It's not changing the age of it.
But it's putting down a new deposit of a new ratio of argon-40.
But it doesn't change the age of it. It's recycling what was already here. I
but
have said a million
when
times.
This was laid down. That's what they're measuring.
Every speck
it's showing
of dirt.
You when this flow was laid down.
Okay, so if I shuffle a deck of cards, the top card has to be younger. And if I flip over the sand art toy, the top layer has to be younger. No, every speck of sand in here is the same age. How can you not get a simple sand art toy?
I want to give the atheists a really easy explanation to Ken Hovind's argument on this, but it's so easy that I don't want to give it to you guys. I just want to see if you guys will find it. I'll talk to Ken Hovind privately about it. Okay. I mean, this conversation has been had so many times.
It has. I agree.
Well, here's why. The geologic column is their Bible. They will defend it to death, because if they can't have their geologic column and the layers being different ages, and we can't have evolution, the only other alternative is there must have been a designer. Either somebody made the world, or the world made itself. Nobody's thought of a third choice. And they don't like the idea of somebody making the world, because then maybe he's got some rules. They don't like those rules. So they'll deny his existence till they die.
Well, Hovind, the third option would be probably like the universe being eternal, the universe always being there. I think that would be like the third option. But the second law of thermodynamics refutes that, I believe.
You're right. Can't be.
Science really doesn't even show that. Science backs up the Bible. The science backs up the Bible, which shows that there was a beginning and that the universe is being stretched out, and the universe is expanding.
Well, Donnie, let me give a 2-minute explanation and let Jackson. I've said this many times and never had it refuted. If you walk into a room and you find a candle burning on the table, and I ask you the simple question, when was it lit? How long has it been burning? We can do what's called empirical science. We can measure the candle. Everybody's going to agree it is 7 inches tall. No argument. That's a scientific fact. Then we watch how fast it burns. And we get Olympic stopwatches and we measure it to the nearest bazillionth of a second. And we all agree it's burning an inch an hour. So I go back to my question. We got 2 facts on the table. It's 7 inches tall. It's burning an inch an hour. When was it lit? You still cannot answer that simple question unless you make some assumptions. How tall was it to start with? How tall was it? You don't know that. Has it always burned at the same rate?
The candle was.
No, listen. Jackson, you're not getting it. When you find a rock and it contains some contains some potassium argon, or potassium and argon, you're assuming you know how much was in it when it started. Potassium decays to argon. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, based on how much radiogenic argon is in a sample, you can tell how much radiogenic potassium was in it originally.
You don't know the original content.
Dude,
you have a degree in radiometric dating.
I want to make a quick point, but Jackson, if today they're dating rocks, newly formed rocks from volcanic eruptions, and they're finding a mix of parent and daughter isotopes, right? They're getting dates for newly formed rocks of millions to billions of years. And we know when those rocks were formed. So why would we take a rock in the so-called geologic column? We don't know when it was formed. We didn't see it formed, and assume that that is an accurate age, even though the rocks that were just formed were getting inaccurate ages.
You're getting an inaccurate age because there's not going to be enough radiogenic anything to measure, the daughter element to measure.
So how long do we have to wait before we can measure it?
They're probably getting it down to something around 100,000 years, perhaps.
Oh, so then we have to assume that the Earth is old.
That's called blind faith.
In order to actually date newly formed rocks. I mean, that's circular reasoning. So okay, wait. So we have to wait 100,000 years before we can date a newly formed rock.
Well, with
circularity
dating or something, but not carbon-14.
Here, Jackson, let's do a blind test. This is what real science is about. Let's take a lava flow, and let's break the lava sample up into 10 different samples, seal it in bags, send it to 10 different laboratories. Don't tell them a thing. I guarantee you will not get the same date from all 10 laboratories unless they're brought into this secret. They're going to all give a different date. Why would they all give a different date?
A lot of people seem to think that's how it works because of Andrew Snelling's work, but Andrew Snelling kind of went out of his way to do the process wrong. I mean, if you read his papers and read papers on radiometric dating from secular sources, he's really going out of his way to do everything he can wrong. He's
Jackson, real quick question. Have you ever done radiometric dating?
No, I haven't.
I have.
Okay.
I'm telling you, it doesn't work.
All right.
God bless you.
I have a master's degree in geology with a concentration in magnetic-based geophysics. I am telling you, the age of the Earth cannot be older than, say, a couple 100,000 years. Otherwise, it would decay. Not only that, the geologic time scale that you use today starts in Cambrian, ends in our current age. Do you know how much time? Let me talk. Do you know how much period that is? If we take the entire Earth history according to the geologic time scale, how much time of Earth's history? What percentage of Earth's history is Cambrian to our current age? What percentage?
What percentage? Not.
It's around 11%. So all that time. So all that time that you say is millions of years is only around 11% of what you say Earth happens. So 11% we have the Cambrian explosion, and then we see everything here today. Your own geologic time scale is proof of intelligent design because everything starts at around 11%. So around 11% history, we see an explosion of history, and we see that constantly with an explosion of life. So your own geologic time scale, work that I've done and work that I've studied, I literally know the geologic time scale like the back of my hand. I literally did an entire class on it. So I'm telling you right now, hate to say it, you know nothing about geology or geophysics. I've studied this. I am telling you right now, every single argument for the geologic time scale is actually proof for creation.
Okay. So what about radiometric dating is flawed? Explain that.
So here's how radiometric dating works. So take a rock, for example. So since he was using potassium, I'll just talk about potassium. So potassium argon is used to date volcanic eruptions. So real quick, do you know what the half-life of potassium argon is? Or potassium 40?
It's in the billion something years.
It's around 1.3 billion years.
Yeah.
Supposedly around. Now, the big question is, did anyone watch it for that long?
Say again?
Did anyone watch it for that long?
Of course not.
Exactly. It's an unobservable amount of time. Science is observable, testable, and provable. So
that's your argument.
Here's the thing. If we test it on things that do work, things that we know the age of, it doesn't work. And then we test it on things that we don't know the age of, it's assumed to work.
Well, it tested Mount Vesuvius and it got the right age.
They tested on Mount Vesuvius and they got the right age. Which one?
Yes.
Like which rock?
What do you mean?
They
Which
tested
rock?
on Mount Etna as well. They didn't get the right age. Kent, you know that.
Yeah, because it's a more recent eruption, and they tested some intentionally.
Phantom, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the channel. Welcome everyone else. Just really quick, Kent's with us for just a limited time, but the show's going to go on after Kent is done. And so we're going to hand it back for Kent, but I hope you guys stick around so we can continue this conversation. But again, welcome to everyone.
Awesome.
I have kind of a limited amount of time as well, but here I am.
All right. Well, real quickly here. My sister lives right near Mount St. Helens. I've been up there, studied it intently. They took lava flow from Mount St. Helens, sent it to 10 different laboratories. I'm trying to find my slides here, and got 10 different numbers. They would pick the number that they want, and they would look at it and say, wow, how did they'll say this tested too old. We know it just formed. How do you know it's too old? Because you saw it form. What if you didn't see it form? What if you found a rock and buried 500 feet underground? Now you're going to assume that your dating method works. When we, like he said, Phantom said, when we test it on objects of known age, it doesn't work. When you test it on objects of unknown age, you assume it works. This is called stupid. There's no kind way to say it.
I'd like to correct you. To quote Sabrina Carpenter, that's called nonsense.
Okay, nonsense. Okay, there we go. I like stupid. My mommy would get mad if I said it, but she's gone now, so it's okay.
God bless your mother's soul.
Okay. Yeah.
See, that's the main thing with this. I've actually done radiometric dating. I've literally been out to the field. I've had to use all of that because I have a master's in geology. If you don't believe me, that's your problem.
Well, I didn't say I don't believe you. So you know that you've read Snelling's papers then.
I would have said I don't believe him because I don't know anything about this guy, so he could be totally lying.
I mean, he could be making it up, but I'm not going to say that. I mean, he could be talking.
If you think I'm making it up, okay, that's your problem.
I didn't.
No, I'm going to jump in. I feel like we've now discussed dating methods in the geologic column for more than enough time to give the audience the necessary information to make an objective analysis, right? Did Jackson bring a good line of evidence there? Jackson, did you want to, Kent? Go ahead.
Okay, one more thing. Keep in mind, all of this argument for the last 15 minutes is only to rescue the hero that they need, time. This still has nothing to do with evolution. Even with billions of years, there's no evidence for evolution. But he's trying frantically to rescue his god, time, that can change a frog to a prince.
No, he's trying to rescue himself.
Well, that's the whole purpose of all this radiometric dating argument is to try to rescue their god, which is time. Even if there's billions of years, it still doesn't evolve. Nothing evolves. So I think it's a waste of time to argue about the time, but go ahead.
Jackson, most evolutionary biologists and geneticists would argue that the best way to answer this question of ancestry, the best way to demonstrate whether or not evolution is true is through genetics and biology. Okay, that's real-time evidence, empirical evidence. A bone, a rock, those things aren't inherited, sperm and egg, right? Genes, traits, and genetics are. And so do you have a line of evidence from biology, perhaps genetics, something that we can observe in real time, something that's empirical to show the validity of large-scale evolution?
Sure, I know we've talked about this just again a lot, but endogenous retroviruses. And let me just ask you, if they aren't being inherited by through a common ancestry, why does it track back that humans share most with chimpanzees, less with gorillas, less with orangutans, less with old world monkeys, less with new world monkeys, less with prosimians? Why does it track back how you would expect?
Because that's how you claim it tracks. You don't have any actual evidence of that.
Can I share my screen?
Well, real quick, I want Jax. Are you asking Kent?
Well,
Donny, you've already done whole programs on ERVs. I'm looking for my slides. I got 50,000 slides to sort.
I've written a book on ERVs behind me.
And you take the ERV question while I find my stuff. Okay.
Yeah, Jackson.
So Jackson, if ERVs are largely created units of DNA function rather than the ancient remnants of past viral infections. Okay, if they were designed that way in the same way that multiple manufacturing companies, they design their vehicles with engines. Okay. Well, then a nested hierarchical distribution of them in the biological world would not be surprising, because we look a lot more similar to a chimpanzee than we do to a dog or a banana plant. Okay.
Yeah,
So it makes sense that,
Can I ask
guys, I'm trying to finish my thoughts, please. Okay. So if these are created units of DNA function, and we understand that the evidence suggests that they're functional in embryological development, they're functional in determining cell types in the immune system. Okay, then yeah, it's not a surprise that we share more with a chimpanzee than we do with an orangutan or a dog, because we look more similar to a chimpanzee than we do a dog anyways, Jackson.
All right. You brought up nested hierarchies and engines, which is actually a kind of a point I was wanting to make. See, you could do a nested hierarchy of cars based on the piston engines, and which is like 99% of cars, but then you have the rotary engines, and they don't really fit in this hierarchy. So if humans can create things outside of the major hierarchy, why is God not creating totally unique designs like this?
Well, we do find in the biological world, we do find examples that fit the hierarchical patterns. Okay. And then we find examples that don't. We see breaks in that hierarchy. We see inconsistencies, right? Like orphan genes don't have any consistent hierarchical distribution in the biological world. And even within the ERVs, there's certain ERVs that don't fit the expected pattern. I do have papers on that I could bring forth. And so, yeah, overall, your sedans do share a lot more with a hatchback than they do with a semi-tractor trailer or an airplane or a boat. So these hierarchical patterns are just indicative of design, I would argue, and I would predict function for that, rather than hierarchies by descent. Jackson, does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense.
So with that, I have a question for Jackson. So if evolution is true, then it'd be happening today, correct?
Say again?
If evolution is true, it'd be happening today, correct?
True.
Okay. So if that's the case, can you predict what my cat will evolve into?
No, because a cat's not going to give birth to something else in one generation.
Wait, what was that? What was that?
A cat in one generation? Yeah, no, it's not.
Thank you. So if it can't happen, so it's not going to happen in one generation. I know where you're going. You're going to say populations evolve, not
right.
singles evolve. So here's the deal. If one thing is different than all the others, that doesn't mean it's no longer a thing. All right. Here's the deal. I know if I step on a roach right now, it's still going to die. Okay. Roaches may become resistant to pesticides, but they will never become resistant to your foot. Evolution has limits. Okay. So if that's the case, everything has limits. And if we're going to say everything comes from genes and mutations and whatnot, how can that happen if there was no being in the beginning without all the previous genes that needs to be spread down? How many different...
maybe the roaches that avoid your foot are the ones that pass on their genes.
Well, how they stop... They can keep avoiding it as much as they want, but as soon as they step on it, I'm still going to die.
And then they don't pass on their genes.
Exactly. So how when will it become the point where they can pass on their genes when they won't be able to die when I step on my foot?
Say that again. Your mic broke up a little bit.
At what point will, if I step on a roach, at what point well, how many times will it take for me to step on a roach before it won't die?
How many generations?
How many generations?
Yeah, how many generations will it take?
If you want, I guess.
I mean, this is basically an argument against natural selection, which you guys say you believe.
How many generations will it take? Can you
this is a dumb question, to be honest with you. It's
not.
I mean, this is
Here, see, the reason why it's a dumb question is because we can't predict it.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
because I answered it. It's because the ones that avoid the foot are going to live and pass on their genes. Maybe the faster ones, the slow ones that get hit with your foot are going to not pass on their genes.
So what if they
Can
just,
I ask a question?
what if they just
Yeah,
get
hold-
faster? What if they get faster, but they don't get
Fellas.
physically stronger?
We're gonna let Jackson answer that question, but you know, Jackson is our resident critic. He's always respectful and kind, so we're gonna one at a time. But after you answer that question, Jackson, Lupin will have you ask that question one last time. But then we're gonna kick it back to Ken for his time while he's here. But then when Kent's gone, and hopefully you guys are gonna stick around, then Jackson sticks around. We'll continue. So go ahead, ask your question. Lupin, that was you. You got a question for Jackson? Then we're going to kick it back to
Oh
Ken.
man, let me see if I can remember what I even wanted to ask after talking about.
If you can't, I have one.
For 30 minutes. No, I got it. It's okay. May I share my screen, please?
I'm not able to do that right now.
Okay.
Oh,
well, there we go. There we go. So I would say on the bottom, like right corner, is probably like the most specific one. What do you think those skulls are, Jackson?
Those are Neanderthals.
Neanderthals. So, did the Neanderthals, were they at once? What were they? How were we? What's the word we were using for the cockroaches? Generations. Like, if we go back enough generations, were they something like Lucy?
Humans would be too, but we share a common ancestor with Neanderthals. We're not descended from Neanderthals.
Sharing a common ancestor is pretty close to descendants. But if we're not descendants of Neanderthals, what are we descendants of?
That's crazy. Just my reaction to that we're not
be more like
Homo
erectus. Homo erectus.
I have a question, if at all.
Well, hold on. So Jackson, your response is that Homo erectus is our common ancestor?
Most likely the common ancestor of Neanderthal and humans, yes.
And Kent, what would you say about that? And then we'll try to squeeze in another. Are you muted, Kent? Yeah, you got no sound, Kent.
Okay. The Bible clearly teaches before the flood came, the people lived over 900 years. Many ancient cultures have a legend called the Golden Age, when man used to live to be 1,000. Just Google Golden Age. They have this in non-Christian countries, people that don't have Bibles. In ancient Chinese, ancient India, they talked about, oh yeah, there was a time when man used to live to be 1,000, called the Golden Age. Well, it's a simple biological fact. The more you use a muscle, the more the bone grows. So if you're constantly pulling on the bone at a certain region, the bone will thicken and enlarge. So I think the eyebrow ridge of the Neanderthals is larger because they were living to be 900 years old, which means a lot more chewing and a lot more use of the muscles. And so the bone would get bigger. It's still an eyebrow ridge. It's nothing else. I'm trying to find my slides on that. There are people today.
Juvenile Neanderthals?
There are people today that look like Neanderthals. Okay. And there are people today that live in caves. Okay.
One of them lives in the White House.
Well, yeah.
Yes. Why are there no juvenile Neanderthals?
No, why are there juvenile Neanderthal fossils?
Well, I don't know.
Because maybe they died.
Well, maybe there was.
They're old. He's making the argument that they're old. They're all old, and that's why their skull's different.
I'm telling you, with old age, this happens. Okay, the strengthening and lengthening of the bones, the occipital bone will grow and enlarge just from tipping your head up and down. Now, maybe that was the original design of humans. Period. Maybe Adam and Eve looked that way, and we've lost something because we don't live that long. We don't no longer need that function. But the fact that there's a longer skull on some bones that we find in the dirt and a shorter skull on most humans today is not evidence of one changing to the other. Like I've said many times, you guys never answer. Finding bones in the dirt, all you know is it died. You could not prove any of those Neanderthals had one child that lived. You certainly couldn't prove they had children that lived that were different. Why are you giving ability for a bone in the dirt to do something? You can't either. You think this bone in the dirt, this fossil, was able to do something that nobody today can do. There's a lot of humans on the planet. Why don't they make some of this non-human?
Well, you can tell that Neanderthals reproduced and continue their lineage because humans have a little bit in them. Genetic analysis is proven.
You evaded my question, Your Honor. How do you know that skeleton you found in the dirt that you're calling a Neanderthal, how do you know that one had children that lived?
That individual one, you don't.
Correct. You don't, but
as a population, you do from genetics. For
so
Neanderthal,
you know that they did. Are you willing to entertain the idea that maybe that was the original design and we have now lost something? We have a smaller brain. Their brain was 13% bigger.
The original design and interbred with it?
No. The Neanderthal's brain is about 13% bigger than the average human today. It looks to me like we're losing something, not gaining something, Jackson.
Not only that, they still died.
And they still died, yeah.
Well,
and
if there was a flood,
well, they're extinct. They became extinct.
And if there was a flood, then there would be juvenile Neanderthals as well.
I know.
Smaller, but larger.
Well, first,
still.
I don't know that there haven't been some found. Keep in mind, this evolution religion is carefully protected. You can't publish in a peer-reviewed journal if it doesn't support the evolution theory. You can't publish in a peer-reviewed journal in North Korea if you don't bow down and worship King Jong funny haircut guy. You know they're not going to publish
peer-reviewed journals there.
Well, so my point is,
real quick, can I give you another example?
Evolution's a carefully protected religion. They may have found things that go against the theory, but they don't get published. Maybe they're hidden in the basement of the Smithsonian, like people claim there's big human skeletons down there. I don't know. Maybe there are. If there are 15-foot skeletons, goes against evolution. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so another example of this, arguably what many people consider to be the most famous transitional fossil, the Archaeopteryx. Here's the thing. Do you know how many Archaeopteryx fossils we found total?
In total, like a dozen of them.
About 12. And all of them are found in one location, in one formation.
Mm-hmm.
Does that really sound... There's birds and lizards that live all over the planet. If that's really an ancestor, does that really sound like a transitional form?
Have you ever heard of Kai Hong?
Have you ever heard of what?
Kai Hong.
Kai Hong? Okay. Define it for me, please.
It's an animal, a fossil.
Oh. Okay, cool.
Yeah. You've heard of Anchiornis?
I've heard of a couple of them. I've heard of that one, yes.
Well, there are a bunch of feathered dinosaurs. It's not just Archaeopteryx.
I know there's a bunch of them. My point is, if that's the case, you say they're feathered dinosaurs. Mm-hmm. First, you need to define what a dinosaur is.
In this case, a theropod.
Okay, then that's circular reasoning, because birds are theropods. Boom.
In what way is saying a theropod is a dinosaur circular reasoning?
Because birds are theropods. So when you say a feathered theropod, you're calling it a bird. So that's circular reasoning.
Well, Jackson, some would argue in the creationist camp that your list of dinosaurs or extinct species include both true birds with feathers and dinosaurs with collagen fibers all conflated together as one. And so that's a major issue associated with this feathered dinosaur debate.
Can I share my screen real quick?
Well, hang on.
Yeah, but we're probably going to get into that in detail. So first, I want to hand it to Kent. Kent, go ahead.
30 seconds. I've debated Jackson several times. This whole program tonight is with Jackson. You got a lot of people waiting to get on. I mean, can we just schedule a separate debate with Jackson? Do it again.
You know, I think the rest of the panel, as far as what I've been hearing from everybody, are creationists.
Oh,
so are there any other evolutionists on the panel other than Jackson to take the challenge?
Okay.
Or in the chat listening, maybe you want to come up and, help Jackson out, or not that he needs your help, right?
Oh, Ken Hovind.
I saw Andrew in the comment section.
Can I say, yeah, sorry, Jackson, I'm on the creationist side, but I'm still holding out for you. I always admire Kent's patience with a lot of these people that he's debated multiple people, and I appreciate you coming on as well, Jackson. You've always been good, so we're praying for you. Have you ever heard of Trey Smith before, Ken Hovind?
Trey Smith. Yes, I don't remember where, but yes. Remind me if you would.
Well, he's he's a young Earth creationist too. He's a little bit quirky. He's a Christian. He does a very good presentations. I recommend any Christian go watch him. It's going to verify a ton of stuff that you say. But I would recommend or ask maybe if your tech team could send him out some emails, because I would love to see you guys have a dialogue. I think that would be one to remember.
Okay.
Also, there's a Seventh-day Adventist named Walter Reith. If you're ever going to discuss the Mark of the Beast, he does a really good job with that. And Evolution too. Evolution and Walter Reith. I think you guys would be able to destroy it easily, and it would be very entertaining. That's Trey Smith and Walter Reith.
All right, thank you, sir.
That's it for me.
Okay.
All right.
Now we've also
go
ahead, Sam.
I was just going to say, Godzilla Freak, welcome, and Dustin, welcome, and Robert, welcome. And I'm wondering if you guys have any questions or comments to Kent before we.
I have not for Kent.
Yeah, Dustin has one, but yeah, God bless you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to bring in some of our audience questions then. So we've got one here from Rosina Keller for you, Kent.
Okay.
Evolution doesn't add anything new. I think what we were saying was natural selection is not a creative process, and mutations are not going to add the necessary genetic material for selection to act upon. So there's nothing really novel and meaningful. So the question is, what does he mean by new? What does he expect if evolution to create?
Okay. Here is the chart taught in millions of public school textbooks worldwide, not just America, showing a protozoa or a single celled creature evolving into everything. Let's just take a bird. Does a protozoa have lungs like a bird? Does a protozoa have legs? Does a protozoa have wings? Does it have eyes? Does it have ears? Does it have a mechanism to smell? Does it have a mechanism to sense the magnetic field to navigate? The bird has a lot of things that are new to a protozoa. How did the protozoa become a bird over billions of generations? It has to be adding lots of new things. That's what I mean. We never see that.
Okay, very good, Kent. And here's another one. This is a super chat from the same person. Abiogenesis. So this goes back to earlier. Holy Kool-Aid was saying that abiogenesis and biological evolution should not be conflated. They're different. But as we pointed out, Kent, they've always referred to abiogenesis, quote unquote, as organic evolution, I think is what they've considered it.
Right.
So still a form or type of evolution. So here's the question. Abiogenesis is no part of evolution, like blasting sand, silica, is no part of software engineering.
Oh, silica is an essential part of creating the material for software engineering to even work with. And getting life to start is essential to get it to evolve. So don't just tell me how it evolved. Let's go back up. I want to hear it from the beginning. If I said, okay, let's start with the assumption. Oh, where'd it go? Here. Sorry, I got to the wrong one. Let's start with the assumption that elephants can fly. Okay, stop right there. They can't fly. We're not going to start with that assumption. You guys start with the assumption that we got living things. No, you don't. You don't have a good theory unless you can explain where did living things come from. Here we go. We can't start with that assumption that elephants can fly because they can't fly. They want to skip the first 4 steps of this stages of evolution, which are essential. These are the 6 necessary steps you have to go through. You have to have cosmic evolution to create time, space, and matter. They don't want to talk about that one. You have to have chemical evolution because your stupid Big Bang only created hydrogen, helium, and lithium. How do you get uranium, platinum, and gold? They don't want to talk about that. Chemical evolution, but it's an essential part of the theory. Then you have to have stars and planets forming. Nobody's ever seen a star or planet form. We see them blow up. The stars blow up once in a while, nova or supernova. That's the opposite of what you need. There's a lot of stars out there. Come to Lenox, Alabama. Go up on our sand dune and watch. I'll show them to you, okay? Then you have to have life get started somehow. They don't want to talk about that. They want to say, well, we've already got living things. No, you don't. Stop. You don't have a complete theory. You have a religious fairy tale. Just like me saying, let's say elephants could fly. No, they can't. And life can't start from non-living material. Then macroevolution is when an animal changes to another kind of animal. That's never been observed. All we've seen is what is misnamed microevolution, variations within the kind. I agree. That one happens. The first 5 are purely religious. And I think if you go back and look at the topic for the debate tonight, evolution is nothing but a pagan religious cult. That's my title. Prove us wrong. Nobody has proved us wrong. It's a religious cult. You believe in it, guys. And some of you believe in it very strongly. Congratulations. The Muslims believe very strongly in their religion. Look at the guys over there bombing Israel.
Amen, Kent.
Very strongly.
It is 100% a belief.
I have your back, Kent.
It's a belief. It's a religion. And believing it strongly, being willing to die for your cause is not proof it's true. Look at Hezbollah. There's a lot of people really seriously, honestly believe in their religion. That doesn't make it true. You evolutionists are nothing but a religious cult, a very zealous religious cult. And you've succeeded in taking over the school system. Congratulations. Hitler succeeded in taking over Germany, didn't he? Stalin succeeded in taking over Russia. The guy with the funny haircut succeeded in taking over North Korea. That doesn't make it true. You guys don't get it. It's nothing but a religion.
They can't even admit it. They can't even admit that it's a belief. It's a belief.
Put it to you this way. I'm going to distinguish the difference between science and a belief. Here it is. Science is testable, it's observable, it's repeatable, and it's predictable. I asked Jackson earlier, he couldn't predict what my cat would evolve to in the next few generations. That's number 1. Number 2, can you observe something over millions of years? No, you can't. Number 3, can you test something over millions of years? No, you can't. So what are we left with? And also, since you can't predict it, you can't repeat it. So it's because over millions of years, you can't repeat it as well. So what are you left with?
Well, actually, I saw Dan dissing me in the comments saying how terrible I am at this. So I'll just let him take it from here. So
hold on. Before
Dan.
Dan would never say such a thing about you, Jackson.
Yeah.
Before we turn Dan loose here, just want to welcome you, Dan. Welcome, Neff, and welcome, Archangel. Archangel, you said in the comments that you have a lay perspective, and maybe you have a question for Kent or two, really quick. Would you like to get that out of the way? Archangel, you're on mute, bud.
Let me jump in to reiterate that, because Dan and Kent will probably be going at it for a little longer than a couple minutes. Archangel, let's start with you, okay? So you said that you're on the evolution side. Appreciate you joining, and that you had a question regarding the title, Science Fiction Religion. So let's allow you to ask your question. We'll have Kent engage it, and then we'll move on to Dr. Dan here.
Mostly, hi, I'm Archangel. Mostly, I was just wondering how did you get to the title of evolution as a religion? Like, is it? I just want to genuinely know the thought process that you use to get to that.
Okay, well, I give the 6 different meanings of the word evolution. The first 5 are purely religious. They've never been observed. They're believed in very strongly, but they're not observable, testable science. They can only be accepted on religious faith. Evolutionists have faith that the whole universe fit in a dot the size of an atom. That's not science. That's faith.
By the way, that violates the law of conservation of energy.
Right. All of the first 5 are tenets of a religion. That's all. So yes, it's a legitimate title to say evolution is a religion. Prove me wrong. You guys want to start with living things. No. I want to know how dirt came alive. Show me, not just a theory. I want to, hey, if life can make itself in a warm little pond, well, let's build a warm little pond and make it happen again. I want to see it this time. If scientists could make life in the laboratory, and they've tried and cannot, all that would prove is it takes intelligence to make life. Well, that's what I've been saying all along. So yes, evolution is nothing but a religion. You're welcome to believe in it. I don't care what you believe, but don't call it science, and don't make me to pay to teach that to all the kids in the school. We're all paying for your religion to be taught. Go start a private school, teach evolution to those who wish to pay and come learn it. That's all.
Okay. So like, for your whole list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that you listed on there, would you say that there is a commonality between them, like just change over time? Would you be willing to accept that there is just change over time? There was something there, now there is something different.
Well, you want to start with something again. Where did the energy come from? Where did the matter come from?
I'm not even touching
I know
on
you
it.
don't
I'm
want to
just
go there
saying,
because that's number one, and you can't answer that. That's when
Huh?
you have to take on faith. You believe on faith there was something there. Where did it come from? All the energy of all the stars in all of the universe fit in a dot smaller than an atom? Come on. That's dumber than the flat earthers.
That's a great
Yeah, that
answer to a
violates
question.
also violates the law of conservation of energy.
That's a great answer to a question I did not ask on that.
Well, because you tried to skip over it. You
And I-
tried to say, let's assume there's something there. No. Where did the something come from? And where is the there? Where
I'm
did
just
space
asking
come
if there is a commonality on there of where you could just say that it is just change. Like you are definitely not a child anymore. You have definitely
Okay,
changed
hang on.
into what?
Hang on.
He wants to start with
Archangel,
something.
your question was, will you be willing to accept change into something different? Is that correct?
No, just there is a change. That's it.
Okay.
That's all I'm going for so
Define
far.
change.
Okay, if you
Change?
read
Yeah,
my number.
define
A change
the word
in size,
That change is kind of
change
subjective,
in
so I'm trying to get some middle ground. Define the word change.
a change in size, a change in looks, a change in additional armament. Like if you put on a jacket, that's a change because that is your change in outfit. Blah blah. Change in like an outfit kind of thing. So I'm just going. There is just a change. Something happened on there. Are you willing to just accept that there's just a change?
But big question is, what
Big
kind of
question.
change are you talking about?
I was just wanting to go for like common idea of change. That is it. At the moment.
Define common idea of change. Is it change of color? Is it change in size? What specific change are you talking about?
Okay, that is more for specifics.
Okay, no, I think the point is we don't really understand how your question is related to the topic at hand, right? It seems kind of random. Oh, do you think there's change? How is that related to the point being made?
Okay, let me see.
Well, this is my turn to answer, and I got to go here pretty soon. Yes, that's my number 6. If you read it, I agree there are variations, changes within the same kind and within limits. I showed how that there are varieties of dogs have now been mostly created by man. Most of them would not survive in the woods on their own. There's 339 recognized breeds of dogs by the American Kennel Association, and probably 300 of them wouldn't survive in the woods. So yes, there are changes. There are changes within limits, and it's still recognizable as a dog. But you want to take that information and twist it to say, wow, that's proof that we all came from an amoeba. And you want this chart to be taught to all the kids in school because we see changes that be in the dog varieties. Therefore, the dog is related to the eagle and to the octopus and the sunflower. This is stupid. Yes, there are changes, but they're within limits. That's what I've been saying for 35 years now.
That's why I was trying to ask what kind of change you were talking
about. I'm going to jump in, guys, because we have limited time. I want to make sure we get to all the guests. So we're going to give Kent the last word there. Archangel, feel free to stick around because we'll continue this discussion at the 2-hour mark. So for the last 10 minutes, we'll allow Dan and Kent to go back and forth. Dan is an evolutionary biologist. So if someone is going to have evidence for evolution, it's going to be Dan. Now, from my experience moderating the two of you, I know you guys are best friends and all, but you disagree on worldview and origins issues. So my recommendation is timed responses, 30 to 60 second timed responses, and that'll avoid any crosstalk, anything like that. And so why don't we therefore start with Dan. Dan, firstly, good to have you. Appreciate it.
Hi. Hey, folks. I'm Dan. I'm an evolutionary biologist. Channels, creation myths. Talk about why, this is all wrong. That's what I do.
Okay, go ahead. Give us your evidence.
So 30 Donnie, we doing 30 seconds? Is that the...
Yeah, let's go 30 seconds. Keep it a little more fast paced.
Yeah, 30 seconds. I dig it. Okay. So here's what I want to... for the first 30 seconds, there's going to be framing because, it takes time. But basically, what I'll start with is this. Kent's here saying evolution doesn't work. You can't create new things. Kinds always stay the same kind. Dogs always give birth to dogs. Yada, yada, yada. We've all heard it. He says none of the mechanisms work. Well, I got a whole list of mechanisms here, and I can give examples of how they work to do the things that Kent says they can't do. Now, I don't have, I'm probably already down to 10 seconds here, so I'll just say this. Let's start with genetic drift. Kent, tell us about genetic drift and what it is and what it can or cannot do.
Okay, that was essentially 30 seconds. So let's reset the timer, and I appreciate keeping it to one topic at a time. Kent, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, the genetic drift, the genetic code of any living creature is phenomenally complex. And within that code, there can be a drift back and forth. Two humans, a man and a woman, can produce 20 children. All of them have different variations. They're still human. The drift is limited. They're not going to drift into a banana. They're going to stay a human. Okay. The dogs have drifted back and forth between Chihuahua and Great Dane, mostly selected by man. Sure, there is genetic drift. It doesn't cause any evolution at all. It's limited to the same kind of creature. Every time we've observed it, every farmer on the planet will tell you there is genetic drift, but it's limited.
Okay. So
go ahead, Dan.
Okay, so you don't know what genetic drift means, right? That's
I just
what we
told you. I just told you what it means.
You didn't. You didn't get it right. That's not what genetic drift is. Have you ever heard of the phrase constructive neutral evolution? Have you heard of that?
Wait, before you answer, and I'll let you ask again to refresh. We're looking for evidence of evolution and not a quiz, and I appreciate
and Sam, in order we have to have the same vocabulary.
Hold on, Dan. But what we would like for you to do.
Okay, I'll just define it for him. Genetic drift.
No. This is me and Ken. No.
Yeah. So Dan, like, we're looking for evidence, not a mini quiz.
Yeah. Yes.
So that's what we're doing.
And not a lesson, like you talked at the beginning, Donnie. This isn't a time to lecture. Just tell me. Tell me.
All right. I'm just going to define it for him.
No, I'm jumping in. I'm jumping in. We're keeping it between Dan and Ken.
Jump into
okay, this isn't a free for all right now.
He's the expert, fellas. He's the expert. No one needs to hold Ken's hand here. I asked him to explain what genetic drift is. He got it wrong. He didn't do it. That's okay. Genetic drift is random changes in allele frequency in a population. That's what that means. That's what.
And actually, that's actually
okay. Phantom, I'm going to jump in. Phantom, I don't appreciate you just jumping in. Time after time after being told time after time not to do so. We're going to open it up. It'll be a free for all very soon. So just be patient and wait. Ken, Dan, let's start the Ken again.
Whoa, I got to get my next 30 seconds.
Donnie, I did answer his question very clearly. Genetic drift is the ability of the genetic code of two couples mating or something to the allele frequencies can vary, but they're limited, aren't they, Dan?
Okay, so thank you for, again, answering the question. Still not getting it right, but that's okay. For my next thing, I want to basically ask you if you've ever heard the phrase. I won't even take the whole 30 seconds. Have you heard the phrase? It's related to genetic drift because the point of genetic drift is that it's a neutral mechanism. It's a non-selective mechanism of evolution. Have you heard the phrase constructive neutral evolution? Have you heard that phrase? Do you know what that is?
I heard that phrase about 45 seconds.
So why doesn't it generate new traits, right? What is the limiting principle for constructive neutral evolution?
Well, I think the burden of proof is on you to show me that it does work. Show me an example where it's happened. Farmers have been trying to select for more milk or more beef or bigger cows or smaller cows. Dog breeders have been trying with intense human effort. They tried to make this happen, not just natural selection, artificial selection. And they're running into a brick wall every time. Show me an example where it has changed to something new. You're supposed to be defending your religion tonight. By the way, there's no such thing as a evolutionary biologist. Okay, they're two separate categories. Go ahead.
It's time. Dan, there you go.
I'm here. Sorry. Okay, so I want the audience to notice what Kent just did there because I asked a very specific question about constructive neutral evolution, which is a very specific mechanism of evolution, a subset of the neutral mechanisms of evolution. And what he did is he went to his script rather than answer the question, right? That's okay. We don't, if we want to talk about drift or neutral theory, constructive neutral evolution, that's fine. We can move on to another topic.
No, you tell me. That's fine. Stay on that topic. Stay on that topic. Tell me how that justifies teaching something like this. This is what's taught. Everything's related to an amoeba. Everything came from a single-celled creature of some kind. Okay, we'll call it an amoeba. How does what you just said justify teaching this to the children?
No, that's not what no, I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to just buy into your script. I'm going to do that.
That's not a
So
script.
here's
This
what,
is
so
what we're all
here's,
paying to
so,
teach.
hey, it's my turn. I get 30 seconds.
Wait,
You can
yeah,
answer my
hold
30
on,
seconds whether you
Dan,
want.
you're going to get your 30 seconds. I am timing it, by the way, for everyone to see, but just real quick. I mean, you're just running your inquisitive script, right? So you don't need to accuse people of doing the script because you're doing your script.
Amen.
He's doing his script. But what we're looking for again for the audience is proof of evolution, not questioning whether or not Kent knows something. I'm looking, Donnie, you're looking, Kent, I know you've been looking for, your hair's getting gray. You've been looking for so long. Mine is too. But yeah, so Dan, if you have that instead of a quiz script, that'd be great.
Hey, Sam.
Go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Hey, well, no. First of all, I'm going to say this to Sam because he did this last time I was here too, running interference for Kent when Kent doesn't know the answers to the questions. I see the clock going, and I appreciate that. Thank you. I hope you hold it up for Kent as well. So I want to, since look, constructive neutral evolution. Here's a mechanism for you: gene duplication, right? And we can talk about that if you want, but we all need to know what the words mean. Do you know what the Luria-Delbruck fluctuation test is? It's one of the most famous experiments in evolution. Have you heard of that? Because that explains how we get new traits.
So that's
Have you heard of that experiment?
So your question is gene duplication?
It's back to a quiz to show he's smart, I'm dumb.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yes,
Dan,
that's what it is, Kent.
I could give you 1,000 Bible questions you can't answer either.
Yeah, because I'm not a Bible. I'm not an expert in the Bible.
Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence that backs up this stupid chart that we're teaching the kids. Show me the evidence. This is what it's about tonight. The burden of proof is on you guys to show that evolution is not a religion. We believe all of this change from an amoeba to a whale is a religious belief. Show me how it isn't. That's the purpose of that's the purpose of the debate tonight.
Show us evidence of your fairy tale, Dan.
If I give you words, if I
Go ahead.
give you words and you don't know what they mean, then it's pointless. So I have to find something that you know what it means before I can talk about it.
Give me evidence. The words. Forget the words. Give me evidence. Show me where an animal has ever changed.
Okay, well, yeah, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dan. You got 15 more seconds. And then...
Yeah, so we can't talk about genetic drift. We can't talk about constructive neutral evolution because you don't know what those words mean. You don't know what the Luria-Delbruck fluctuation test is. How about recombination? That's a way to get new traits. How does recombination work? How does genetic recombination work?
Okay. Well, if I can mod again, and I'm sorry. So you do have a question. But again, for the audience, what we're looking for is evidence for evolution. So maybe Dan, maybe for your next response, just grant that Kent doesn't know the nomenclature or whatever, and just provide an argument or something like that. That'd be cool. So so please repeat your question and then your quiz, and then we'll let Kent answer, and then maybe you can give the evidence we're dying to have. So ask your question, please.
How does genetic recombination work?
Okay, the genetic code of any living creature is more complex than the entire space shuttle. It's more complex than the entire space program. The genetic code from one person, tied end to end and stretched out, would go across the solar system twice. There has to be copies of that code made. The DNA has to unzip itself, make a copy, zip back together. Sometimes it gets mistakes made, mutations in the copying process. But the copying process of the code is so phenomenal to find a mistake in it and to get it to make a duplication, for instance, duplicating the genes. If I say, here, I want you to read this book. Tell you what, I'm going to give you 50 copies of the book. It's still the same book, okay? Copying duplicating same information is not going to create anything new. It's a duplication of the same information.
That's time. So Dan, we're going to give you 46 seconds to provide your actual evolution evidence instead of a quiz, hopefully this time.
Yeah, so I'll start by pointing out that if Kent knew the answer, he would have answered the question. Instead, he went to his script about how complex DNA is, instead of actually saying, here's what recombination is, here's how it works, and here's why it's not evolution, right? But he didn't do that because he doesn't know how recombination works. But the way you get new traits via recombination is by combining this thing and that thing, and now they mix and match together through double-stranded DNA breaks, and then you get a new allele that didn't exist previously. What about horizontal gene transfer? That's a good one. That's a good mechanism. Does Kent know what horizontal gene transfer is?
Well, you're off to a new question before you answer
Yeah,
the last.
I am.
Well,
Yeah, so
I don't think you know what that is either.
Hold on, I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna interfere one more time. So I'm not sure how like the stream is gonna go, if we're gonna continue running the Dan script of the mini quizzes or what. But
as soon as Kent can answer, we can have a conversation.
Evidence for evolution.
As soon as he can answer, we can have a conversation about that topic.
Okay, let me jump in. If I could steal, man.
If he doesn't know the words, then we can't have a conversation about it, right?
Nomenclature. That's
like if someone tried to have
again, I'm going to jump in. So if I could
hang on,
steal,
Donnie,
man,
let me just make a real short, just 30,000 foot view thing. If someone tried to have a conversation with me about quantum physics, I could not have that conversation because I don't know what the words mean, right? So I'm trying to find a topic where I could have a back and forth with Kent. In order to do that, we have to establish common understanding of like what the basic terms mean. And so far, through recombination, through the Luria-Delbruck test, genetic drift, constructive neutral evolution, we even found that because Kent hasn't known what any of these words mean. And Sam said we should just stipulate that. So I have to keep trying new topics to find something, Kent, that I can talk about.
So
if I could jump in before anybody goes, guys, I'm going to jump. I'm going to steal, man, Dan. I understand what you're saying. We're going to give Kent a chance to respond. And so evidence for evolution, you're looking to recombination and then also horizontal gene transfer. So you've described recombination as basically being this process where you have pieces of DNA, they're broken, then they're recombined, they're shuffled to produce new combinations of alleles, is what you said. And then horizontal gene transfer.
Whoa, hang on. I asked Kent. We got to see if Kent can answer that. That's
no, but I'm not just defining it, but these are what you're saying.
Let's see if
are
he
evidence
can do it, Donnie. I came here to
trait.
talk to him about this stuff. Let's see if he can do it.
I would like the audience to notice that everything he has said is assuming we already have DNA.
You can't do it.
Nope. That skips over the first 4 steps. Where did matter come from? Where did time come from? So you can't just jump into that. Where did life get started? You want to start, like I've said earlier, this is what you guys always do. You don't want to talk about the first 4 because it's a religious belief. You want to start with the DNA code and talk about how there's horizontal transfer, how they duplicate or make mistakes or alleles, and how that there are mutations. And this is somehow going to drive this process. I'm sorry, you're missing the point completely, and purposely missing the point. You want to start with living things. I'm sorry, you can't do that. That would be a religious belief. Do you have a scientific answer for how life got started? Dan, let's start there.
Real quick. Don't lose that thought. I just want to point out it was Albert Einstein who said that if you can't explain a topic to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. So surely, Dan, you can explain these things without the nomenclature, right? You can just make it a simple proof of evolution for a 6-year-old. Maybe you could do that. So go ahead, Dan.
Well, Sam, evolution is biology, not math, though. So let's just be clear. We don't prove things.
All science is based on math.
Yeah, right. So that you don't use modeling to support your.
We don't. I mean, maybe I should ask how the science.
Can you just write a paper that had to do with mathematical modeling?
See, now you're just talking over me.
Well, I was responding. You asked me a question, but I'm not the one on the hot seat. I believe Kent's on the hot seat, actually.
Yeah.
Give an argument for a 6-year-old that can understand it, so I can understand it, and then.
But Kent's an expert. But Kent's an expert in this.
But the audience isn't. I'm not.
Okay, but I'm talking. I came to
don't know
Kent.
any of this stuff, and make it simple.
You can't even explain it. So.
I came to talk to Kent, and he's an expert, right?
Okay.
Well,
Dan,
the audience
Dan.
But you are, right?
At a time.
Yeah, I am.
One topic at a time.
Okay. Well, Kent, like I said, Kent, I'm trying to be polite to you and find a topic that you understand so we could talk about it, right? Because you're an expert, but I've asked a couple of things and you don't know what the words mean, so I have to keep trying. So what about plasmids?
Dan,
how about let's stick with horizontal gene transfer.
Shut him off for a second. All you're doing is running your script, okay?
Yeah.
You want to use these big words that 99% of the audience doesn't know. I've studied it years ago. I don't remember. I don't typically use that, okay? I could go back and refresh my notes, okay? I could learn it, okay?
So you know what that is.
I have studied it before. I don't have it on the top of my head. But you are, again, missing the point purposely. You are skipping the first 4 essential steps. This whole, all 6 stages, all of this is proof that evolution is a religion. That's the purpose of the debate tonight. Why do you want to start with genes? Genes are incredibly complex. Where did they get started? Where did the code come from? Where did the material come from to make the code? Where did the chemicals come from? Where did time and space and energy? You want to skip all that. And you want to hide behind this smoke cloud with your script you're reading about big words to dazzle the audience. Where and how did life get started? Don't tell me how the gene, once you get a gene, now you can manipulate it. No.
Oh, great. So once we have, wait, just so we're clear. So once we have living things, we're good. Then we can do whatever.
No, you're still not good.
Okay, then that's what we're talking about.
Hey, Dan, take 30. Dan, take 30 seconds.
Okay.
You can't start with living things. Good.
Now, Kent, look, you're the expert here is what I'm hearing. I was listening earlier and you said, I've studied this for decades. I understand all this better than you called Jackson stupid, basically. That was rude. Like, so now here you are, you're the expert.
No, that was me. Stupid, Dan.
I said you were doing a bad job. That was different. I think you're very intelligent.
That was me that
say any such thing.
Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, you're the expert. And so I'm here trying to find something that we as experts can talk about. And I would like to have a high level technical discussion with you, but there's just a whole bunch of topics we just ran through that you didn't know or you didn't want to talk about because just went to your script. I mean, like we'll talk about, we could stick with horizontal gene transfer because that's a really important mechanism of evolution that generates more complexity. One way that happens very frequently is through elements called plasmids. Do you know what a plasmid is? Because if you don't, there's no point in me saying anything else, right? So do you know what a plasmid is?
I think there's no point in you saying anything else, period. Okay. You're skipping
so
over the first 4 steps. No, listen to Dan.
Okay.
Look at what you just did. You still are avoiding the first 4 steps of evolution. With the purpose tonight is to prove that evolution isn't a religion. You are proving our point. You want to start with living things, start with DNA already there, and explain how it changed. No, you skip first and second base, sir. Go back and tell me how life got started. Tell me where matter and energy came from. Then maybe we can talk about the gene transfer and the DNA code and all that stuff. I'm not going to let you start with DNA code. You're going to skip it again, go back to your script.
Here's the thing, folks. So I'm going to use my 30 seconds to point out what's going on here because Kent just spent like an hour talking to Jackson Rowe about all sorts of stuff related to biology because it's stuff that he felt he could talk about because it's in his script. The stuff that I'm asking about is not in the script. So all of a sudden, no, we can't talk about biology. We got to go back to physics. Right.
Dan,
that's what's going on here because he doesn't actually know about anything that we're talking about here. He doesn't know any of this stuff.
Dan, have you ever heard of a red herring?
Yeah.
Amen.
This in debate, Dan. This is called a fallacy of poisoning the well, and this is also a fallacy of obfuscation.
He could have just answered the questions.
This is obfuscation with semantic ambiguity. That's all you're doing. What you're not doing, Dan, is explaining to us in a simple way any evidence for evolution. So yeah, you know some terms, and that's great. I can do that with you too. I can give you a bunch of philosopho speak, and then
I can give you some
and challenge your intellectual ability to follow a conversation.
And I'll just say I don't know any of that stuff.
But that's just obfuscating, isn't it? So
yeah, but see, that's not my field. So I'm honest enough to say that's not my field.
I'll be done in a second. I've got about 10 more seconds left. So for the audience, Dan's script entails many quizzes and accusing people of running a script. And that's all we've received from the expert. So if an expert comes on the show, an expert in evolutionary biology, and doesn't actually provide any evidence for evolution, I think you got a problem.
How many mechanisms did I provide? How many mechanisms did I give you?
We're going to keep it back to you. He knows words, but he doesn't know any evidence for evolution. And that's where we're at. Kent, please.
Sam,
Dan.
Just because Kenton, you can go after Ken. We'll rotate you in.
Okay. We're way over time for me. I've got to go. But listen, I will go back and review, and I will study up each of the topics he brought up and get ready. And Dan, I will debate you on them as soon as you answer the first 4 steps of evolution. I'm not going to talk about number 5, variations with changing from one kind to another. You're stuck on number 5, macroevolution. You're trying to prove that. No, the first 4 are religious. So as soon as you give a logical, provable, demonstrable, scientific answer for where time, space, and matter came from, for how the hydrogen turned to uranium and gold, the chemical evolution, you give a logical, show me the stellar evolution. How did this planet get here that we're standing on? These all have to be, you have to have the planet before you can have life. Show me how life got started from non-living material. You are the one running a script, running from the obvious that you believe in a stupid religion.
Well,
okay, Dan.
I'm gonna go hang out with.
Spot on, Hovind.
Hang on. No, I'm just gonna say one quick thing and then I'll leave. No, look,
I'll come back and
just so you know, Kent, he's gonna make some video about how you know nothing.
I will debate you, Dan. I will debate you.
I'll be there for you to refute.
Hold on, gentlemen, real quick, Dan.
I'll debate you.
No, I just have one more question for Kent.
We're gonna get your 30 seconds. We're gonna get your 30 seconds. And then Kent's going to leave us. Kent, thank you for your time.
And I'm going to peace out.
Dan, we hope you stick around because Phantom Thief has some questions for you also.
Before you go, Dan has one more point in his script. He's got one more big word in his script he has to get across. Let's hear it, Dan.
No, I don't have any more big words. I have one more question for Kent because he just talked about how biologists, if we're going to explain and defend evolutionary theory, we're responsible not just for evolution, but for everything in the lead up, right? The development of stars and the solar system, So, and he won't talk about macro evolution with me until I justify all those other steps beforehand.
Correct.
So here's the question, and here's the question I want to leave you with. You just spent over an hour talking about that exact thing with Jackson without making him justify those 4 steps. Why the difference?
I pointed out those 6 steps to Jackson also. Look at the title. This is my title. Look at the title of the debate.
And yet you talk to him. And you're saying you won't talk to me unless I answer those questions, right? So why the discrepancy there?
Before we discuss the problems of elephants flying, let's explain how an elephant can fly. You have the problem of defining how life got started. The DNA code is incredibly complex. For heaven's sake, if you study biology, you know the DNA code is mind-boggling in its complexity, and its replication process is mind-boggling in its complexity. The fact that there are some horizontal transfers or genes mixing up or mutations, you're missing the point. Where did the gene come from?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to talk about that because it exposes you have a religious belief, and you want to think you're a scientist. No, Dan, you're a religionist. You're a zealot of a religious cult. You believe in evolution. You believe the first 4 can just be skipped. They cannot. Evolution is nothing but a religion. Prove us wrong. I think you demonstrated clearly to the audience that you want to skip over the first 4 because you can't. It's not part of your field. Your expertise is in biology. Biology of what? What evolved? Where did this DNA come from? I don't know, but it was just here. No. I'm not going to buy that. I'm not going to let you start with DNA. So,
the question is, why did you let Jackson? So thank you for your non-answer. Have a good night, Kent.
It's because I like Jackson much better than you, Dan. Okay.
Just so you know, Dan, when you make a video, I'm going to make the one refuting you. So
Dan, stick around. Dan, stick around. I got to.
I'm going to go like have fun with people I like later, everybody.
Hold on, Dan. I got a question.
Oh my gosh, that was a coward.
Just so you guys know, Dan did make a video on this before, and I refuted him on Reddit when he posted it on Reddit. So you're welcome. I'm gonna do that again when he does it again.
Thank you. Sam, you did a great job moderating a tough final showdown for tonight's open mic. Kent and Dan gave us the grand finale, and so Kent, let's give you some final words, brother. Evolution is a science fiction religion. Were we proven wrong on that tonight?
Absolutely not. He demonstrated clearly it is a religion. You have to start with the first 4 and skip them. All religions do this. All the cults do this. The Mormons start with the assumption, well, Joseph Smith was a prophet. I'm not going to, let's back up. How do you know that? I'm not going to start with that. Look at the Muslims. They think, well, Muhammad was a prophet. How do you know? We had a mole on his back. Okay, well, stop. Did he do any miracles? Oh, yeah, he split the moon in half. Show me the evidence for that. So they start.
No, he didn't.
They start with the assumption that is not provable and build a whole religion from there. Dan has built a huge religion on the false assumption that he knows about how life got started, how the world came here, how everything got so finely tuned. He starts with a complex DNA code, and now let's manipulate it. No. I'm sorry, I'm not going to let you skip all those steps. So, Dan, Donnie, I'm going to do a open mic on my channel. We're on a whole bunch of channels here, right there, every Friday, every Thursday and Friday. We could do it on your channel every Thursday and Friday if you'd rather, and bring in these folks all the time.
We love it.
That sounds splendid. Yeah,
we'll do it every week. We love these challenges, and we're just looking for that kind of evidence. Kent, as we said at the beginning, Kent and Sam, that says whales and pine trees are related through common ancestry. So we'll do this as frequent as we can.
All right. Thank you, guys. I got to be
Okay.
dad and husband here, so I got things to do.
Yeah, God bless you, Dr.
God
Hovind.
bless,
Have
brother.
a blessed night.
Great work tonight. Okay.
You know, there's an atheist philosopher, Thomas Hegel, and he pointed out that a worldview needs to be complete. So those 6 questions that Kent asks, those are relevant. If you don't have those, then you don't have a complete worldview. You've got an aspect of a worldview, but we're looking for a complete worldview, and that's what the unbelievers are lacking here.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd like to ask Archangel, since you, if I remember correctly, you would be of the evolution persuasion. And so in listening to that interaction between Kent and Dan, Archangel, which line of evidence do you believe Dan presented that would provide support for common descent? And if you don't believe any of those lines of evidence did that, what evidence would you point to?
Okay, is this one on right now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Just being clear right now, I try not to deal with belief. You can believe a lot of things. You can believe bad things, and I'm just trying to not deal with that. For what Dan presented, I have no idea on the evidence that he was bringing to Kent on there. I don't know what he was trying to talk about. So if it's going to be on that subject, I don't know. He knows. I don't.
What evidence would you like? Let's say, because you're an evolutionist, right? Let's say you were with somebody. Maybe you're just in an elevator. You only had 30 seconds till you reach your destination. 30 seconds with somebody who is on the fence. They're agnostic. They don't know what to believe. Creation, evolution. Okay. So they want to know, is there good evidence for evolution, and what would it be? Okay. Something that's understandable to them as well. What would you point them to, Archangel?
Well, it would need to be something that they would be familiar with. Because again, with what Dan was, wait, his name was Dan, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. With what they're, any good conversation is going to need a good, like, clear understanding of a topic. So if I'm going to be trying to talk to an agnostic about evolution, then it would have to be, would you agree that there is propagation? Would you agree that children are being brought into this world through adults? Would you agree on that? And if you would, then there would be a certain change over time. And I know that's not enough, but that's something to just get started on that subject.
So do you
You didn't answer
believe,
the question, though.
or would you say that creationists don't believe in change? You know, we talked about earlier how, sure, if we're just going to talk about change or propagation or recombination or horizontal gene transfer, genetic drift, all of these points and truths that are agnostic to the overall creation versus evolution debate, we're not really going to advance much. We need to look to something that can discriminate between the models, right? And so even if we were to look at something like homology, these homologous patterns in the biological world, well, the thing is, homology is largely agnostic to the creation evolution debate, because evolutionists would simply look to homologous patterns as being due to descent with modification. They've inherited these from past common ancestors. Creationists, we would look to common design. Excuse me. So we have to look to something that only one of the models can explain, or one of the models can explain best. Okay, so what you put forth, Archangel, is just simple change over time, reproduction, having children becoming adults, them having children as well. Okay, that's not really going to help us advance in this debate.
Of course.
Archangel, does that make sense?
Being clear, I'm not a debater. So if that is what we would need to agree on, and I don't really know much about homology, honestly, then sure, I will just go with your definition and try to go with that. When it comes to creationists, the thing I would ask about on there is, okay, for a creationist, you would go to intelligent design, right? So if you go by intelligent design, there would be evidence of that, of where, for example, you would actually, in order to see a building outside, you would actually be able to go out and see that there is construction happening right now somewhere out in the world. With intelligent design, it's really hard to see that being created right now or even before then. It's really hard.
Right.
Huh? I'm
I
sorry.
was just gonna say. So if you're not a debater, are you at least a presenter of evidence?
Am I a presenter of evidence?
Of evidence, yes. If you're not a debater.
I, off the top of my head about this, not really. I just wanted to really just ask Kent a question, but just for all of this, not really a debater about it, because for evolution, that's in my thought process, it is just a description of a phenomenon that happens.
See, so your question, Archangel, was why did we title it Evolution as a Science Fiction Religion, right?
Sure.
So we titled it that way, and we asked people to prove us wrong because the kind of evolution that you would want us to believe, large-scale evolution.
I try not to deal with belief. I'm sorry.
Okay, but here's the thing. I'll ask you this question. Do you hold to the viewpoint that says humans and chimpanzees are related through common ancestry?
Do I hold to the viewpoint? Sure, why not?
Okay, so humans and chimpanzees are related through common ancestry. Now, you hold to that, but I would argue that that's something you have to believe in, that you have faith in, because the evidence is contrary to that, okay? And I just recently debated Gutsy Gibbon on this issue. And so I'm more than familiar with this specific subject matter, okay? So just in 2024, a new paper came out that demonstrated humans and chimpanzees, their DNA similarities in the Y chromosome, that's uniparentally inherited DNA, passed on the father's side, okay? Paternally inherited DNA is only about somewhere between 25 and 30% the same, okay? This is a shock. This is very surprising to the evolutionary community. And so you can see the human Y here, okay? You can see the chimpanzee Y and the gorilla Y. All of these, the great apes, they have humans in as the great apes. Now, here's the issue. You'll notice that the human Y and the chimpanzee Y, if humans and chimpanzees really are related through common ancestry, they go back to a common ancestor, and chimpanzees are our closest cousin. Why I would say this is something you have to believe in. Okay, you can't hold to it as science. It's not something you can accept, because notice, when you consider overall differences, architecture, size differences, and gene content, the human Y and the chimpanzee Y, okay, they're only, again, about 25 to 30% the same. As a matter of fact, the chimpanzee Y is only half the size. The chimpanzee is basically missing the entirety of this genetic material, the heterochromatin. Okay, so the differences are so massive, and you'll have to, if you want this to be science, to say that humans and chimpanzees are related, you're going to have to demonstrate how these changes can come about empirically. Okay, which is quite the challenge. So yeah, this is something you can believe in, but it's not empirical science. So that's why we would say those who believe in this kind of evolution, they're simply believing in a science fiction religion. And the alternative to believe is accept. But this isn't something you accept because gravity is something you accept. We're humans. That's something we accept. These things are scientific.
The earth is round. That's something you accept.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, you're going to trigger the flat earthers out there.
But here, I don't care.
He just said.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So anyways, Yeah.
Yes, Earth is round.
Again, if this is the first time you're seeing this, I don't expect you to have a really solid answer. But this is what I mean. It's a science fiction. Sure, you can believe, capital B, that humans and chimpanzees are related, but the scientific, the empirical data suggests otherwise. It would be like you saying, well, I hold to the idea that the moon is made of green cheese. Okay, but here's the thing. The scientific data is contrary to that. So that wouldn't be something you accept or even something you hold to based on science. It'd be something you believe. Okay. Archangel, does that make sense?
I can go with that. Yes.
Okay. So you can see why we say science fiction religion, right?
If you're going to be putting it, I still have yet to see how it is a religion. You just went through, like, you got empirical evidence. Cool. Well, that is something that we could definitely talk about. And if research pending, awesome. I just don't know how it's a religion on there.
Well,
like, there's no God. There's no, like, deity. There's not really much of a dogma or like, where is the evolutionist Bible?
Real
That's
quick,
a weird
Archangel.
word.
Archangel,
Yeah.
real quick. Can you
Hi.
define the word religion for me, please?
Do I know do I have to go on
Give
Google
me
for
a
this one?
definition of the word religion.
With my, like, very small-minded, like, definition of it.
No, but based on
Yeah, we want to know what you think, not what Google thinks. Tell us what you think religion means.
When you hear the word religion, what does that word mean to you?
The only thing that I could compare it to from, like, growing up is something that is worshipped, I guess. Like, there is a head deity. There is something. How would I even describe it? Like, it's just something that is. Again, the only thing that I can compare it to is Christianity, of where there would be someone at the top with other deities, supernatural powers, and just with us humans on the bottom rung giving worship. That's a religion, I guess, in my small brained world.
Right, so what you're thinking of is a very sort of monotheist kind of conception, a very Christianized conception of religion.
Sure.
But as it's understood in the title, we mean religion in a much more general sense.
Okay. Would you like
Not
me?
all
would you like me
religions
to
are going to
give you
have
the
worship in the way
Merriam-Webster
that
definition of the
Christianity
word?
does.
Okay, two people. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
I could not hear Phantom, and I think I just heard the tail end of Godzilla. I think that's what it was. Okay.
Well, basically, what I'm trying to say is, when we say religion, we don't always mean the fully Christianized understanding of religion. Rather, we can mean in a very general sense, right?
Okay.
And so it doesn't need to involve a very elaborate hierarchical organizational structure. That's not what we mean in this case.
Okay.
Okay. Would you like me to give you the Merriam-Webster definition of the word religion?
Oh, you're looking it up. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the actual. Here's the Merriam-Webster definition. A personal set or institutionalized system of religious attitudes, beliefs, and practices. So,
yeah, that's not the only definition of religion.
Yeah, in that definition, does it anywhere say that you have to have a god to be a part of a religion?
I have.
That's another definition of religion, Phantom.
I would have to say no based on that definition. Just based on that, I would have to say no.
But Theo was using the definition that Phantom gave, the first one that he gave, that said it's a institution of beliefs or something like that.
Hey Phantom, I don't mean to step on you, but like, can I get in the queue to ask my question?
Sure, go for it.
Oh, do I have the floor?
Yeah, go for it. Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead, Dustin. And I apologize. I know you've been waiting very patiently. So
I just need 2 minutes. I want to explain the premise of my question. That way everybody understands where I'm coming from. So we know for a fact that human pig transplants of the heart parts have been successful. As a matter of fact, there's even been a whole heart transplant between a human and a pig. My question to any evolutionist in the room is why is it that we have human pig transplants that are successful when the majority of chimpanzee or simian Homo sapien transplants are rejected via tissue rejection, not just size? If we're related, if a key tenet of transplants are that a successful transplant is that the closer you're related to a subject, the more successful the transplant, then why are pigs more successful than humans? That's the nature of my question.
Yeah, Dustin, just real quick, if you go into your settings, there's a microphone setting. Maybe you could just turn your mic down a little bit because you're coming in really loud.
I can adjust them from my end. And then as you guys are talking, as you guys are going back and forth, firstly, Otangelo, always a pleasure to have you, brother. And secondly,
God bless you, Otangelo.
To anybody in the audience, we are looking for evidence for evolution. We're going to be going for another roughly 30-ish minutes. So please, if you do have evidence for evolution, or you want to prove us wrong that evolution is a science fiction religion, that's what we're saying, then click the link. It is pinned, and we'll have some fun interacting with whatever lines of evidence you want to bring forth. Okay. So anyways, gentlemen, go ahead. And Dustin, I can adjust you from my end as well.
Gotcha. Otangelo, you kind of look like Matt Slick, by the way. I mean, I thought you were Matt Slick when you kind of joined in.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm sorry, I didn't understand well what you just said.
It's fine, it's fine. But Dustin,
Good to see you, brother Otangelo. Congratulations on your new book as well. We'll have to do a whole show discussing that.
Yeah, I'm still writing on it, and it will be actually 3 volumes because it's over 1,300 pages total.
Wow.
So I don't think there is any book out there which has made an X-ray of the minimal cell in order for life to start. And I have done that. And it's over 1,800 different questions which are unanswered by naturalistic propositions. So the gap or the problem is much, much huger and bigger than what most people think. And especially to go from a prebiotic chemical situation where you have to come up with the basic building blocks by unguided and non-enzymatic means, which is what especially abiogenesis research is focused on, to go to a fully self-replicating cell, which is based on metabolic pathways. That's a huge gap. And what I am seeing is that every piece that I am trying to find a scientific paper which deals with it, I don't find it, because most don't even try to answer the question how this gap was solved, to go from a non-enzymatic to enzymatic production of the basic building blocks of life. That's a huge problem. It's rarely talked about, and I am exposing that in my book.
I'm actually not surprised, Otangelo, that you have a book that's that big. If anyone wants to go check out your webpage, it's Reasons and Evidence, isn't that right?
It's a reasonandscience.catsport.com.
Yeah, there you go. There's a lot of stuff on there.
Yeah.
I don't know how Otangelo does it. He writes like 1 million pages a day. It's really quite impressive.
When everybody's supposed to, when everyone else is sleeping and Otangelo is supposed to be getting his 8 hours, he's writing. What's the secret, Otangelo? How can one be up 24/7?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big secret, and I think that people feel often ashamed to say it. I'm absolutely not. Since ChatGPT and Claude and AI came up, I started immediately to use it. I use it. I know the shortcomings and what it brings out. It has to be checked. The links that AI brings up, they have to be checked. The information has to be checked. But on the other side, it brings on a silver plate an entirely new world which you can explore, and many are still afraid to use it. I am not, and I'm making full advantage of it. And I think we are in a new situation now where we can really bring and produce encyclopedic information, which will be a big deal in regards of bringing to light the real situation, not only in regards of evolution, but in special also in regards of the origin of life. And it will be huge in our favor. And what it shows is that natural selection, which has been hailed by unbelievers as their big crutches to replace God, it just doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't work in order to explain biodiversity. It doesn't explain the origin of life. It doesn't explain the origin of the universe, the fine-tuning of the universe, the physical laws, the origin of them. And what it supposedly explains, it explains very badly.
Amen. Natural selection is very limited. We talked about earlier how it really just keeps a species as strong as it can be. It doesn't do anything to add anything novel. It's very weak at removing deleterious mutations. It's very weak at removing genetic sickness from a population. And mutations certainly don't help with the cause either. And so what I wanted to do, Sam, earlier we were responding to Holy Kool-Aid, and he makes a point that I've seen many bring up. Planet Peterson brought it up, and so did Herman Mays. Dr. Herman Mays has brought it up on the genetic similarities of whales, sharks, and hippos. So I wanted to play this section, and I wanted to get our response. And then also, if Jackson Rowe's listening, he and I started discussing feathered dinosaurs, and he was about to make a point, and I wanted to give him the opportunity to finish that point. So Jackson, if you are listening, feel free to join. Okay, gentlemen, let's listen to this, and then I've definitely got some thoughts, and we'll see what everybody else thinks as well. Supposedly this is a good evidence for evolution. Okay, so I'm going to go on mute and we're going to listen. Actually, Sam, I'm not even going to mute from my thing. Tell me if there's an echo. If I don't mute from my mic, tell me if there's an echo. Okay, just one sec.
All right.
Nucleotides within a DNA molecule, which put simply means that we can compare the DNA of one organism.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Oh, okay, so I don't even have to hit mute. Okay, I don't even have to hit mute on my mic. Okay, that's good. Here we go.
To another, and in doing so, see exactly how closely related they are. Needless to say, by doing this, we have made many outstanding discoveries. But perhaps the most extraordinary, and what I offer as a fourth line of evidence, is that all living things are related, and that therefore all living things share a common ancestor. Seriously, of the DNA that is comparable, you share 97% with a chimpanzee, 80% with a cow, 60% with a fruit fly, and 50% with a banana.
Okay, firstly, before we get on to his main point, I find this funny. For sake of argument, let's just say that we are 97. We're more like 96-ish% similar to a chimpanzee, but that's not even the issue. Earlier we talked about, Earlier we talked about the Y chromosome and how we're only about 30% the same in the Y chromosome. Okay,
I actually checked this, Donny. It's even less. It's 17%.
Oh, on the Y chromosome?
Yeah, I've just read here a paper. I can quote here. I can find, just a minute, let me find the part and I'll read it for you.
Oh, wow. That's
yeah, that would be great.
A little
well, it's funny because it's been
okay,
about.
However, only 14 to 27% of the ape.
Oh, Tangelo, did we lose you?
Tangelo, you're cutting out.
Let me read you here. The researchers found that over 90% of the ape X chromosome sequences aligned to the human X chromosome, showing that the X chromosomes have remained relatively unchanged over millions of years of evolution. However, only 14 to 27% of the ape Y chromosome sequences aligned to the human Y chromosome. So it's even less.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. The more sophisticated analyses that they come up with, the greater the differences are in the Y chromosome. Just massive differences. That now the chimpanzee and bonobo Y chromosomes are different as well, but they don't require the massive changes that the human and chimpanzee Y chromosomes would need if humans were related. So we could say as creationists that chimpanzees and bonobos are related. We can readily explain those differences. But once you bring in humans, the differences are far too great, because with chimpanzees and bonobos, from my research on the latest paper, you really only need to explain genetic loss, gene loss, very easy. Structural rearrangements, okay? But bring in the humans, you need gene loss and gene addition, okay? And you would require the entire the loss of the entirety of the heterochromatin, these densely packed pieces of DNA that comprise repetitive sequences like satellite DNA. The human Y chromosome has a lot of heterochromatin. Your chimpanzee and bonobos basically have none. Okay. So anyways, if an evolutionist want to engage that, I'm more than ready. So what's funny is, look at this, as if this is supposed to be evidence for evolution. So human and chimpanzee, apparently protein coding, non-protein coding, we're about 90%, 97% similar. Let's just give that to them for sake of argument. Okay. But notice a banana plant, 50%. So I don't know if you guys have eaten a banana lately. Hold up that banana to yourself. Apparently you're 50% similar to that banana. Okay. Ask your kid, if you're at the zoo, ask your kid to run around the zoo and pick out which animal they think they look most similar to. They're going to come back with a monkey or a chimpanzee or something like that. They're definitely not going to come back with a cow. They're definitely not going to come back with a fruit fly or a fly in general. So the point is, a hierarchy is not evidence for evolution. Yeah, it makes sense. Just stand back and guess what? We look more similar to a chimpanzee than we do to a banana or a fly. Like, this is just common sense. This is not difficult to figure out. So I think the fact that we share 50% with a banana, according to this slide, actually makes the argument for DNA similarity between humans and chimpanzees extremely weak. Okay. Any thoughts from you guys?
Yeah, Donnie, I'd like to raise another point, which is that whenever they give these percentages, it's really a relative measure between them that's significant for the evolutionist, and the absolute numbers are almost kind of arbitrary. And the reason I say this, for example, is when you approach an evolutionist like Gutzib Gibbon, for example, with, say, Tompkins' estimate of what I think was 85%, her refutation is not, oh, an 85% doesn't work statistically. Her refutation is, well, if you take 85% there, and then you look at like a gorilla or an orangutan, the number goes down to, say, 70. And so the relative difference is the same. But what that tells me then is that these numbers have a relative significance. Okay, 97 is more than 80 if we use the same method. But the actual number 97 itself is arbitrary in that sense. It's not very definite. It's just depending on the method you use. And so those numbers are very good for you because, oh, it's almost 100%. But in reality, it's only relative to the other things out there.
Those numbers are based on targeted cell samples too. Like, they couldn't map out the whole genome if they tried.
Yeah, with humans and chimps, they're pretty close because they spend billions and billions of dollars on the Human Genome Project and looking at, like, for example, the new Y chromosome paper is pretty sophisticated in what they've done, but it only demonstrates creation even more. But with what Godzilla Freak is saying, it's a great point that if you were to account for other differences, okay, you could get that 97% even lower. And then what that does is makes every other creature lower as well, right? So now you have the orangutans even more different, bonobos and chimps even more different. And so, Godzilla Freak, you said it's arbitrary. Was that the word you used?
Right, I'm saying that the relative differences between different animals, right? The percentages, if you look at them all at once and you try to compare them, that's relatively significant and well-defined. But the absolute numbers in themselves are actually not so well-defined. It more so depends on the method you're using.
Yeah.
But what I think is totally not considered in the entire discussion is that it's not only genetic information which is responsible for phenotype. It is also the gene expression, and it's also all the other epigenetic codes and manufacturing codes and operational codes which are involved, and they work in a synergistic manner all together. And we are talking here about over 230 codes which have been reported already, and there are certainly more than this number out there. So the real situation is actually far, far more complex than only on a genetic level. And as long as this is not considered in the discussion, it is simply misleading. We are not looking into the entire situation.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I like to say the differences make all the difference. Okay, so we can explain similarities easily. The evolutionist thinks they can explain similarities, but what we can explain and they can't are the massive differences. So even in similar sequences, and I got a whole presentation on it, even in similar sequences, there are differences in how those genes are regulated, right? This process used to basically control the timing, location, and amount in which these genes are expressed. Okay, so we have differences even in similar sequences. We have epigenetic differences, differences in alternative splicing, the Y chromosome massive differences. So it's the differences that make all the difference, and the differences that the evolutionists can't explain. Okay, and I just find it interesting that he's putting this visual up, and it really does downplay actually their evidence for similarity, because if we're 50% similar to a banana, we look nothing like a banana, then it's not really a surprise that we share this much with the chimpanzee, because you know what? We got 2 arms, we got binocular vision, we got hair, we're mammals. Okay, we got hands, we got feet, we got ears. So yeah, makes sense that we share more with a chimp than we do a banana.
Yeah, where is that 50% similarity? Is it my legs or something? I mean, what?
Yeah.
What could that possibly be? Like, if you open me up, do I have banana guts? I mean,
Wait. So
there are many things which are similar in all life forms, like proteins, which are life essential, the basic metabolic pathways to make the basic building blocks of life. I mean, these are all things which we share in all life forms. So that's not difficult to explain. But I heard recently that cats are 90% genetically similar to us, and cats are completely different physiologically than we are. So, I mean, this number, in my understanding, means absolutely nothing. And I mean, just saying, well, because it's similar, we have a common ancestor. I mean, this is just an unsupported inference and completely made up. Where did people come up with this? That, well, because it's similar, it shares a common ancestor. I mean, where is the evidence for this? It doesn't exist. And even if we start with the universal common ancestor, which is claimed, I have a catalog of 52 different reasons why there is no universal common ancestry. Right. And I wrote the book on the endosymbiotic theory and at the supposed transition from the last universal common ancestor to eukaryotic cells. And I mean, the gap is so huge. There are dozens and dozens of different proposals, and none of them work, because you need to change actually the entire cell to make that transition. And it's just not feasible, because so many parts inside the cell, they work in an interdependent manner together, and you cannot just break them apart.
Right. I mean, you break them apart and it creates more than just one problem, multiple problems, because of all the coordination and communication going on in the genome. I mean, take one nucleotide sentence, ATCG, right? You've got multiple overlapping codes. DNA can be read both forwards, backwards, and every other nucleotide, every other DNA or chemical letter, you've got a third message. So you get a mutation or damage there. Okay, it's not just one problem. You have multiple problems now going on.
It's 6 overlapping messages. Wow. 6, Donny.
Amazing.
And until recently, they thought that the 3 nucleotides, the third is the wobble codon nucleotide. which you can have up to 4 different codons coding for the same amino acid. They thought that this just for robustness and redundancy. And now they know that actually the differences, they also can either make it work or break it down. So even that is relevant. What kind of codon that you use for a glycine, for example. So things are far, far more complex than people thought. And the more time that passes and more that science brings to light, more levels of complexity is unraveled. And as more science shows, these systems, they are interdependent. And when you have interdependency, that means you cannot have the working or function of one part if the other part isn't extant. So both have to arise together. So Behe's irreducible complexity has exacerbated in a huge manner in the last 30 years. And irreducible complexity and interdependence is a huge evolution killer.
Yeah, I think those are some great points. Okay, let's continue on to his main argument here. These evolutionists really think this next point is strong, and I disagree, and we'll see why. Here we go.
Now, most of us have heard this fact before and treated it like it's just a bit of trivia, including myself, but it's far more than this. It's unimpeachable proof that all living things share a common ancestor. And considering that all living things don't look the same, it's overwhelming evidence for evolution. And the second line of evidence from DNA that I'll present, and the fifth within this video, is that the closest living relative to cetaceans, which is a class that includes whales, is the hippopotamus, a land mammal that just so happens to share many very rare commonalities with cetaceans. For example, both mammals are nearly hairless, do not have sweat glands, have remarkably thick bones, are encased in dense fat, have multi-chambered stomachs, give birth to their young underwater, feed their young underwater, and communicate with their kin underwater. Now, all of these similarities once again make perfect sense if cetaceans and hippos share a common ancestor, as their DNA screams, let alone suggests. But if they didn't evolve from a common ancestor, then all of these similarities are one hell of a coincidence, and DNA is the greatest troll in history.
Empower your students to be.
It's over, guys.
Yeah, that's it. There's
I'm packing
my evidence prep.
I'm moving camp.
There you go. You know, and so basically to reiterate and to bring it more on a genetic level, and Sam, you kind of touched on this earlier, so maybe we can reiterate. He's arguing, and other PhDs have argued, that evolution would predict that since whales are mammals, right? They argue whales have evolved from a land-dwelling mammal like Pakicetus. I got a whole presentation on it, but for sake of time, we won't go into that. And so they're asking the design proponent the question, why are, at a genetic level, why do whales and hippos nest together? Why are they more similar than whales and sharks? Because whales and sharks, they're in the water and hippos are on land. But what's interesting, Linnaeus, father of taxonomy, right? Kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. And he was a creationist. And he classified whales as mammals and sharks as fish. Why? Well, he didn't believe in evolution, but he recognized the functional significance in classifying whales as mammals, because they, at a physiological level, diverge significantly from sharks. Okay, so yeah, they both swim in the water. Okay, that's interesting, but that's a surface level way of thinking. Once you look at the physiology, then you realize, okay, and you see all the similarities between whales and hippos that don't exist between whales and sharks. And you could do the same thing with design, okay? Because we as humans, we design in similar patterns to the way God designed the biological world, right? The Bible says we're made in the image of God. And so we should be able to get a sense for how God designed the biological world based on the way we design things as humans. And it's very interesting because it turns out we design in homologous patterns. We design in nested hierarchical patterns. We design interesting, quote unquote, transitional like forms, the military amphibious assault vehicle being one of them. And so we like variation just like God. So look at this on the screen. You've got a surfboard and a skateboard and a sailboat. Okay. Surfboards are for the water and so are sailboats. But if you were to compare them in a sophisticated manner, all three, guess what? Your surfboard and your skateboard are actually going to be more similar than the surfboard is to the sailboat. But why? And why would that be the case? You know, the surfboard and the sailboat are in the water. No, this is just variation in design. Okay. This is reflective of design. Look at this. You got a ski-doo and a sea-doo and a cruise ship. The sea-doo and the cruise ship are both in the water. But yet again, if you were to compare all three of these things in a sophisticated manner, not surface level thinking, you'd have the sea-doo and the ski-doo sharing a lot more than the sea-doo and the cruise ship. Okay. And this is an analog to what we see in the biological world. Sure. Whales and sharks both swim in the water. Okay. But let's look at their physiology. Let's take a deeper look and you'll find that, okay, it makes sense. We would expect that on a DNA level, a whale, which is a mammal, shares a lot more with a hippo. It doesn't demand evolution. It doesn't demand ancestry. What it's indicative of is design. Okay. Those are my brief points on the matter. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Well, hang on 1 second. Hang on. We know here's the thing. Here's the thing. So when you look at the hippo and you look at the whale, what do you notice different? More specifically, what does the hippo have that the whale does not have?
Well, so the hippo's on land, so legs being one of them.
So legs, yeah.
The nostril, different location.
So here's the thing. Evolutionists say that the whale originally had legs and then eventually moved to water. So it lost legs. That's not evidence of evolution. That's evidence of de-evolution.
That's right. Okay, because yeah, Donnie, you wanted our thoughts on that. It says my mic is muted. I don't know why it says that.
Are you able to hear, Robert?
I can hear you, Robert.
Oh, okay, for sure. Yeah. You wanted to give your thoughts on in regards to the
Go ahead. Well, there he goes.
Yeah, just quick, Donny. I put here in the private chat an article which I wrote on the evolution of whales. Maybe you can put it in the side chat, in the public chat, so people can read it.
So what are your guys' thoughts on the hierarchy argument? So basically the evolutionist is saying, if design is true, the whale and the shark, since they're both in the water, okay, they move around in the water, they're functionally designed for the water, they'll say they evolved that way. Why are sharks and whales more similar at a genetic level? Or why are whales and hippos is a land creature, why are whales and hippos more similar at a genetic level? Why do they nest together in phylogenetics more so than the whale and the shark? They're basically arguing if design is true, the whale and the shark should be more similar because they're in the water. Otangelo, how would you respond to that, brother?
Well, I think it is the completely false approach. And I think that if you really want to understand how things work, you need to go to the molecular level. So it's not about comparison of physiology. It's not a comparison about fossils. It's really, first of all, you need to understand what the real mechanisms are which are responsible for development, for the making of complex organismal architecture. Once you have established and you understand that, then you can ask questions in regards of origins and not before. And once you do that, then you will see that we are working with organisms which, as I said previously, they are built in an interdependent manner. And that is both.
Otangelo, I understand that. But they're saying if design is true, then at a genetic level, your whales and sharks should be more similar. They should nest together phylogenetically. Okay. But yet we don't find that. We find that whales and hippos are more, share more in terms of DNA similarity. And so they say that that's expected by evolution, but not creation. So how would you respond to that specifically?
Again, as I said, it is the wrong approach, because it's not just the genes which define how the organism is built. And once you understand that, then the entire construct and arguments of evolution, they crumble. They crumble. So the approach is simply wrong. That's what I tried to convey before you interrupted me. The approach, that it has to be different in order really to make good arguments. And as long as things are looked up in a superficial manner, you are just practicing pseudoscience.
Right. So you're saying that they're simply looking at the fact that whales and sharks are in the water, and so they're making a very superficial conclusion by saying, oh, well, mammals and sharks, then if creation is true, they should be more similar than a whale and a hippo. But that's superficial thinking, because when we actually start looking at their bodies, looking at their development, looking at their physiology, what do we see? Well, whales give birth and sharks lay eggs. Whales are considered mammals. They have to breathe air. They have hair. Sharks use gills to breathe in the water. Sharks are made of cartilage. And so whales have bones. And so there's so many physiological differences and differences in their development that their divergence in physiology is unsurprising. From a design perspective, yeah, that makes sense, because from a physiological standpoint, whales and hippos do have a lot more in common than whales and sharks or hippos and sharks. And so this whole argument, basically what you're saying, Otangelo, evolutionists are looking at it and making this in a very superficial manner.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
What do you do? Yeah, just respond. What do you do about convergent evolution? I mean, if you have the eye of an octopus and the eye of humans, which have the same plan of how the architecture, and they are completely distant, what do you make out of this? I mean, the entire rationale to make physiological comparisons and then say, oh, they are similar. They have common ancestor, or also from an intelligent design perspective. I mean, this is, in my understanding, simply the wrong approach to understand things in biology.
Well, I just want to make the point, which is related. It's on the original issue, that it seems like rationality rules is trying to suggest that we would expect no relation at all between the DNA and the traits if it were otherwise, if there were no descent, which comes across to me as profoundly ignorant of what DNA is for, right? Because the purpose of DNA is in large part to generate the traits. And so if we find similar traits, we would naturally expect to find similar DNA. Those things are directly related to one another on a very fundamental level, independent of if there's any common descent between them. So it comes off to me that he's forgetting what DNA is for. He thinks of it merely as a way to track evolutionary descent, when in reality, DNA serves a real purpose. It's not just a vain measure that you keep on the side. It's not just a record, but it's also a functional thing in itself.
Can I jump in real quick?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the original argument was whales and sharks. Why are whales more similar to sharks? They should be more similar to hippos.
No, well,
they're reversed. Why are they? They're reversed. Why are they more similar to hippos and when they should be, if they were designed, more similar to sharks? What you have is two logical fallacies wrapped into one very bad argument. The first, most obvious logical fallacy to me is they're presupposing that they can know how somebody else would design something. I don't know of a way to formalize. I don't know a way to formalize that in terms of logical fallacies, but that's an obvious. It's kind of a non sequitur. You're saying, okay, if it were designed, the designer would have to design it the way I would think of designing it. Is essentially what they're saying. So that's fallacy number one, and that's big and obvious to me. The other fallacy is
that would be like a fallacy of an unargued premise, maybe.
Yeah, thank you. The other fallacy that they make in that same argument is that they presuppose that similarities mean common ancestry. In reality, it's a completely backwards, for lack of a better word, syllogism, even though that's not formally what it is. It's backwards. If you're related, you must have similarities. But if you have similarities, that does not mean you have to be related. So they've got two really bad ways of thinking in a single argument.
Yeah, I think that would be the fallacy of begging the question, because you're just assuming the thing that you've been asked to prove. I mean, they need to make a distinction of why that would be the case, why similarity would be indicative of evolution and not indicative of a designer. But the problem there, I mean, that's what they would have to show. But the problem there is like what Donny always points out continually, like with those slides, is that we design things in the non-biological world in the same way that we see design in the biological world. And so, yeah, so those things would both be indicative of a mind, the mind of man, or the mind of the creatures, compared to the mind of the creator. So that would be the fallacy of begging the question.
So yeah, there's another real interesting thing. Sorry,
maybe if I can quick just interject this. I think this is very important that I'm a machine designer by profession. So the first thing is I go to the drawing table, I put the blueprint on paper, then I send it through information transmission mechanisms to the factory. There the information is read and then transformed into the 3D object. So this is a logical sequence. And we see exactly the same thing in nature. And that goes back to the origin of life. There had to be the information storage mechanism, the information, the transmission of the information, the expression of the information, and then the transformation into the 3D device, which are proteins, the molecular machines. And this is a process which is interdependent, and each of the parts, they have no function alone without the other parts being extant, because they work together. So we have clear parallels between how we produce things and how things are produced in nature. And this is very clear evidence of design.
Yeah. So we're talking philosophy here, but I'm going to switch gears a second and talk practical. The whale, of course, is a mammal. That's why if it's got mammal parts, it has to have mammal type DNA. So that's why it's more similar to a hippo. But for practical purposes, I may be ignorant on this, but I don't think I've ever seen anything to suggest otherwise. But the largest whale, i.e. the largest water mammal, the largest animal on the planet is a whale, by far, like way, way bigger than the biggest fish in the ocean. And so one of the problems with that argument that they use is they have no practical way of proving that you could build a fish as big as a whale. Personally, I think there's actually a different size limitation on fish because of their gills than there are on mammals because of their lungs. And so it's just a design issue that they've probably oblivious to, honestly, because they don't typically think of things that way. But I think there's a distinct problem with them overlooking the practical use of the mammal physiology in the water.
And if I'm correct, I think that the largest or the longest neuron is the whale neuron. And in order to grow from a baby whale to an adult whale, the size increase of these neurons is unexplained for. Biologists, they don't know how this could have evolved in order to grow in such a huge way and in such big distances.
Gentlemen, I have got to run. It's been a pleasure. Good to see you all, but I've got to get up at about 4:15 in the morning. And
I've got to go too, guys.
Sam, I got to say, you earned yourself a raise and a promotion from the incredible moderating you did during the grand finale of the open mic between Dan and Ken, because that got wild. That was a tough one, Sam, but you killed it, brother.
Well, you know what I took from that is that with somebody that has the knowledge set that Dan has, but couldn't just show up and in a mature-minded way provide a line of reasoning from which evolution follows, that's telling. But instead, what he did is he poisoned the well and attacked Kent's intellect. I mean, look, if I was Kent, I could just grant that I don't know what I'm talking about, and let's just move past that. Not that Kent doesn't know what he's talking about, but I'm just saying, like, attacking me personally,
for sake of argument,
that for the sake of argument, that is not proving evolution is true. It's not providing an argument, and so that's all he was doing. It was just a personal attack and ad hom the whole time. But here we are again with nothing.
I think it really demonstrated that you'll get your students of evolution. Okay, they'll come in, they'll present what they think are good lines of evidence for common descent, but then they'll fail and they'll say, well, you know, to challenges, they'll say, well, I'm not an evolutionary biologist. Talk to the biologist, talk to the geneticist. Then you get a biologist in here, and it's impossible for them. They could never do an elevator pitch, right? They could never have a minute with somebody in an elevator. They want to know why evolution's true. What are they going to say? Genetic drift, recombination? What else did Dan use? Horizontal gene transfer? Like, these are not good lines of evidence that are going to be convincing to an objective thinking person that they're related to strawberries and whales. So it demonstrated that even the PhDs don't have good arguments. What would you say, Sam?
Yeah, no, I agree, and it kind of made me realize, like Andrew Cumming, he I'm not saying anything. I'm actually going to compliment him.
Yeah,
I think he does a far better job of showing up and providing a case. Now he does try to use the nomenclature like Dan does, and that's fine. And you, Donny, got a great job of taking his question and breaking it down nice and simple and rephrasing it. So, but where's the evidence for evolution?
Right.
Where
exactly.
Was it?
Because here's one thing I do appreciate, that when someone like Andrew joins, or somebody more technically minded, okay, that's a compliment to them. Rather than quiz time, they'll make the argument. They'll use words, and then they can quickly define them. This is what I mean by this. Here's the evidence. How do you deal with it? Then we can interact with it. You know, let's say someone doesn't know a definite. There's so many definitions. There's so many words out there. Let's say someone forgets a definition. Okay, explain what that word means. Explain why it helps in the argument to support evidence or evolution, and then let's engage it. You know, because let's just say hypothetically recombination. Let's say somebody doesn't really know what that is. Ooh, it's a fancy word, and then let's say the evolutionist defines it. Recombination is just chromosomes lining up, exchanging genetic information, creating new combinations of alleles. And then you're like, well, wait a minute, how is that evidence for evolution? So you use the word, then you define it, and it's like, well, wait a minute, how is genetic shuffling every generation creating new combination of alleles? That's not going to add anything novel and meaningful. Yeah, that's what we would expect from the design hypothesis, you know?
Well, and it has to be made clear that we are talking about the big changes, macroevolution, how the big transitions occur. Because if we are talking of evolution, of adaptation, of small microevolutions, then nobody here is opposing it. And that's not what we are challenging. We want to know if Darwin's tree of life is true, if we have a universal common ancestor, if the transition to the three domains is true, from unicellular to multicellularity. This is the big challenge, which really nobody has compelling explanations how these transitions occurred, how one cell could give rise to 200 different types of cells. How did that evolve?
Right. Well, here's the thing. Once God front loads organisms at the beginning with design diversity, these mechanisms like gene flow, recombination, genetic drift, mutations to an extent, natural selection, epigenetics, they all work in our favor. These are all contributing lines of support for the creation model. It doesn't help the evolution model. Okay. Anyway, Sam, I know you had to get going. I'll give the evolutionists a few more minutes to maybe there's someone out there that's brave enough to join. Okay. Even if you're one of the top dogs, I'd love to see someone like Dan or even Guts at Gibbon, anybody. I want to see, I want to see them engage what I was just discussing earlier. The Y chromosome would be a good one. Okay. Let's see them engage the differentiating points. So we'll give them a few more minutes. If not, then we'll probably start winding things down. Sam, have some final words, brother. Great job tonight. Again, you've earned your paycheck. That's for sure.
Thanks again for having me on, you guys. It's a pleasure to be on here with all you gentlemen, and just want to encourage everyone to keep fighting for Christ. And we're going to be with him one day, giving an account for our time. And so let's use that time wisely. So anyway,
praise the Lord, brother. Guys. God bless you, Sam.
Have a good
night.
Thanks.
Great
Take
job
care.
tonight. Also, what's up, T-Rod? God bless you, man. Hey, T-Rod, did you know that Nephilim was a villain? Did you hear that?
A villain?
Yeah.
I have not heard that, but okay.
Okay.
You want to explain?
Yeah, we were both on the stream before.
Yeah, it seems that Nephilim doesn't believe that God is triune. That's what I already know for some time. But I mean,
oh, you're talking about Nephilim free?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. Shocking, man.
I hadn't heard that either. I thought you was talking about the actual Nephilim in the Bible.
I was debating him.
Well, let's keep it just on top. If we're going to discuss something theology, we'll do that on a theology night. But from my understanding, Donzo is an evolutionist. So Donzo, welcome to the panel. And introduce you. Do sound familiar. I feel like you've been here before, but I could be wrong. Donzo,
I have been here once before.
God bless you, Donzo.
Okay, good to have you, Donzo.
So yeah, I just wanted to speak real quick on the whales. What was it? Whales and sharks we were talking about earlier. Yeah. So the point of that argument is not to prove evolution. It's that earlier you said yourself that when we were talking about the percentages that are similar in animals, and obviously we're more genetically close to chimpanzees than any other animal on the planet. You said that if you went to a zoo, you could say to your child, well, which animal do you think you look the most like? And of course, they're going to say chimpanzees. Correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So
they're definitely not going to come back with a whale. They're not going to come back with a puppy dog or a penguin.
Absolutely not. So the point of asking or pointing out that even though whales look more similar to sharks, but are genetically more similar.
Yeah, but they don't. That's the thing. They don't. That's like saying, well, see, a whale and a shark, they both swim in the water. Okay. But other than that, if you're not going to take a superficial look at them, you can see physiologically, there's huge differences. Whales are warm-blooded marine mammals. They give birth to their young and nurture their underwater, but they do that. Rather, sharks, they're cold-blooded animals. They lay eggs. There's differences: cartilage versus bone, hair versus. Okay.
Absolutely. Would you not agree that a whale looks more similar to a shark than a hippo?
Well, if you're just going to consider the fact that they're in the water, you're looking at fins, you're looking at flippers. Okay. But once you take a sophisticated look, then no, you're going to be forced to conclude that hippos and whales look a lot more like.
So the point of that argument is to show that it's to show the folly and logic that just to say that two things might look similar does not necessarily mean they're going to be genetically similar.
Or related.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Even if you were to take design modes, things that man has created, okay? here on the slide, for example, you have would you agree that a surfboard and a sailboat, they're both for the water?
The problem with that is that, yes, I can agree that those things are more similar to each other. The only difference is we have witnessed, literally, humans creating those things, but we haven't ever witnessed anything creating.
Well, I've never specifically, well, here's the thing. I've never specifically witnessed somebody designing and building a sea-doo, a ski-doo, a cruise ship, but I can just tell by looking at these amazingly designed things that they had a designer. Okay, I don't have to see God designing a whale. I don't have to see God creating a hippo. Now we read about it in the Bible, it gives us a historical account of it, but you could, like, for example, the car in my neighbor's driveway. Okay, I don't have to see the person who made that car to know that it was designed.
Well,
so I understand what you're saying. I just don't think it's a very good argument. My whole point is this. Okay? I just want to say this, Gonzo, then you can go. You're missing my point. My point is the design hypothesis suggests that we should be able to get a sense for how God designed the biological world based on the way we design things. Okay, and it turns out that, yeah, we design things that are built and designed and have a function for the water. Okay, and yet they're more similar. Like, for example, a sea-doo is more similar to a ski-doo than the sea-doo is to the cruise ship, even though the sea-doo and the cruise ship are built for the water. And we see that kind of design in the biological world too, where you have a whale, which is designed for the water, and you have a shark, which is designed for the water. But the whale is actually more similar to the hippo when you examine the creatures in a sophisticated manner. So this actually matches designed expectations.
Let me make a comment real quick. So Donzo's basically trying to make this point that we've never seen anybody design a living creature before. Well, the problem for evolution trying to use an argument like that is you've also never seen a pool of single-celled organisms evolve over billions of years into people. You've never seen that either. So you can't make a foundation for your argument based on that idea.
Okay.
Pretty much people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw
But
stuff.
here's the thing. Let me make a quick point and then I'll ask another question. So that's just like you said before. You said before during the whale and the shark argument, you said that you can't assume that you know how something would be designed. So that's what you're doing. You're assuming that because we design things in certain ways, that God must have designed animals certain ways.
That's not what I said. Actually, what I said
No, that is what Donnie said earlier.
Well, no. My point is, so we're starting from Genesis. Okay, Genesis claims to be the history book. We're going to make some predictions, some retrodictions. Well, the Bible claims, again, to be the history book of the universe. It also says that God created man in his image. Okay, so here's my hypothesis. If that's true, and we're made in the image of God, there should be something about us that reflects the divine. And therefore, we should be able to get a sense for how God created and designed the biological world based on the way we design and create things. And it turns out that hypothesis has been validated in many ways, because guess what? In the biological world, we see homologous patterns. We see nested hierarchical patterns. In the design world of human man-made things, we see homologous patterns. We see that engineers build and design in hierarchical patterns. We see variations in design. You know, here in Canada, we have our steering wheels on the left side of the car. If you go to Britain or Australia, from my understanding, it's on the right side of the car. Okay. Variations in design. Some vehicles like the Volkswagen Jetta, you can get it in a diesel, you can get it in a regular. Okay. Variations in design are good. So my whole point is we can get an idea, and that's what we get. Human engineers build in the same patterns that we find in the biological world. Donzo,
well, to give a functioning example of how that actually works in biology, for people, you invent something like a wheel, and what do you do with it? You use it everywhere you can find a use for it. You can find use for a wheel on vehicles. You can find them in dishwashers. You can find them in printers. You can find them in machines that are used in manufacturing. You can find the wheel everywhere. You have a functional way of doing something. You just adapt it to the many different needs for it.
Right. And we have specific ways. We have reasons that we design the things we design that way. So the question is, how do you know that we designed these things? You didn't see them being designed, but how do you know that we designed those things? And
Because we've seen people design them.
It's the
Okay,
common
but
human
then you have to
experience.
also
I'm actually
ask yourself,
I'm a
how did we
mechanical
know that
engineer. That's what
animals
we
were
do.
designed?
Because sorry, let me answer that real quick from an engineering perspective, because that's exactly what I do. I work at a company. We design equipment and build it. And so how do you know by looking at biology that it's designed? Well, I'm going to take the physics foundation that engineering is built on and explain that. It's called integration. When you take multiple parts and put them together in a functioning format that gives you an efficiency above zero, you have integrated them. You have integrated them for specific use. The biological world is extremely complexly integrated for high levels of efficiency that modern technology can't even achieve yet. Can't even come close to it.
That's also debatable. It's highly debatable that you would say animals are efficient.
No, the ATP synthase that drives, basically it's the currency of life is what it's called, and it's like 98.5+% efficient. It's a tiny little well, it uses the positive charge instead of the negative charge like we do in electricity, but it uses positive ion flow, and it defies what you learn in physics classes like thermodynamics. In thermodynamics, they will tell you that the theoretically most efficient engine possible has infinite difference between the hot and the cold. In other words, the hot reservoir of a perfectly efficient engine, it has an infinitely high temperature, and the cold reservoir is basically zero. Well, that's obviously not true, because in the biological world, you literally approach 99% efficiency with almost zero difference in temperature. It's just a couple degrees in operating temperature.
But are you looking at a specific part of biology, or are you saying biology as a whole?
I'm telling you ATP synthase. I'm telling you ATP synthase that is called the currency of life. That's where you get your energy from. That's what efficiency is. It's the amount of energy you get out divided by the amount of energy you put in.
I want to say this, Donzo. Linnaeus, he's the father of taxonomy, okay, as you know, and he was a creationist. He classified whales as mammals. Well, why? He didn't believe in evolution. He didn't believe in common descent. He classified mammals for functional reasons. He recognized, just like we recognize today, that although whales and sharks swim in the water, they share a lot of the same environments, okay? They diverge significantly at a physiological level. And so we as a creationist, there's two different models here. Hierarchical patterns by descent or hierarchical patterns by design. And so we would predict function in morphology, anatomy, genetics. And these predictions are becoming confirmed more and more every day, as we now know that over 80% of the genome, okay, is active, biochemically active. Now we can get into a whole nother debate. Does that mean true function? Is it spurious? Nonetheless, we see function after function. And so this is what we would expect as a creationist in light of these nested hierarchical patterns that we see in the biological world. Okay. Donzo, how would you respond to that?
So let me just ask real quick. So are we talking function as in locomotion? Are we talking function as in energy absorption and usage?
Good question. We're talking genetic function. My definition of function would be biochemical interactions that have consequences for the cell. Okay. And we find
Donny,
yeah,
Donny, could you say biological function is biological ability to do work in a biological context?
That would work too. Yeah. I like that. But here's it. So now Donzo.
So is that so again, I mean, that's just like, is that energy absorption? Is that reproduction? Is that
energy is used, like, for example, every time you add a nucleotide, a single nucleotide to a growing RNA chain, you're consuming ATP that T-Rock was just talking about. You're consuming energy. Okay. And we have a lot of transcripts in the genome. Over 60% of the genome's transcribed. And since transcription is an energy intensive process, I would argue that that transcription is not spurious. It's functional transcription. This is functional activity.
DNA replication then?
Yeah, on a genetic level, right? DNA codes for proteins, codes for the what? The morphology, the anatomy. Okay, so of course we're going to look to the genome to answer
I'm
this
just wondering about the efficiency. So are we saying that DNA replication is 90% efficient?
The genome is
efficient. Well, let me answer that in as precise as I possibly can. So in physics, and because of the second law of thermodynamics, the simple answer is no, that's not exactly what you're talking about. ATP synthase, if you say it's 98.5% efficient, that means everything that comes from that has to be slightly less efficient than that. But it still has the ability to do useful work.
And it comes down to this, Donzo. Let me ask
I'm just trying to figure out real quick. I'm sorry, and then please go ahead. But I'm just trying to figure out how, if efficiency in machines leads to design, that's how we know humans have designed, technology because of how efficient it is. Then how biological organisms match up to that efficiency, and that's how we know that they too were designed.
You asking me or T-Rock?
I mean, anybody. It just seems like that's what the case was that T-Rock was making, that we know that machines were designed because of how efficient they are. And because biological organisms are so much more efficient even than machines, we must know that they were also designed. Was that not the argument that he was making?
T-Rock, if you wanted to respond, go ahead, brother.
That is essentially the argument. Yes, I will say this though, because if you look at something like a pencil doesn't have the ability to do work in and of itself. Part of what I was describing earlier was integration. You can't build a pencil without very specifically integrating materials in a way in which nature does not do on its own. And so when you're talking about biology, if you're talking, go back to the level of DNA and microorganisms, those constituent pieces that make up DNA, they do not integrate themselves in nature. They actually exclusively do the opposite outside of a living organism. They disintegrate. And so that's the earmark of design. It's basically two criteria that you can use. One of them is integration and the other one is efficiency.
And to me, disintegration sounds less efficient than machinery we create. So I would say that whether something is efficient or not, or how efficient something may be, is not really a good indicator of whether or not it was designed.
Can you show a functioning example where inanimate components integrate themselves and go from essentially zero efficiency to anything above zero efficiency?
Well, I mean, that to me sounds like abiogenesis, and that's not what I'm arguing.
Okay, Donzo, everything we're saying in terms of function is evidence for design, but you want an irrefutable line of evidence? Okay. These mutually interdependent systems. Okay. We can go over many. An easy one is the fact that we experience thousands of DNA breaks every single day. Okay. In every cell. And we have 60 to 100 trillion cells. Now, thankfully, we have these incredibly designed DNA repair enzymes, okay, that fix a lot of these breaks. If we didn't have them, we'd be extinct. We'd go extinct after a generation or two. Now, it turns out that the DNA repair enzymes, the information for them is actually encoded in the DNA. Okay, so you need the DNA and the DNA repair enzymes working and functioning at the same time. Okay, because if you were to have the DNA without the DNA repair enzymes, then the DNA is just going to be destroyed through all the mutations. If you have the DNA repair enzymes, well, you don't have the DNA to actually code the information to code for the DNA repair enzymes. So these are mutually interdependent systems. You have to have them both. Okay, and so that makes sense. Genesis says everything was created very good. Okay, so these things were created together, functioning at the start, in the beginning. How do you explain that? What came first, the DNA or the DNA repair enzymes, Donzo?
I would say, is there any reason that they could not have come into existence at the same time?
How would DNA? So are you saying DNA and DNA repair enzymes would evolve, just spontaneously evolve and come about together at the same time? That doesn't make much sense, Donzo.
I mean, not necessarily spontaneously. However, if, like I said, it sounds like abiogenesis to me, and like that's not really necessarily what I'm arguing.
Well, I mean, it's not really abiogenesis because you have DNA, and then you have these DNA repair enzymes that, again, I said thousands. It's actually 1 million new DNA lesions in a cell every single day. We have more than 50 trillion cells in our body. Okay, so with 1 million DNA mutations in a single cell every day and 50 trillion cells in our body, that is a massive amount of damage that we are experiencing on a daily basis. So basically, without these DNA correcting machines, life couldn't exist. Like, we have to have DNA and DNA repair enzymes at the same time. And you could say, well, I guess they evolved both at the same time. Well, that would, as our title indicates, that would be a faith-based position. That would be a science fiction religion. You'd have to demonstrate how that's the case, Donzo.
I mean, you're absolutely correct about that. I would have to, and I don't know too much about that. For me, it's just more about the understanding of how reproduction works and understanding that we definitely see animals making quote unquote other animals, and how that works and how the animals can change over time while that's happening. And
yeah, but reproduction change over time. Reproduction and change over time. Nobody disagrees with that. You're looking for evidence for good design. You said you don't have an answer now. Maybe you can go look for them, but there's just one of many mutually interdependent systems. That's the question I have to the atheist. What came first, DNA or the repair enzymes that are necessary to maintain DNA? You need them both working at the same time. You asked for evidence for design. There's one. But, some people, the Bible says they're willingly ignorant. They're not really looking for an answer. There's a fact and a reality that any objective thinking person should look at and be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The information for the repair enzymes is encoded in the DNA itself. And so this all has to be true simultaneously, or living things don't exist. The best explanation for that is design, Donzo.
And I can absolutely look into that. I am nothing if not honest and like genuinely trying to understand. And I said to someone earlier in the chat, like, sometimes I wish that I could just believe in creation and just that be that. But it just doesn't make sense to me. And evolution just makes far more sense. What I've seen for that just makes far more sense to me than creation. However, yeah, maybe I should look up the DNA coding process and how it repairs itself and all that stuff. And hopefully I do find some answers, and I'll be sure, you can bet, to let you guys know what I find, what I think about that.
Well, Donzo, I appreciate that. I appreciate the honesty and the engagement, especially on the hierarchy issue. We like to interact with the challenging arguments in terms of ancestry. So, okay, Mark, good to have you.
Yeah.
As always,
God
we
bless
disagree
you.
on origins, but we agree on a lot of things outside of origins. And so, Mark, I
Sure.
respect you for that. Mark, how you doing? And what would you like to
you.
discuss?
Yeah, no, I respect you. So first off, it's sort of T-Rock is wrong about sort of 90-something% being the sort of level of efficiency. We've gotten in labs 90, almost 100% efficiency, but the average efficiency of cells is 40 to 41%. Now, someone in chat was sort of saying, well, how does it work if it doesn't have this? That's not enough. But the thing is that it creates multiple ATP molecules with each glucose. So it doesn't have to be 100% in order to convert it, because multiple ATP molecules come out. So it's not a problem at all. The other thing that I wanted to
Mark, perhaps before you continue, I do appreciate that.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
I got nothing to say to that, because that's T-Rock's point.
Yeah.
T-Rock, did you want to respond or interact with Mark on that point, or?
Well,
give him the rock bottom, T-Rock.
I'll just tell you what I plainly said that I think you may have missed, and that is that you switched to cells and cellular reproduction, and I pointed out very plainly that ATP synthase has the highest level of efficiency, not 100, but the highest level, and everything else that follows from it, because of the second law of thermodynamics, must be less efficient than that. That's what I said.
Okay, so where are you getting that from?
Where am I getting what from?
The ATP synthesis is 100, like almost 100% efficient. Where are you getting that from?
I got that from some literature a long time ago. I honestly couldn't tell you exactly where I got it from. I don't remember. It's been a while, but the idea behind that is that ATP synthase does not generate heat above a certain amount for its mass. That's essentially how you would determine that.
Well, I put a citation in chat where I got my information from. So I'll cite it again in private chat just in case you missed it, but I'll throw that in there. And yeah, you're right. We can get it up to almost 100%. You're absolutely correct. But the average efficiency is not anywhere near that good. It's just not. Like it's 40 to 41% is the efficiency. I'm sorry, T-Rock. It's just, yeah. You're sort of taking.
I personally would take direct issue with that, because what you're essentially saying is that it's so inefficient on average that it should be generating much more heat than it actually does, because that's essentially when something loses efficiency, it typically loses it to heat. And your argument
typically, I don't know where it loses it to. I don't know where it loses it to. I mean, when you're talking about sort of conversion, it can lose it to other forms as well. It could lose it to, some kind of shortwave light. It could lose it to other stuff. I don't know, but all I can do is point to the paper that shows that it's not that as efficient usually as what you've said, even though we have got it to that amount. That's not up for debate. I'm not debating that.
So wait, hang on. So I just came back, so I'm trying to figure out exactly what's going on. So if this question was answered, please let me know. But here's the thing: with the law of conservation of energy states that the total amount of variance in a closed system is constant. So if the energy is getting lower, that energy must be going somewhere.
Well, its energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So basically, the energy going into it, there has to be the same amount of energy coming out of it always. That energy can be all kinds of stuff. Like, for instance, when you have the energy of friction in the atmosphere, it comes out as lightning. It can be electrical energy. It can be heat or long wave radiation. It can be short wave radiation, which is light. It can be all different types of energy, but the total amount coming out will be the same as the amount going in.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what T-Rock is referring to is how much of that energy is put into ATP synthesis, like how much comes out in ATP molecules as opposed to basically waste energy, essentially. And I think he's trying to sort of argue that it's way better than anything we have. But I guess I'm making the case that it can be, but generally, on average, sort of in cell, it is not that efficient. It's 40 something.
Okay, so hang on one second. So if you say it's not that efficient, right? Okay. So if it's not that efficient, how do you know it's not that efficient? Is there something more efficient out there that you are comparing it to?
No, I'm not saying that it's sort of not that efficient as in I'm taking it on an absolute scale. I'm saying relative to the claim that it's 100% efficient, it is not that efficient.
Okay, let me point something out real quick. Something that's deeply flawed with your argument here. You're saying
have you
average,
read the paper first off?
Can you just listen for a second? You're saying average 41%, average. So if I take 1 million ATP synthase molecules, on average, they're only 41% net efficiency. Okay, so let me quickly define what efficiency actually is. It is the amount of energy that does useful work divided by the amount of energy put into it. Okay, so that concept of useful work is extremely important when you're defining efficiency. Okay, so what you're saying is only 41% of the time, I'll say, you're doing something useful with the energy coming out of ATP synthase is what you're saying. Okay, so what's wrong with that argument? Essentially, the lower the efficiency is, the faster it's going to melt down, period.
I don't know what your point is.
The point is that so in the evolutionary timeline, we've got 3+ billion years of life on Earth, and you're telling us that life has endured that long at only average 41% efficiency, which is complete baloney. Sorry, it just doesn't work that way.
Have you read the paper that I
41? The authors of the paper don't time travel, and you can't make an automobile last 100 years hardly, and they can roughly approximate 41% energy if all you're counting is the amount of fuel you get in versus the amount of distance you can travel with it. There is no system with that low of efficiency that would last 3 billion years.
So I just want to quick point. No. I want to respond to that. So just let me check, T-Rock. I've provided a paper that sort of said this is the efficiency we have found over all of these studies, kind of thing. And your response to that is, nah, you can't try time travel.
No, what I'm telling you is, you by all means, I am thrilled. I'm genuine when I say this. I am thrilled to be presented with work like what you're describing, but from my background, I would read that paper and very critically analyze how are they defining 41% efficiency? Exactly how are they defining that?
I think T-Rock's point was...
Well, hang on a second. The waste doesn't carry over to another organism. You do know that, right?
Well, I think
that's
what he was
very
asking...
important to understand. You got to know that, yes, no singular system could last that long with that much or with that low efficiency, but it's not just one system. Animals got around that by reproducing.
The citric acid cycle is actually much more than double. So that's really the system that T-Rock is talking about. That is what actually all biological organisms use to produce energy.
But no, what I was going to say,
it's not a single one that just lasts for billions of years.
But the initial point wasn't that this level of efficiency is something that is inefficient or efficient. It was that it is more efficient than anything that could have been created by chance. That was T-Rock's point. He said, give me a system that has been created by the same evolutionary mechanisms that we have. So that would be mutation and natural selection, that can actually produce a system that is more efficient than that. And so the discussion overall is...
I don't understand, because that is one. So if you're basically saying, well, that's the most efficient system that evolution has produced, I don't see your point.
Here's an example of something
but
today.
That's all besides the point that we already came to the agreement that efficiency is not a good way to tell whether or not something was created.
Correct.
Well, so I disagree with that. I think efficiency is a great way, especially if you have systems that are almost perfectly efficient, like the citric acid cycle, which I brought up. But evolution is supposedly one of those things that improves systems over time, right? The problem with that is you have many examples where, For example, we were talking about evolution of genes. We were talking about how similar organisms were, earlier in this discussion. Whales, hippopotamuses, monkeys, humans. There's this gene called the FOXP2 gene. It exists in most organisms, but humans specifically have a FOXP2 gene. And by the way, this is what allows us to talk. So the reason we're having these conversations is the FOXP2 gene, but there's 2 full functional proteins that exist in humans that are highly preserved. That means everybody has almost 99.99 identical genes, and these don't exist in chimps. These 2 full functional proteins don't exist in chimps. So from an evolutionary perspective, the function of talking went from you can't talk to you can talk. So that system got a vast amount of improvement.
No.
But the problem is, where is the intermediate? Those 2 functional proteins are huge. There's something like if you put them on a computer disk, it would take up about 500 megabytes. So you're talking about these full functional proteins are nowhere to be found in any organisms today except for humans. So you have to explain that transition, and you have to explain that improvement from an evolutionary perspective.
The problem is your framing of it as sort of that chimps and humans just one started speaking kind of thing. Your framing is completely and utterly incorrect.
That's not what I said.
Basically, excuse me, I'm talking.
You're telling me what I said.
Excuse me, can we mute him if you can't shut up while I'm talking?
Howard,
I gave you all the time to
respond. Go ahead, Mark.
So basically, they have a common ancestor. So one diverged from the other. We didn't come from chimpanzees. That didn't happen. There was no talking, and one developed talking while the other didn't. So it's not like we stemmed from them and started talking. And you sort of saying, hey, suddenly they just began talking. Nobody is saying that. We have tons of different hominids to go through before you get to humans diverging from chimpanzees. We have Homo habilis. We have the Australopithecines. We have the other Homo species that there's literally tons of them. So if each iteration gets better and better communicative abilities, it completely explains that. Like your framing of it to say, hey, they weren't talking and then suddenly bang just came out with speech is completely inaccurate to what evolutionary biologists are saying.
Go ahead, Power.
Yeah, so I've just posted a paper in chat. Basically, it explains how the FOXP2 gene with the 2 specific functional proteins that I specified that are in humans are also in, like you said, some of our ancestors like denosovans. That's in the paper. The point that I'm making is if you're purporting that there's an evolutionary pathway from the chimp family to a future species, which, is the denisovans or whatever, there has to be a history in the genome of some level of those 2 functional proteins existing, right? You can't just say all of a sudden, all of the intermediates for these 2 functional proteins just suddenly appeared, but you can say they were designed. That works. You can say that these 2 functional proteins were specifically designed for, I'm going to say human-like, and I'm going to include denisovans in that. The point being, there is no genomic evidence of these 2 functional proteins existing in anything but human-like individuals in the entire historical and genetic record. And
is it the entire protein?
I said 2 functional proteins.
Is it the entire protein?
So the other thing is,
it's a very easy question. Is it the entire protein that differs, or is it 2 functional amino acid substitutions?
It says right there.
So it's 2 functional amino acid substitutions in the protein.
2 functional Amino acid substitutions, exactly.
Yeah, so these proteins aren't completely different. We've just got 2 substitutions in them that allow for greater communication. I don't know what your point is. You're basically debunking yourself.
Have you read the paper?
Well, I'm going through it. It's very hard to
So-
read, but
so
I
the
mean, I can
point-
see from it, just to go into it, sort of, they do show local. Great apes are limited in their vocal capacity. It's presumed they're limited in their vocal capacity. They do show local variation in vocal cords that appear to be inherited across generations through social transmission. They are able to vocalize and generate, not as well as humans, but some language. So I'm not sure what. Like, you're sort of saying, hey, these proteins are completely different.
Yes.
But they're not.
So you just
I
need to
wonder,
read the paper.
actually, Powered, before you continue, Mark,
Sure.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm curious as to your thoughts here. So it says, it is worth noting that we have analyzed only the 2 changes, so the 2 substitutions, one letter for another.
Right.
That are known to have occurred in exon 7 of the FOXP2 gene. But notice this, after the divergence of humans and chimpanzees. So I guess my question for you, Mark, is how do we know that those differences are the result of a substitution mutation, 2 of them, after the split?
Well, it's because we rely on other evidence to know that split has occurred, like chromosome 2 fusion. The simple thing that chimpanzees are closer genetically to us than they are to any of the other great apes. That coupled with other evidence,
But how do you know this
between us?
How do you know these specific substitutions took? Because it sounds like you have to go infer from other lines of evidence, human chromosome 2. We could examine that for sure. But these specific changes in the FOXP2 gene, how do you know that these differences
How do
are
we know
truly
it was a
DNA differences?
substitution? Well, we know that it's a mutation within the DNA.
But aren't you assuming? Aren't you
Well,
assuming?
no, we're not assuming that there's a split between apes
We're
and humans. That's
inferring
been
it, like you said.
demonstrated from like a ton of evidence over our genetics, including the sort of the chromosome 2 split. The Human Genome Project has found that they are almost.
But I mean but Mark, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. But I mean not the split necessarily, but the DNA differences that we find, the substitutions, right? One DNA letter for another. How do we know it wasn't always like that? Because aren't you assuming that all DNA differences are the result of mutations?
That's all we've ever seen between differences in DNA. Like, if, for instance, you have parents that basically you have a novel mutation, that how else do we see it occur?
Right. But when we
I don't see fairies with magic wands going to DNA and magicking up different mutations in things. I'm not sure how you're sort of saying it's happening here.
No, I understand that. But wouldn't you agree that the millions of DNA differences that we inherit from our parents, the majority of those are pre-existing and only a few are mutations each generation?
Well, yeah. So, I think you're talking about recombination. Is that right?
Well, like, for example, my kids would have 50% of my DNA, 50% of my wife's DNA with some mutation.
Right, but that would be pretty well random kind of thing where it's coming from. Either your sort of one ancestor or the other, basically one parent or the other.
Right, but Mark, I'm asking this: if only a few of those DNA differences are due to mutation, because you said we observe them per generation, that's true.
Sure.
In autosomal nuclear DNA, we inherit about 100 genetic mutations. Okay, that means the great majority of what's inherited are pre-existing, as in they weren't due to mutations that we've observed. They're just pre-existing now being passed on.
We can also see it in other mammals kind of thing. Like, why do we have sort of the genetic similarities to, say, mice, for instance, but we still have these changes? And as we put the changes into some sort of system, it's a hierarchy. It's a nested hierarchy. of how
but again, aren't those
compared to other mammals. We look at those things and we say, well, if this change happened here, then yeah. But you're sort of advocating that, hey, we were never related to chimps, and that was always like that. And I don't know how you can know that. It seems to be just a dogmatic assertion.
But aren't you assuming in phylogenetics?
No, we're not assuming. We're not
You're
assuming.
not assuming.
No, there's a ton
you don't even know what I'm about to ask. So you're not assuming that all DNA differences in your phylogenetic analysis are due to mutations.
What do you mean all difference in a phylogenetic mutation? Well, yeah.
Well, because you're comparing DNA differences between different creatures that form a hierarchy.
Well, yeah.
Right? Right. So how do you know? You're assuming that all those DNA differences are truly due to mutations over time.
Well, if everything is related and evolution is true, then yeah, that's the only way. Well, yeah. And but there's a ton of evidence for evolution where there's none for a sort of animal being created from nothing, having all of these changes within it. Like we can observe mutation happening. We can observe mutations producing vast.
But you didn't observe. But the but going back earlier, those those millions of inherited DNA differences. Those
we can observe
from about through
mutations producing vastly different phenotypes in all kinds of animals. That's not even up for dispute. I don't think even you dispute that.
But Mark, my point is when you look at the human genome, the chimpanzee genome, and you see DNA differences, you didn't see those DNA differences come about through mutations. You have to assume as an evolutionist. You have to assume that they're there through mutations.
We don't have to assume anything because we know that the chimpanzee and the human have a common ancestor due to a ton of evidence for it.
Okay, fine. We'll go one at a time then. A ton of evidence. Pick one. We'll go one at a time.
Chromosome 2 fusion.
Okay, chromosome 2. So we find a very similar.
Well, no. We predicted to find a cluster of telomeres in the center of that. We predicted it first.
Did you predict the differences in the chromosomes, or did you make this prediction?
No, we found out the number of chromosomes, and then it was predicted if evolution is true, or really if evolution is false, then we should find the chromosomes not having any kind of fusion with them, because the only way that we can be so close genetically and still evolution is true is if a fusion happened between two chromosomes.
We find the differences, right? 46 versus 48. Your great apes, orangutan, gorilla, chimp, bonobo, they have 48.
So
we have 46. Okay. So we discover this data, this discrepancy. So you make a prediction. Well, there had to have been a chromosome fusion at some point since the split to explain the difference. What would the alternative have been?
What do you mean? What will the alternative mean? No fusion and having different.
If it weren't a fusion,
chromosomes.
Right.
Well, if it wasn't a fusion, we wouldn't find that the large grouping of telomeres, telomeric sequences, fragmented telomeric sequences in the middle of the genome, and we would actually find that they don't have those sequences.
How specific were they in the prediction? Did they predict how many of these interstitial telomeres?
I don't know, but I don't think that's relevant. The fact that they predicted them at all and said, well, this is what we should see if these chromosomes have fused together is enough by itself. I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Well, how large, how many sequences is a typical telomere?
I don't know. It's usually thousands to start with.
Let me ask you a question.
Hey, T-Rock, before you do, because I'm just asking questions just to kind of gauge.
Well, I also did have a something about the thing that you said, that how do the cell repair mechanisms or the DNA repair mechanisms and the DNA sort of evolve at the same time.
Okay, well,
and so I do want to get to that.
We can definitely touch on that. But when it comes to, because you were right, a typical telomeric sequence is a telomere, the end caps of the chromosomes are thousands of sequences long. Okay. So if you had two chromosomes slammed together, How come they didn't make a prediction as to the size, right? So we do find in the chromosome.
I don't know if they did. I don't know. I said I don't know. I didn't say
no,
they didn't predict the size. They said highly dense, basically, which that's exactly what they found. And I know you do this thing of, oh, but there's other not with that density and not the reversal of the sequence as well.
No, well, we did find the reversal, so I do appreciate those points.
Yeah, but not the density that they predicted of the telomeric sequences.
Well, here's the thing: the density is
it was always about the density. It was always about the. Erica sort of did a video on this where you sort of say, hey, there's other sequences elsewhere, and it's the density that they predicted and the density that's important. And they've always said that, even though you say, hey, you're just making. No, it's always the density. And you know, she got video of her saying prior to even talking with you, it was the density that was the thing that tipped us off.
Well, I did a response video to her, a thorough one, and. It was the challenge was we don't find these telomeric repeats, right? TTA, GGG, CC.
Yeah.
CCC, TAA.
No, it's not that we don't find them. We don't find the density.
Mark, just quit interrupt. I'm trying to be as professional as possible. So we don't find them, the claim. We don't find them. We do find them in isolation, but we don't find them in mirror form, okay? Head to head.
And the density that they're in.
Right. Density is relative, though. Yeah, the chromosome 2 fusion site has a high density compared to other locations in the genome that have instances of TTA, GGG, CCC.
Is there any site more dense?
Well, this one, the chromosome 2 fusion spot is the most dense.
Correct.
Okay? But that it'd be like saying, well, this guy bench presses 300 pounds and this other guy bench presses 500. So the guy who bench presses 300 is weak. It's not a lot of weight. Well, both are a lot of weight.
Just
300 and
500. They predict it would
both.
Have,
I just want to finish what I'm saying.
You're sort of mischaracterizing it because the chromosome 2 fusion was predicted to be the most recent, and that's why they were saying the density is going to be high because it was the most recent. So as you know, all of these areas,
it's not high compared to other fusions that we know are fusions in other animals, like in mice, okay? Because the whole location site is only about 800 base pairs, okay? I just want to say this, then you can respond. And so Chris Roop and I, we made a prediction. We looked in BLAST in the genome, and we said, okay, let's see if we can find these internal telomeric repeats in mirror form. Head to head, TTA, GGG, CCC, TAA. So we found several, okay, but very low density. But we did find one that had high density. I will admit, not as high density as the chromosome 2 location, but still high density compared to other locations, okay? And so we discovered it in the chromosome 9 site. And this is the location. I printed it off here. You can see the location here, the query. And I highlight it. So here's the head-to-head, TTA, GGG, TTA, GGG, and then head-to-head, CCC, TAA. But nobody says that the chromosome 2 or chromosome 9 location where we found this is the result of a fusion. But what we do find is that these internal telomeric repeats are involved in gene expression, this process by which DNA directs the synthesis.
You're sort of going off the point, Donny. You're sort of moving to another thing.
Okay, go ahead, respond.
So my point is that the other one was 400. This is tiny. This is not even
the other one's tiny too.
Well, no, not compared to this one. This one's like what?
Well, compared to real fusions in other animals, it is.
Okay, yeah, but the one that you said mice, that's where we've intentionally fused their chromosome. It's like just happened. Like, this is the thing. You're sort of comparing us fusing chromosomes. Well, it's not as large as that one. Well, no, of course it's not. It happened ages
But Mark,
ago.
you're the one that said a telomere comprises thousands of sequences.
No, I didn't. No, don't stop misrepresenting me. I said
okay, so how many sequences does a telomere?
Thousands at the start, but it degrades over time, as you're well aware. It can go down to, and when it hits 0, that's when the cell dies, as you're well aware. So it can be anywhere from nothing to 1,000 or 1,000.
The issue is the number.
As it gets older, it removes those sequences, and that's what causes the cell to die. So you know this, Donny. I know you know
it.
This.
I've written on
something
it, and I've
being like 400 is roughly where we'd expect it to be.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're saying that after the fact. But a major paper, well, just it's like when I pause, then you think you can interrupt. I'm almost done. Okay, so a major paper, and I appreciate the passion, Mark. So a major paper on this issue, they asked the question, why is the area so degenerate? They didn't say, oh, the area is degenerate, it's small. This is what we predicted. This is what we expected. No, they asked the question, why? And then they put forth several possible hypotheses. So no, it is a lot smaller than they expected it to be if it was you're saying it's a fusion, but it is smaller compared to fusions in other animals. In the human genome, yes, and it's right here on the screen. This is the fusion site, right? TTAGGG. Here's where it connects. TTAGGG, and then you get into the CCCTAA, okay? 798 base pairs. You can compare that with the chromosome 9. Yes, it is more dense than the chromosome 9 spot, but the chromosome 9 spot is still dense. It's just not as dense as the fusions. So the question is, why are these areas dense?
Like, come on now. It's how many repeats is it?
In the chromosome 9?
Yeah.
You can count them right here. I think it's
what, less than 10?
I think it's about somewhere between 10 and 15.
Yeah, I don't like compared to the other one. It's not even.
Well, there's not that many here either. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So, but the thing is, and I'll say this lastly, whether or not it's more fragmented or more degraded than what they expected is aside the point. It still doesn't address how they predicted that point or roughly that point in the chromosome to have that density of sequence. And you've sort of said, well, did they do that after the fact? No, they didn't do that after the fact. I think that's a bit ridiculous, to be honest.
Well, I would challenge you to show me where they predicted how dense it would be. I want to see a number.
I don't have
because they did ask, why is the area so degenerate? How come they didn't say, this is what we expected? It's 700 to 800 base pairs.
Well, sure.
And that's what we expected.
Well, it's because, we make predictions, and based upon those predictions, we learn a lot of stuff by, saying, hey, what they predicted about the density was correct, but obviously it was more degraded than what they expected. But that doesn't mean they're wrong about the prediction that there should be a dense region of telomeric, loci in the chromosome 2 at exactly the point that they were, or maybe not exactly, I think I'm overspeaking there, but at roughly the point where they expected it to be. And this isn't apologists or creation ministry going out, or Discovery Institute going out and discovering this thing. This is them after the fact saying, oh, we're going to try and disrupt it by saying, hey, it wasn't this or it wasn't that. I don't see them making any predictions for.
Well, we did make a prediction and it was fulfilled. We predicted, are we going to find any instances in the human genome where we have the telomeric repeats TTA, GGG, CCC, TAA in a head-to-head fashion that is somewhat dense? We went into that without knowing, and we discovered it in the chromosome 9. So my question to you, Mark, do you believe that the chromosome 9 is the result of an ancient fusion because they have those repeats?
It could possibly be. I don't know. I'm not a geneticist. I'm not a biologist. It could possibly be. I don't know.
Okay.
But so if it is, it's hang on. If it is, it is much, much older than the chromosome 2 fusion. Like probably, mammals some point in the past, a long way away kind of thing. I don't think it would be something within the recent few million years, definitely.
So if I could show you a source or two that concludes the chromosome 9 is not the result of a fusion, yet it has similar characteristics and traits to what we find in the chromosome 2 location, but I admit it is more dense than the chromosome 9 spot. Could therefore the chromosome 2 not be the result of a fusion?
Like I said, I don't know. I'm not a geneticist, but the fact that they predicted it at all, and the chimpanzee genome is so close to ours, it's incredibly similar, and it's more.
But I mean, we're supposed to be 50% similar to a banana plant.
Well, I don't know about that one. Have you done
we're also 90% similar to tobacco.
Well, we just reviewed a video by Rationality Rules where he made the argument that we're 96 to 97% similar
That
to
could well
chimp.
be true.
And then he also said we're 50% similar to a banana. So that
Well,
makes
that's
sense. Yeah, hold up a banana and then look at a picture of a chimpanzee.
Okay, so that is basically an argument for incredulity. You're just appealing to incredulity to say, hey, that can't possibly be true without any reason why it can't be.
Well, because the argument from similarity, which you're looking at, okay, is largely agnostic, because you would say the similarity is there due to common ancestry, and I would say it's due to common design. So we'd have to look at something that would discriminate the models.
So hang on a second, but so are you saying that chimpanzees are more similar to other apes like orangutan, gorilla, and things like that?
No, well, it depends on what you're looking at. But whole genome wise,
what do you mean? What
humans are most similar? Well, if we were to look at the Y chromosome, then the human and the gorilla Y, they're more similar to each other than either are to the chimpanzee Y. So it depends on what you're looking at.
Well, I mean over the whole thing, yeah.
Right, yeah, oh yeah, the whole thing. Humans and chimps are more similar than humans and orangutans or humans and even gibbons. But you can just stand afar and look at a chimp, look at a human, look at an orangutan, and it's pretty clear that we share more in terms of morphology and anatomy, and therefore the underlying blueprint would be more similar as well.
But we also discussed that wasn't the case either. That was the whale and the shark argument again.
I mean,
you're
Mark, are you surprised?
Look the same. That
are you surprised that? I'm sorry. Are you surprised that we share 50% with a banana plant? Because we know we look nothing like a banana plant, and yet we share 50% DNA with a banana plant.
Well, we don't have to. That's the thing. We don't look at you know, whether somebody looks like their parent in order to see if genetically if they're related. Like, for instance, somebody with a lot of melanin in their skin and marries a person who is does not have a lot of melanin in their skin, they might produce a offspring with very white skin. But we don't look at the daughter or the son and the person, the black parent, and say, hey, they look nothing alike, they can't be related. That is not how genetics works in the slightest. So I don't know why you would say, hey, I look at a thing and it seems like this, therefore that's the case.
Oh no,
I don't know why.
I'm just pointing out I'm acknowledging the agnostic point of it. Just because the similarity does not equate design, or else convergent evolution wouldn't exist. So even the evolutionary community will look at two very similar creatures and in many instances admit that those similarities are not due to homology, they're due to convergence. Okay, so I'm just pointing out that the mere reality of similarity does not equate relationship. Well, we got to dig deeper than just saying, well, humans and chimps are 97% similar, therefore they go back to a common ancestor.
I think you're being a bit dishonest here, because I've just looked it up, and if you look at protein coding genes, there's a high degree of similarity. That's where the 50% comes from. But you look at the entire DNA and it's only 2%.
Okay, so you're 96 to 97% similarity with chimpanzees then. Is that only protein coding genes?
I don't know. It's 90 something. I don't remember. 90. I can't remember the exact number. It depends on how you actually do it.
I only ask you that because the same source that says humans and banana plants are 50% the same also says humans and chimps are 97% the same. So maybe that source is only looking at protein coding genes in both examples.
I don't know. I think that even if that's true, and it's just the protein coding genes.
Well, the point is then the similarity between humans and chimps would be lower.
If it is just protein coding, then we are almost twice as related to chimps than we are to a banana.
Well, we'd have to answer the question if we're only looking at protein coding genes.
Sure. Why don't you get that for me? Why don't you answer
to me, it does, whether humans and chimps are 99, 97, or 50% similar. Okay. Similarity doesn't equate relationship. And so I would want to look at a differentiating line of evidence. I think the Y chromosome is a differentiating line of evidence that I have up on the screen. I mean, you're asking earlier about that, and look,
yeah,
human and yeah, so I appreciate
you have a paper for that.
Yeah, you can
Is that
right here.
paper?
The
Okay.
Y, excuse me, the Y chromosomes of the great apes. I could pull up the new paper. Eric and I just had a debate on it for 2 hours. There's a new 2024 paper that actually has the human and chimpanzee Y chromosomes even less now. It's at like 25% similarity. It's amazing. And so this
over the entire genome.
Well, just the Y. Well, here's the thing: the Y chromosome's non-recombining. Would you agree?
Yes, but it actually exhibits a high level of mutation.
Right. Yeah. So how come if it, and I agree with you there, Mark. And so how come there's such uniformity then in the human Y chromosome if it exhibits such a high mutation rate, which again, I agree, it's about 1 to 3 per person on the paternally. How come there's not more variation worldwide in the Y chromosome?
What in what sort of time frame are we talking about here?
Well, let's say you go back 100 to 200,000 years in the out of Africa scenario, right? Okay, so you have people groups split off. They go their separate ways. They become isolated from each other, and they continue to accumulate independently mutations in the Y chromosome. Well, within 100 to 200,000 years, shouldn't there be a greater level of divergence in people groups around the globe in the Y chromosome?
No.
How come?
What do you mean, how come?
Well, if they're split for thousands and thousands of years, and yet they're
it's
all
non-recombining. You said it yourself. It doesn't recombine.
Yeah, but it's accumulating DNA differences due to the high mutation.
Yeah, but the mutation rate isn't that high to make that amount of difference in such a short amount of time. Like, you're sort of assuming the mutation rate is just wildly out of control.
Is 100 to 200,000 years a short amount of time?
In the great scheme of things, yeah. Like, we're talking about billions of years here. It's not an incredible amount of time. Like, you're just thinking on this sort of human scale of, well, I lived for 100 years.
What's the size of the Y chromosome, though, Mark? What's the size of the Y chromosome?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
I think it's like 90, maybe someone can Google. I think it's about 90 to 95 million DNA letters. So that's a lot smaller than your autosomal DNA. So yeah, it would accumulate change a lot faster than if we were looking at autosomal nuclear DNA.
And it does. Just not the
so there should be a greater
amount that you're sort of trying to suggest.
My whole point is there should be more DNA variation in human male Y chromosomes around the globe, but it turns out we have low genetic diversity. Any two male Y chromosomes on the planet are nearly identical, but yet you bring in the chimp. Notice this, Mark. You bring in the chimp Y, and all of a sudden we have massive differences. When you look, it's half the size. Look at this heterochromatin here on the human Y. It's not even present in the chimp and bonobo Y. I mean, what happened to the heterochromatin? It was just all lost.
So you're comparing like 200,000 years to 5 to 6 million years.
So you think within 6 million years since the
possibly you could actually provide something to say that it's this wildly out of control thing that we should not see this. It's kind of speculation on your part that you're just sort of saying, hey, it leads to a creator. And I don't think that's the case at all. But you haven't made that case. All you're doing is saying, hey, there may be something in biology that we're unaware of. Therefore, God. All you're doing is God of the gaps. That's all
Mark,
you're doing.
I do understand your concern. And
But I do have something to say on that. And I brought it up earlier, that thing where how did we develop the mechanisms for repairing DNA?
Okay, fine. Hey, let's land the plane. Let's land the plane on this topic. Then we'll move to that. Okay, because we are kind of getting over time at this point. I said 4 hours.
And so this paper that you did, why?
No, wait, I want to land the plane on the Y chromosome. I'll give you the last word. I just want to say this, okay? In light of what you said, okay, I would argue that this demands separate ancestry and independent creations, because the evolutionists, and here's my assertion, okay, the evolutionist lacks a convincing explanation and a sophisticated mathematical model to show us how the human and chimpanzee Y chromosomes can only be about 25% the same since the split, because those are massive difference. I mean, you're going to have to explain where, when, why, how all of that heterochromatin was lost, or how these genes were gained, or these gene families were lost, so on and so forth. So you guys, to have an empirical model Okay, you can't just attack the creation model and say, ha, it looks like my model is true. No, for years to be empirical, you're going to have to demonstrate how these differences can accumulate, Mark, in 6 million years. Not just say that they did, but show us how. Go ahead. Have a final word on that issue.
Yeah, so this is sort of just attacking. I'm sure a sort of evolutionary biologist could actually answer that question. It's just I'm not an evolutionary biologist, but the mutation rates of the Y chromosome, it's all accounted for. That paper that you're talking about puts it down to evolution and sort of retaining stable sets of ancestral single copy genes, and it does explain it. It's just you're pointing out and quote mining a paper, sort of, you know, the studies of Y chromosome diversity in other great apes are relatively undeveloped compared to those of humans, but nevertheless have provided insights into speciation, dispersal, and mating patterns. So we can even find mating patterns in how these chromosomes are actually sort of where the mutations are happening, and follow the Y chromosome. It's just you choose to cite the paper and ignore the conclusions of the paper. So our understanding of these sequences from things like population histories, male bias behaviors, mutation processes, it's all explained, but you're sort of saying, hey, I'm incredulous about this, so I'm going to compare, you know, 200,000 years to 5 to 6 million years, like multiple times the length of time. You know, it's just sort of incredulity. And no, you haven't actually come up with any kind of explanation to how this happened and the process in which it happened, besides God done it. That does not explain anything. It's not an answer. It doesn't explain a thing. It's just an excuse because you can't actually provide any kind of process that would allow this to happen.
So the issue is the evidence is missing. So for mutation to provide the gap, data in the gap from what Donny is saying is between, you know, chimpanzees and humans, is the same issue that I was bringing up earlier. There is a gap. So how do scientists explain it? They say accelerated evolution. They try to come up with this way to you have the data that has to exist somewhere in the genomics of species, but if it doesn't exist, where is it? And if mutation is the only thing you can rely on to get there, then how can you get there in such a short amount of time? And where is the data that you got there?
Not a short amount of time.
By the way,
not
this is actually
not a short amount
in the fossil record too, because during the fossil record, we have the Cambrian explosion, and then after that before that we had the Avalon explosion, and then after that we had a mass extinction, and then that had an explosion of life after that, and then after that we had an extinction in Mesozoic, and we had an explosion of life after that. So evolution is constantly catching up and constantly accelerating. It's not taking millions of years.
I was going to get to that evolution rate are not the same uniformly. And you sort of saying we don't have evidence of mutation. I don't even know where to go with that. We obviously have evidence of mutation and different rates of mutation to boot.
Hey,
so I have no idea
Mark,
why you would sort of say, excuse me, I'm just in the middle of speaking. You know, you've been
speaking the start for a very long time now.
Mark,
I was told that I would have the final word, but obviously that means nothing. Obviously,
yeah, Mark, I'm going to jump in, guys, because I did say I'd give you the final word, but Mark, and you're still going to get it because I'm going to ask you one question. I just didn't know the final word would be 3 minutes of saying that. Oh, I'm ignoring the paper. I'm ignoring because like everything you just said could now, right? You'd have to admit you said quite a few things that could result in a 2-hour debate. But for sake of time, for sake of that, I want to ask you, because your argument about mating patterns and sperm competition, which I'm more than familiar with. Okay. Here's the newest paper in 2024. All right. And so they've compared in a very sophisticated manner. They've compared the Y chromosomes of all the great apes. So if you look here, okay, this visual, you take the chimpanzee. This is how you calculate it, right? You go chimpanzee to chimpanzee on the Y, 100%. Of course, that's expected, right? Then you go chimpanzee to human, it's 45.1%. But if you take human, because not all of it aligns, okay? So if you go human to chimp, now it's only 26.2%. All right, so huge difference. If you go human to gorilla, or let's see, gorilla to human, okay, 23.2%. So you could see some significant differences. So my question here, with what you said, the mating patterns, the sperm competition, you're happy with those explanations to account for these differences? You're satisfied with that?
No, I would like more information about it.
Okay.
I always do want more information about it. But just because we sort of say, hey, here is the theory and this is what we understand about it, doesn't mean that they have to explain every tiny thing. Like this is the absolute the disparity between the two sides. And I want to really point this out. I'm supposed to explain every single little nuance of biology and every single tiny little nuance of exactly what happened in the process. What have you explained about the process of creationism? The process. Explain it.
Well, we made very specific predictions. The Bible claims to be
That's
the
not the process.
Are you saying the scientific process is not?
Let me ask you a question.
Well, there's no process. You can't explain a process. It's basically the same as, you know,
the scientific model is based on making testable and falsifiable predictions, which we've done in terms of validating separate ancestry. Okay. T-Rock, go ahead. I know you're going to say something.
Let me ask one quick question. I won't take up much time at all. One quick question to save the response. It's a short answer question, but one quick question and one observation, and then I'll mute. The question is, what is the specific mathematical method for calculating the chronological distance between humans and chimpanzees? That's the question. And the observation that I have is that you have this alleged chromosome fusion that happened, some 6 million years ago or so. And then you talked about these mutation rates associated with the with the human Y chromosome, and you said that it was a fast mutation rate, but it wasn't as fast as Donny was implying. Now, here's the funny thing about that. Chromosome fusion, by definition, is hyper fast mutation. Tens of millions of base pairs that are basically crammed together and completely re-altered in essentially what has to be a single step. And so by definition,
question to me.
Doesn't sound like what?
A quick question to me.
This is not the question. This is my observation. The question was about calculating the chronological distance. This is my observation. The observation is that you've got this hyper fast mutation rate that's supposed to move the evolutionary needle to go from lower primates to humans. But then you made the comment, but it's been degrading ever since. So we get this fantastical jump in one step, but then it's been degrading ever since. That's my observation. I'm not asking a question about that. The question I would like answered is about the how the chronological distance is calculated.
Well, I think they calculate allele frequencies. I'm not 100% sure how exactly it's calculated. Why don't you ask?
Can I tell you that?
Hang on. T-Rock. No. Don't just cut me off.
It was a short answer question.
Why don't
You've been talking for about 30 minutes almost. You've been talking for about 30 minutes, and I have been very quiet.
I can't clarify my
give
answer.
up the mic for just a second.
Wow, T-Rock, no, this is absolutely disgusting. You basically went on, made a point, made another point, made a third point, and then asked a question that you don't actually want my answer to. You want me to say yes or no.
You said you don't know. You said you don't know. That's your answer.
I would ask a evolutionary biologist. What do they say? Have you asked them?
Yes.
And what did they say?
I'll tell you how it's done. It has nothing to do with allele frequencies. You would have to have the alleles of that alleged common ancestor in order to compare them and make that calculation. That's not even physically possible to have. How they actually do it is in point mutation at the rate of something like, they'll say something like 10e-6, meaning 1 in 1 million mutations fixed over a period of time, but it's specifically in the protein coding genes. which is really funny because that's not where you get speciation from. So the point becomes, you've got one method for calculating the chronological distance, then you throw in this tens of millions of letter sequence mutations in a fusion, and just basically throw the actual chronological calculation out the window. And then you switch to the Y chromosome and you get a completely different way of calculating the mutation rate.
Yeah, I think there's multiple ways as I'm looking it up now. So you've got DNA sequence alignment, DNA hybridization. You've got the NEI method, Chimera 2 parameter distance, the phylogenetic trees, comparing homologous genes, comparing chromosomes. So they use a whole different range of methods as far as I'm looking up now. So why didn't you say about all of them?
Because each one produces a different timeline depending on how you pick what you put into it.
Are you sure they do?
Yes, I'm positive. Because
can you show something saying that all of these different things produce a different timeline? Can you show something?
Again, well, Donny,
I don't think that's true. I think
Donny
that's
kind of pointed that out already.
You're making that up.
Donny kind of pointed that out already. The mutation rate that currently happens in the human population, the Y chromosome, is rather fast and does not match the mutation rate used for doing the 10 to the -6 method on protein coding DNA. They don't match, so you can't get the same timeline out of it. We don't have any DNA that's 6 million years old to compare to. So it's 100% based on assumptions on the only DNA that is available, and that is extant DNA.
So you can't point to anything saying that this is inaccurate.
I just did.
You can't.
I just did.
No, you
chromosome.
claimed that it did. Where's a paper that says that?
Donny's got the paper on the Y.
You only pointed out one of the options they have for sequencing, and then when I brought up the rest, you're sort of, no, they're not important.
The other ones, some of the other ones you cited depend on actually having two different DNA sequences to compare, and one of those two does not exist.
What I do know is we use the exact same thing we use for determining parentage, determining the genetic similarity between.
Categorically wrong on that point. I specifically asked a geneticist this question, and you are categorically wrong on that point. It is not the same method. It's a very, very different method for a very, very specific reason. You have to use a high mutation rate calculation.
You have a paper to support this wild ass claim.
It's not. No, that's funny.
No,
you're debating. You're not reasoning. You're just being argumentative. You're not reasoning.
No, because I'm not an evolutionary biologist, so I can't
explain that's the point.
Exactly how it works. Yeah, which is why I think you're talking out of your ass.
No.
Yes,
I'm telling you very specifically.
Show the paper, T-Rock. I'm asking you for your citation that this is actually the case. Produce it, or don't talk. Because if you are just talking and saying, well, I think this, I don't care what you think, T-Rock. I don't care
what you think.
Produce a paper.
You haven't shown one reasonable citation either. You've posted some papers. Excuse me, it takes hours to review.
Showing that you did not know what you were talking about.
No, you did not.
About energy efficiency.
You did not.
Absolutely
You categorically did. You categorically did not do that. What you did was provided a link.
Okay, I'll post it again. I've got the link again.
You posted a link and said it proved your point. It takes hours to review one of those papers. Hours. We don't have that time right now.
Yeah, no. You can't read the abstraction and see where it refutes you. No,
you can't read the abstract and get the. You can't read the abstract and get the gist of the paper anyway. I've read enough abstracts.
I'm sure they would have concluded that evolution is completely wrong. I'm sure that's what they concluded.
Look, as someone who has actually been through graduate school and been through the university, I can confirm that any person who just cites the abstract in a paper or anything, you get an F.
You get an F.
Well, I'm not just citing the abstraction. I'm just saying that if you read the abstraction, it will give you an idea of what the paper is, and that should be enough for just a conversation. But if you're not even willing to read the abstract because it takes too long to go through, then I don't think you're arguing in good faith. If you're unwilling,
you didn't hear what I said again, Mark. I didn't say it takes too long to read the abstract. I said it takes hours to go through the entire paper, and that's what you have to do. The abstract's not going to prove your point about 41%. It's not.
Until you produce a paper with this in, or something that I can read instead of your word, that all of these methods are just wrong for some reason, then I don't really care what you claim. Produce the paper for it. But I would like to talk about, and I was told I'd get the final word. Apparently, T-Rock has objections.
You had 4 straight minutes of final word, Mark. 4 straight minutes.
Well, we're still on the same.
How many minutes do you need for a final word? How many minutes do you need for a final word?
I would like to address the thing that I brought up multiple times, which was saying, how did DNA get the correction systems and the formation of its structure at the same time? And I was going to point out, and I really wanted Donny to hear this, that
I'm here, Mark.
You're comparing modern cells and their structures to the ones that were originally, at the sort of Luca kind of era.
Well, do we have those ones to look at, Mark?
Oh, no, we
okay,
don't.
so
But
that's
you're sort of
imagination.
saying, well, no, you're sort of saying,
you're assuming these
you're sort of saying,
proto-cells
hang on a
existed.
second, let me finish. You're sort of saying it could not have happened. Like, because they're so complex and because they need to repair now, then they needed that exact same functionality back then.
Yeah, that's your evolutionary.
I would like you to
I would
show
like
that.
you to demonstrate how that's possible. Let's see the proto cell and let's see the evolution take place.
You're making the claim. You're saying it couldn't possibly have happened because it needed those correction mechanisms back then. So show it.
Show us how these mechanisms came about.
Well, you're comparing modern cells to primitive cells.
Okay, show us the primitive cells.
So
it's a story, Mark. It's evolutionary philosophy.
Yeah, and yours is a good story. It couldn't have done. It's an argument from incredulity,
they're both
because you're saying, hey, modern cells are so complicated, it would have need these mechanisms that we're not talking about modern cells. So you are just making a straw man of basically cells back then and saying, hey, they need these systems.
You just admitted that you don't have a protocell. You don't know if the protocell was really there. You don't know how the protocell evolved these mechanisms, the DNA repair enzymes, the information to encode the DNA repair enzymes. So I appreciate that, Mark. It's evolutionary philosophy. You admitted it's a story, and
it's not.
I'm fine with that.
It's not.
Excuse me, hey, Donny, can I ask a question? Donny, can I ask a question?
Yeah, and then we got to wrap it up because I am 30
really
minutes
does.
over
It
time.
beats. Well, God may wave the
Okay,
magic
hold
wand
on.
and
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Because what's interesting is you're saying that the mechanisms that DNA repair, it wasn't around early, but it came around later. Okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No,
hold on, wait a minute. Did you just say that the early systems that didn't need DNA mechanisms, but they have them now? They evolved. That's what you're saying, correctly? Okay, real quickly, what are you saying?
Okay, so I'm saying that the claim that because modern cells need corrective mechanisms does not automatically mean that they needed them in the past.
Okay, Mark, can I ask you one question? Do you know what DNA repair mechanisms? Do you know they actually do? Do you know they actually do?
Sure.
Okay, so they make corrections, right? What are they correcting? What are they correcting? If that code is not a formula, it's not information, what is it correcting? How would blind mechanisms know what to correct if it wasn't a template that was designed? If you did a report and somebody came in there and corrected it, an editor or whatever, they would have to know what you were trying to say to correct it. So how can blind mechanisms know how to write a script and then correct it?
Well,
any idea how that can happen? I'm sorry?
They do.
They do because you say they do?
Well, no, they do today. I mean, they're blind mechanism. They don't have minds. They don't have like
no. I'm talking about
a piece of paper that has what they should do on it. All they do is carry out chemical functions.
So as an
example, chemical functions make corrections for a code.
Hang on.
Chemical functions do that.
Yeah, what he's saying is, you said you're making corrections. The only way you could do that is if you know what the original was. So what he's asking is, what are you comparing it to? What is the original that you need to make corrections on?
So an example would be ligase 4, that is specific to reconnecting the RNA molecules after the function of copying is done, essentially. This is reconnecting what was disconnected in the process and is an example of what C. Brown is talking about. That enzyme, right?
Right. How many machines do the work? You know, the ligation.
But what he's asking me is, what is the actual pattern that it's trying to repair it back to?
And that's what I'm saying. Is that
it doesn't need a pattern in order to, when it does disconnect, to repair that. It just.
Well, what is it repairing then? It just blindly going there.
Hey, Mark.
If it doesn't have something to repair it.
Can I just say something
repair
really
a system?
quick? Can I just have the
Go
floor
ahead.
for a second? You kept asking for a paper. There's one right here, Psalm 14.
Okay.
The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have committed detestable acts. There is no one who does good. The Lord has looked down from the heaven upon the Son
Really,
of
that's your
mankind
debunk of evolution.
to see
is
who
the Bible says. That's your debunk of evolution. So I just want to point this out for everybody watching. This is the level of scientific inquiry that we get when coming into these rooms. Like, the Bible says evolution is not possible, therefore it is not. That's the level of argument that we have to deal with.
Whoa, hang on. I've been in this stream.
But Mark, you never answered the question. No,
he did.
How is that possible?
He did.
What did he say? I didn't catch it. What did he say?
It's just more of the imagination thing, really.
Oh, it just do.
I do have a question. Mark. I'm serious. I have two questions.
So what is the actual process that is used to say fix a single insertion error?
You say what's the process?
Yeah.
Basically, you got a bunch of machines get together. Okay, they locate the problem. One machine opens it up, and another machine put the correct nucleotide in there, and then they get closed up by another machine. So there's like three or four different machines.
Do they refer to anything to do so? Do they refer to any kind of script or any kind of thing to do?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. You know why? Yes, they do. Because they would have to know the correct nucleotide to add.
So they get out a document, read it, and then they say, hey, this shouldn't be there. Is that what you're claiming?
They're doing something like that. How would they know? How would they know the right one to put in there? Answer that question. How would they know the right nucleotide that's supposed to be there?
Yeah, Mark, it's called transcription. It's called transcription and translation, technically.
Yes, but that's just reading the RNA. It's kind of like saying, well, where did the RNA come from? Well, it came from DNA.
But do you have a
Mark, the whole idea was it was created intelligently. The script was created. The machines were created to correct the script. That's the whole idea.
Okay, so let me explain how these mechanisms actually work, like interstrand crosslink. Okay, so basically they prevent things like replication and transcription, right? But they don't actually go, well, the DNA should not be like this, we're going to fix it. It just reacts to that occurrence of replication or transcription and mutation, and then they go and fix whatever is the cause. But they don't get all of it, which is why it still happens, because the repair functionality does fail.
So the idea that RNA can function without some type of code or some type of instruction set is it's absolutely untrue, and it's been proven to be untrue. Are you saying, Mark, that this is actually the case where there is no instruction set associated with RNA?
No, I never said that. I never said that.
What you just described was a purely chemical process, right?
Well, yeah, I mean they take it from the RNA, but that's not what this guy is suggesting. He's saying, where does it come from?
No, what he was originally stating, and what I agree with, is you have a problem if you're saying that the ability to copy RNA or the ability to perform these functions occurred at the same time as the ability to correct the errors, then obviously, logically, that can't happen because you would have to have an error. You would have to have a pattern or a model to build something from to correct, right? You can't correct something that's not there, right?
No, I'm saying that the replication may have been a lot more filled with errors until that mechanism got up and running. But you're comparing it to modern cells, which are vastly more complicated than what primitive
I don't want to get
cells
into
are.
the imaginary
So you're
protocell.
basically saying that it need. Well, I mean, how else are you going to look? You're saying I won't. I'm going to show you just how silly this is.
No, you created.
No.
I
want to finish. I want to finish.
We don't care about your
basically saying,
imagination. That's what I'm saying.
Well, can I talk? Can I actually talk, or is this guy just going to talk over the top of me? Come on, dude. Seriously. So you're basically saying, how did they both come about at the same time back billions of years ago? You're doing an internal critique, which means you're trying to say that your worldview can't be true because it could not have happened like this, because both of them are the same. So the one bringing up the protocell is in fact you. You're bringing it up. You're saying, how did they both originate at the same time? And I'm saying, hey, the cell back then was so much more primitive. And there you're, well, I don't want to talk about ages ago.
I'm talking about what we know today. You brought
it up.
I'm talking about what we know today. RNA and DNA
ridiculous.
Today.
You brought it up, and now you don't want to talk about it because I
said
explained it.
You said the cell back then was so much more primitive, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's de-evolution, not evolution. You just proved us correct.
Really? That in the past, the cell is a lot more primitive, so that's de-evolution if it gets more complex. How does that work?
Simple. You said it was more primitive, right?
Sure. Or more basal is the correct term, I believe.
Well, okay, maybe I misunderstood you. When you say more primitive, what?
No, I want you to explain this one. This is.
I think he's saying it was primitive, and then it became complex. Phantom.
So okay, but what's the proof? What's the proof that? What's the proof there was even simple cells? What's the proof? Where's the evidence to prove that cells were never created complex the way they are today? What's the proof in that?
Simple cells.
Yeah, where's the evidence?
You don't think there were simple cells?
Not a simple
what simple cells are we referring to?
You don't think there were simple cells?
Okay, where is these simple cells at?
Well, there's still simple cells around. You do realize that, don't you?
No. So be careful with his terminology. He's saying simple cell. There's no actual simple cell.
We have simple cells today, Mark. That
is there any cells that don't have no machinery?
Well, really, I mean, when I'm saying primitive, that's probably a bad word to use. I think basal is the correct use in evolution.
Protocell?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but you know, the idea that
give us some examples. Give us some examples of real simple cells that don't really have much in there. A little bit of cytoplasm, you know, maybe.
How many times did cells?
3 genes, 3 or 4 genes, or something like that.
I don't know.
Give us.
Could it's everything is constantly evolving. It's not sort of a you know, this is the thing. It's not like you get a generation and suddenly that's the one to evolve kind of thing. Nothing works that way.
Could a protocell?
Wait, so everything's constantly evolving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how come chips ain't involving anymore then? Why aren't chips involving smarter?
Hypothetically,
why are chimps smarter? Is that what you
said? No, I'm saying why aren't chimps evolving smarter? Why is there such a gap between? Hold on 1 second. Why is there such a gap?
They're just
hold on. Why is there such a gap?
Way that we still are.
Well, in some respects they are. So chimp short-term memory is incredibly developed, right? So if you do short-term memory tests with a chimpanzee, they will absolutely do phenomenally, right? So some parts of the chimpanzee brain is actually better than humans. If you've ever seen, like, look up a chimp doing a short-term.
That's not true. That's not true at all. Chimps, gorillas, all other primates are the same level of intelligence they behave exactly the same socially.
Here's
The
another
same,
problem with
same
that logic,
intelligence.
though. Evolution also doesn't just deal with intelligence. Just
Could
because something is
hypothetically-
not as intelligent as we are doesn't mean that they're less evolved.
Okay, but the thing about it is, there's a lot of things that we have in our brains they don't have. Okay,
I know, but
And-
they also
and-
have a lot of physical characteristics, like being stronger or having more grip strength, that we don't have.
Okay. But do they have the ability to create?
Ebron, I got a question for you, brother. It's a tough one. What's the opposite of hello?
Who are you asking?
C. Brown.
Oh, it's goodbye.